Good morning from the Ageas Bowl. In fact, it is just afternoon because we are 5 minutes away from getting underway. Day 2, finally, of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. A couple of showers in the morning, a little bit of overnight rain means that we've effectively lost an hour and 15, but we'll make a bit of that up as the day goes on. Happy to say that the sun is out. And as I say, play to get underway shortly. The situation in the game, Warwickshire 82 without loss in their first innings, replying to the Hampshire all-out total yesterday of 229, which means Warwickshire will start 147 runs behind. Your commentary team today, a little later you'll hear from Melissa Story, TMS commentator, Gloucestershire County player, ex-Southern Vipers all-rounder and lots besides, but we haven't got enough time to get through all that now. But couple of simple folk to get things underway. Kevin James, BBC Radio Solent, and from BBC WM, it's Richard Wilford. Richard, good afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to say speak for yourself, but actually I think it was fair comment. So good afternoon to you. No, you're right. I'm a simple soul. I've had a good night's sleep and a decent breakfast, and now I'm happy. So, yeah. And I'm really pleased to see that the weather has turned really for the better in the last hour, in that we've had 3 showers since 10 o'clock. The third of which was quite sharp, but the ground staff have done really well. Clearly it's a good draining outfield that you've got here as well at the Ageas Bowl, and we're set fair, hopefully, to only lose 12 overs today, which, you know, if we get to the point where by the end of play today we've got through 180 overs, I think that's quite an achievement. The forecast for tomorrow is awful, and speaking to Chris Wokes last night, Warwickshire are conscious of that. The feeling they might need to get a wriggle on, they might have to score at an artificially high rate to force an issue today.
Yeah, well, that's always the way when you know that weather is coming along. But Warwickshire have got themselves in front in this game. A.D. Birrell, the Hampshire head coach, last night admitting that Hampshire are behind, and it was that afternoon session yesterday. Yeah, it was, and I think again, Chris Wokes expressed real surprise that they managed to take 8 wickets in that session. That was very much unexpected. They hadn't got an awful lot of assistance. They didn't get their lines right. He was a bit shocked that he took the 2 wickets from when he came to this end yesterday, in that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction for his swing, but he found he was getting a bit of help, and he bowled very well in that second spell. Back to the sort of Chris Wokes that you want to see, looking very smooth and looking like he's going to be in the wickets. And then the final session was just as important, in that, of course, there are 1 or 2 scares. There are going to be against the quality of this bowling attack, and Mohammed Abbas, as you would anticipate, was putting it in the right sort of areas. But Alex Davis and Rob Yates did a really good job of guiding Warwickshire through. You know, we thought that the session could easily have been curtailed by the light. It wasn't. 30 overs, a really dangerous time to be batting, and they got through without loss. So, I think the difficulty is, I mentioned they might need to score a bit quicker today than they might have planned if they thought we'd get cricket tomorrow. But you can't take any liberties against this Hampshire attack. Well, one would hope not, but we'll have to wait and see. But Alex Davis will resume on 46 not out. Rob Yates on 26 not out. Played very, very well in the 30 overs that they faced yesterday evening. The clouds were rolling in. The light wasn't great. It was obviously playable. We got through the whole allotted overs in the day, but today is a different story. The sunshine is out, and of course what was yesterday, and today, of course, I don't know, 1 or 2 plays and misses can become a nix, and so on. So it'd be interesting to see how things are this morning. It's a tricky little 45 minutes up until lunch. Lunch is fixed at 1 o'clock. I should imagine tea will be taken a little later this afternoon, otherwise we'll have one very, very long session, so I think they'll try and split that. But even so, as Richard said, 12 overs lost in total, which doesn't seem a lot when you've lost an hour and 15 minutes in play.
No, it certainly doesn't. You can tell the 2 teams apart, can't you? We mentioned yesterday the difference in the shade of the whites, whereas Warwickshire are kind of not creams, but they are slightly off-white, and Hampshire, as they see the sun catching the backs of their shirts and their sweaters, it is a level of white that you only normally see in washing powder commercials, with people with shiny teeth all excitable that they managed to get an awkward stain out.
Yes.
I mean, later we should tip some red wine on one of these shirts and see if it comes up with, glistening white with the right powder.
We'll do well from here. Here's Kyle Abbott then, who's switched ends now from our commentary end. He's round the wicket to Yates. Yates leaves that one alone, taken by Ben Brown. Abbott bowled 9 overs last night, 2 maidens, none for 26. It was accurate, but on the whole, the ball wasn't moving quite as much for the Hampshire bowlers as it was for the Warwickshire bowlers earlier in the day. But as I say, it's a different day today. Ball just might nip around a little bit more than it did. But interesting that Abbott has switched ends. He doesn't often bowl from this northern end. Probably not as much, I think would be fair to say, as he comes in again to Yates out. Oh, that's way wide, and that is called a wide. My word, that was almost off the cut strip. About another 6 inches and it would have been.
I mean, he got some movement in the air, but he got some movement in the air once it was reaching the popping crease, and not only was it wide, I mean, it's pitched level with the stumps as well, hasn't it? It's the radar was not set quite right.
It was not.
Maybe it's because he's not at the pavilion end. He's getting his bearings.
Bit of a loosener, yes. Yeah, I think it's fair to say he bowls a little bit more at the pavilion end than he does at this end. That's for sure. That's fuller and straighter, driven up to mid-off, fielded by Felix Organ. Score remains on 83 without loss. So we would assume we're going to get most of the rest of the day in, which is another 83 and a bit overs. The run rate is below 3. Let's say it moves up to 3. That's another 100 and 3 8 24, 240. There we are, just trying to get my maths. Assuming Warwickshire bat all the rest of the day. 240 on top of the 80 they've got now. As Yates caught and bowled, and there's the first wicket of the morning. Well, just as I was saying earlier, new day, new amount of luck, and that ball just seemed to just take a puff of dust as Yates pushed at that one. It looked like it just hit one of the footmarks outside the left-handers off stump, and Yates goes for 26 in the first over of the day, and Warwickshire at 83 for 1.
Yeah, unusual sort of wicket, isn't it? But you're right, it may just have got caught in a foothole, and he's not quite fully forward, hasn't got over the ball, and stabs it back. And never take a return catch for granted for a seam bowler, but he's made the adjustment comfortably enough and takes the catch. It couldn't have been a more convenient height, and directly into the middle of his follow through as well. And Rob Yates, having done so much hard work in those 30 overs yesterday, will be desperately frustrated to open the door to Hampshire just 3 balls into day 2.
Yeah, it's just amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, you could never see that wicket happening last night when these two were batting. They actually didn't look like getting out at all. But it's amazing. It just goes to show, doesn't it, about that when you're playing as a bowler, one day it's not going for you, but for some inexplicable reason, the next day it does.
Yeah. Some wickets are hard earned, others come your way, and you've got to take the opportunity when you can. Rob Yates is making his way very slowly up the steps to the Warwickshire balcony. You can see how annoyed he is with himself there.
Well, I don't think there's a lot he could have done, really. You're not expecting the ball to hold in the turf like that, are you?
Yeah, I'm not so much offering it as a criticism. It's more the fact that having done that hard work, you think, okay, new day, sun's out, got myself set here. As you mentioned yesterday, his career average is something that he's got to move upwards as an opening bat in Division 1. Yeah. And he'll feel it's a missed opportunity one way or another.
So left-hander is replaced by left-hander Will Rhodes, the captain. As Abbott stays round the wicket and bowls. It's a length ball. Rhodes pushes that out into the covers. Yes, just going back to Rob Yates, career average of 28, and he's hit 26. So he's pretty much done what he says on the tin in that innings, as well as he's played. But
you feel as an opening batsman, you've done your hard to getting through 30 overs. You're hoping the ball is going to do less and less. Might do a bit for the next 15, but after that it ought to quieten down a bit.
Still some dark clouds around. Coming over Telegraph Wood a little bit further to the left, about 11 o'clock as we look. That's very full, and Rhodes just dabs down on that one and angles it down to third man. That might just about go all the way, and it does. Just about beats the fielder there as it makes its way up to the top of the ground, and Rhodes is underway. Now his career average is 34. So that's about right, I think, for a batter. Well, that's about right. That's the minimum for me if you're a batter only.
And a batsman who has been pretty much everywhere in the top 6 since he arrived at the county. Had a very good opening partnership with Dom Sibley in Division 2 the last time the Bears got promoted. Does score a lot of runs behind square, particularly when he's in nick, actually.
Abbott again bowls, and that's outside off stump, and that's almost on the second bounce through to Ben Brown. First over completed of day 2, and it's immediately brought rewards for Hampshire, with Warwickshire having resumed on 82 without loss, now 87 for 1.
Yeah, slightly gloomy for a moment. We'll get that as clouds go in front of the sun. But you wouldn't have thought too much of an imminent threat of rain. The ground staff, 1 or 2, are hovering around the entrance of their area. They've been very busy this morning. Every opportunity they've had to get out there and clear up, they took. There's been a sense of urgency about getting play started, which is always good to see. And having had a walk across the outfield yesterday evening, very carefully, I didn't do any damage. It's lovely out there. It's nice and springy, sort of outfield you want to field on. You're pulling a face, but I remember walking across the outfield at Northampton last week, which was like walking across a car park in terms of how firm it was underfoot.
Was it really?
Oh, yeah, and I talked to a couple of players, and they said boundary field, a tough place to be at Northampton, particularly in the one day. Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl from the pavilion end, and he comes to bowl to Alex Davis, his first ball of the day, and he's guiding it down to third slip. It bounces well in front of Fletcher Middleton. Just following the natural angle of the delivery, really, there, Davis.
Yeah.
But he just about managed to get over the ball. We'll give him the soft hands defence there, I think.
Already a different feel today to last night. I never felt these batters were going to get out. I feel something else is going to happen very shortly.
Bit of pressure when you start again, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you've had to wait a bit longer than expected as well this morning. Mohammed Abbas turns. It's a short, very smooth run-up. And he bowls just outside of stump and guided on his toes by Davis through the vacant point area. And the fielder, who is at a deep point rather than third, I would say, really, pressed, keeps him down to a single, 88 for 1. And I had a brief conversation with Mohammed Abbas yesterday, because when I crossed the outfield to return here to do my editing, he was walking across to the hotel.
All right.
In fact, he held the door open to me after our little chat.
He's a very polite man.
He really was. And just an artist, I think, as a cricketer, the way he bowls. It's no express pace about it. What there is accuracy, ability to get the ball to cut a little bit, seam, swing. He's got all the weapons that you need other than the sheer pace. As he comes in to bowl round the wicket to Will Rhodes for the first time, who walking forward through the shot, drives up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, if he had pace on top of those things, it wouldn't be fair, would it?
Well, apparently, not so long ago he did have a little bit more pace. I think there's a feeling that in the last 2 years or so that it has just come off it a bit. Apparently when he was at Leicester, he was a little bit quicker. But when you make the ball talk like he does at times, you don't necessarily have to bowl with a great amount of pace.
No. As he approaches again round the umpire, short of a length, guided towards a straight mid-on by Rhodes, who was aiming for mid-wicket but didn't quite turn around it. Who was it back in the day who bowled seam with no pace but took it? Was it Steve Barwick? He used to bowl off cutters.
Glamorgan, yes.
And
what a nightmare he was.
He could bowl long spells, put no pace on the ball, gave you nothing for free.
Fast off cutters.
Yeah.
And of course, being a left-hander, it was always turning away from your bat on the responsive wickets, and of course down in Wales a lot of them are.
Yeah. In once more, round the wicket, clipped off his pads by Rhodes. He'll get a single, 89 for 1. You think of that peak Glamorgan attack where you'd have Steve Watkin, who could make the ball sing in the right conditions, and when he was fit, Greg Thomas coming in with that extra pace as well with a heavy ball. Robert Croft bowling the spin. You got, I mean, Croft would be very young with that attack, to be fair. That would have been at the very start of his career.
Rodney Onton.
Oh, terrific.
A little bit of medium pace. Just to sort of balance it out.
There are some cricketers from my childhood and teenage years who I really enjoyed because they were a bit different, and he was one of them. Just pretty full length here, stabbing forward is Davis. End of the over, 89 for 1. There's 2 players that I remember with strange affection. He's one, and when Northamptonshire were in their one-day pomp, I used to love watching Richard Williams play.
Yes.
Tiny little man, floated off spinners. Batted at 6 or 7 in the sort of clean-up spots in one-day cricket. Decent little fielder. red cheeks, always red cheeks.
Yeah, yeah. We were talking about him actually 2 weeks ago up at Northampton with Andrew Red. Yeah. He was. I think he'd just recently gone to one of the players' reunions after so many years.
Oh, brilliant!
Yes, amazing, isn't it? Some of those players. Here's Abbott, Darling to Will Rhodes. Then runs away from us. He's staying round the wicket. That's wide again. Good carry through to Ben Brown. Well, just have a look at Will Rhodes. He could do with some runs this year, couldn't he? 39 in the game against Somerset in the only innings there, but 6 against Kent and 6 and 5 in the last game against Surrey. He'll just be starting to think could do with a score here this season.
Definitely. Since the title win in 2021, and he finished with 100 in the Bob Willis Trophy. Last year there was lots of 20s and 30s, lots of promising starts, but not many innings that continued beyond that.
Here's Abbott bowls 2 Rhodes. That's wide of the off stump. Rhodes doesn't have to play at that one. It's always good, always keep saying it, but whenever you get runs early season, the major innings, it really does sort of set you up, or it feels like it sets you up for the next part, probably for first half of the season anyway.
Takes some pressure off, doesn't it?
It does take pressure off.
And I think, and I don't know how he'll go this morning, but I think Alex Davis is batting with a little bit more freedom and confidence because he got that ton in week 1.
It's noticeable, isn't it, how he's played so far, Davis. Looks confident out there as Abbott comes in again. Again, it's wide of off stump, but it's just beginning to sort of pitch and just straighten on the left-hander. You can just see that as it goes through. But it's just starting a fraction wide. Just having a look at Rob Yates's batting last year. You mentioned about him. Yates in last year's season had 17 innings, 298 runs, averaging 17. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about Rhodes. That was Yates. We were talking about him yesterday. I thought, hang on, that's the same figures. That's straighter. It's pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Will Rhodes last year, 24 innings, 689 runs at 31.
Yeah, they're not bad, but by his own standards. And look, he takes on a lot as captain. He didn't play much T20 last year, which was a frustration. But Carlos Brathwaite was captain the side, but he has taken on an awful lot since he was captain in 2021. The only cricket he missed for Warwickshire in all formats in 2021 was when he was away captaining England Lions.
Okay.
Very shrewd leader. He's done a terrific job of leading the side.
Abbott in the sunshine. It's on the line of leg stump. Wraps Rhodes on the pad. He looks a bit disappointed he missed out on that, trying to turn that away for runs.
I remember I've mentioned this a few times over the last couple of years, but when he was in his first full season at Warwickshire, and I gave, for reasons that we won't go into, Sam Hayne a lift into Trent Bridge one morning. He was having a good week, Haney, so I'm taking some credit for it. And we were talking about this and that, and talking about Will Rhodes. He said, "What, future captain?" And that was how the other players felt about him quite early on.
Okay.
So they knew that he understands the game well, reads the game well.
Abbott's in again and bowls. It's very wide of off stump once more, and Rhodes doesn't have to play at that one. End of the over, 89 for 1, and we've had 3 overs since the 3 overs? No, I've had a few more.
There's 3 overs this morning.
It's only 3 overs, and it's nearly 12:30. 3 overs in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I know we've had a wicket.
Had a wicket and a wide, haven't we? But
that's not very good.
It's not rapid, is it? We'll see. But I'd like to stress, given that sometimes it can be done in a really bad way. When Sam was saying future captain, it was in a very positive way, because you get the old future England captain thing like that. But when he was, there was always going to have to be a succession plan to Jeetan Patel. First ball of the new over from Mohammed Abbas. It's a lovely line, but it is a really good lead from Alex Davis.
It's like he read the ball, was just going to move away on him.
Yeah,
it's like he read it so early.
And also noticeably not a lot of oohs and ahs behind the stumps there.
No.
It was on 47. He'd like to get that little landmark out of the way next. I know it's not as major a landmark as anything else, but I think it's always nice to get that first 50 in the book and then to push on for the second. 3 slips in place, deep backward point. It's an interesting position for Davis, as this is angling further outside off stump, so Former Lancashire batsman shows no real interest in it. The weather probably as nice as it's been at any point in this game now. A few more of these clouds disperse, it could be a very pleasant afternoon. I think the forecast for Sunday is decent for the main part. Tomorrow, don't plan to go in the garden if you're anywhere.
Just watch the coronation
around the south coast. I think it might be a day for watching the coronation.
Now we've had 2 balls that have shaped away to Davis. I wonder if this is the one that will come back, or might he save it for later in the over?
Well, that one is angled across him and he's nibbled. So it's a similar ball, but what it's done is it started from more of an off-stump line, and it has probably just offered to turn away from him a little bit. And yeah, I mean, given where the wicketkeeper takes it, that's a good 8 to 10 inches further wide, isn't it, than where it passes the bat.
Well, the ball's moving a bit more for Abbas here than it did last night, that's for sure. It's I've heard the coronation shortened to several, a bit like last year where they called it Platyjubes last year. Well, I've heard, yeah, I know. Mel loves Platyjubes.
Oh, that's one that nearly takes the off stump. That was a tight leave from Alex Davis, who is a touch prone to losing the off stump without playing a shot, because that was a lot straighter than others. It didn't move away. And if he had got any of the cut back, a bit like Chris Rushworth did with Phillips Organ yesterday morning, then Alex Davis could have been in trouble. Great line from Mohammed Abbas.
Good leave, I suppose. Yes, I've heard it shortened to Coronation. I heard that one. Koros. You heard that one? Oh, that one's much.
Dear.
Doesn't have the same ring to it as Coronation.
Platyjubes worked a lot better. Mohammed Abbas in again and stabbing down onto it into the ground is Davis. It hops up to Middleton at third slip, and everybody's been doing versions of the same joke, which is, you know, where I live we're having a Coronation Street party, I'm going as Deirdre Barlow. That's kind of been the sort of gag that everybody's been doing.
Big day tomorrow. I think there's going to be the national anthem played at all the sporting venues, isn't it?
I think that is the plan. So I would imagine that'll be a 5 to 11er here.
Yeah.
I did wonder whether they'd change the playing hours. Mind you, having said that, if they never come out, would they come out in the rain to do that? Approaching once more is Mohammed Abbas. That's on and off stump line, prodded out into the offside, and Davis was for a moment contemplating a single that was never going to be there. Gubbins was in quickly from the cover position, and there's no run, and perhaps that was a sign, that final ball, and Davis thinking about scampering a single, that he knows there's a bit of pressure on him at the moment. A couple of maidens in succession. Warwickshire 89 for 1, and Kevin's going to do the BBC Solent honours.
Well, we heard the national anthem played a little earlier, a bit of a practice. Here we go. We've had just over 15 minutes of play this morning. We got underway at 12:15. Warwickshire, who resumed on 82 without loss, are now 89 for 1. There was immediate success for Kyle Abbott in the first over of the start, where he had Rob Yates caught and bowled for 26. That was 83 for 1. A little bit more movement for the Hampshire bowlers than there were last night. Warwickshire at 89 for 1 then. Trail Hampshire on the first innings by 140. Alex Davis is still there on 47 not outs. So, Abbott to Rhodes. So Davies 47 has only added 1 this morning.
That was a beauty, that last ball junior report as well. Just held its line outside off stump and had Rhodes fishing.
He's getting the ball to straighten here, Abbott. He's pushing forward there, Rhodes. He'll take a quick single as the ball goes out in the covers. Gubbins comes across and threatens to throw at the keeper's end, but holds on to it. And Warwickshire move on to 90 for 1, trail by 139.
One of the noteworthy things yesterday between Yates and Davis was their awareness of the availability of a quick single, and that was a similar scenario now with Will Rhodes at the crease. Keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Oh yes, even when the bowlers are bowling tight, if the batters have good communication in the middle there, it's amazing the singles that you can pick up, whereas other partnerships look as though run scoring is very, very hard work indeed, and yet all they're doing, the better batters running between the wickets, all they're doing is just playing defensively, but they seem to pick up the gaps a little quicker. So the field changes because Abbott is going to come over the wicket to Davis. There's a deep square leg out for him. As Abbott comes in and bowls to Davis. Oh, that's nipped back, and it's, oh my word, how's that missed the off stump? I thought actually it may have glanced the pad I was waiting for the big shout for LBW, and then I thought, oh, perhaps it's going to clip off stump. It did nothing other than just go through to Ben Brown. Great delivery.
I've got to say that once yesterday and now twice this morning, Alex Davis has taken a rather chancy decision to leave. I think he needs to play that line.
He needs to play that ball.
Yeah. Well, no, but in successive overs now, we've seen a ball that he probably should be playing, because the line is a bit too tight. And if he hasn't got that message after 2 occasions.
Abbott bowls, that's nipped back and almost crept between bat and plaid. Davis, in the end, works that to short mid-wicket. But no, I know what you mean. He's got to be careful here, because Abbott's got the nip backer going. I'm sure Davis has already worked that out now in this over.
But they're both bowling at the sort of line that has in your mind that you should I or should I not, and it's difficult, isn't it? And that's where you want the batsman to be if you're Kyle Abbott right now.
Yeah. So definitely a bit more happening for Abbott and Abbas today than there was last night. Comes in again, Abbott, and bowls. There's a drive through the covers, and that's a nice looking shot. The ball just stayed out wide of off stump, and Davis just eased that past a diving James Fuller. And that's actually a good shot, and that's also Davis's 50. 51 he moves on to, and that's come off 90 deliveries, and that goes with his 100 that he's already scored this season. Good start to this campaign from him.
A healthy sign, though, isn't it, when the two seamers are bowling well at the moment, and you've just had a little bit of fortune with a ball that's not gone far outside your off stump, that you are ready then to punish the ball when it hangs a bit wider, that you are in the frame of mind where you're up there for playing the shot.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good shot. Trying to drive that one, that's come off the bottom of the bat, and the ball just squirts out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. Abbott's bowled 12 overs now, 1 for 36, and Warwickshire have moved on from 82 without loss to 94 for 1. We got underway at 12:15.
So this being a bridge session, I shall do this over, and then I'll pass over to Melissa Story, who is ready to pounce. She'll have plenty to say. Steve Smith is out for Sussex. He's gone for 30. Josh Tongue gets the joy of getting his wicket trapped in LBW, which is the mode of dismissal that the England bowlers are always determined they're going to get in with. So well done, Josh Tongue, for getting that wicket.
Yeah, and spoiling everybody's pleasure who turned up at Worcester, especially to see Steve Smith.
Well, I mean, they've enjoyed seeing him score 30. Here's Mohammed Abbas round the wicket, 3 slips in place for this first ball to Will Rhodes, who he turns around slightly, but he jams it out in the offside.
So what do they do the rest of the day? Try and enjoy watching Josh Tongue bowl?
Write the piece and go home. It's a Friday, isn't it? In Nationals? I don't know. Michael Neser has gone through Yorkshire, by the way. Crikey. 6 for 29.
Great bowler.
At Headingley, 94 for 8, Yorkshire. Johnny Bairstow 13 not out, watching all sorts going on around him. Around the wicket again, Abbas. That's a good step forward by Rhodes, and it includes a hat-trick. He's taken Milan, Hill and Bess in the 28th over to reduce Yorkshire at the time from 90 for 5 to 90 for 8. What a signing he is.
Well, when I first saw that guy bowl, it was here on the nursery ground. No, it wasn't. What I'm talking about on the nursery ground, it was actually here. And it was an inter-Australia game.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw him bowl and I thought, you know what, this bloke would be brilliant in English conditions. So it's proved.
Well, he's put himself in a position where he's available for a call-up if needed, as that is too far outside of stump from Mohammed Abbas, and actually could have left it on height, Will Rhodes, as much as anything. Rhodes on 6, Davis 51, Warwickshire 94 for 1, 135 runs behind. Been some good bowling performances this week. Ollie Robinson for Sussex yesterday. Henry Brooks, terrific. Saw those wickets last night. First one was a bit of a loosener, but after that he's kept on putting the ball in good areas. Henry Brooks bowling with some fire. Delighted for him. It's his first 5 actually. So this is angled in towards Rhodes. He's able to help it round the corner, just square of mid-wicket, so they'll come through for a single. 95 for 1.
Can I just say, as well as getting more excited today, and my mood has greatly increased at the sight of the Hampshire bowlers getting a little bit more movement, I've just seen an email from the BBC which has just taken my mood through the roof.
Yeah, I've seen it as well.
You've seen it as well?
Yeah, I've seen it as well.
That's it. I'm as happy as
Larry. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one. Normally when you see group emails, you're expecting bad news these days. As Mohammed Abbas comes into bowl, and that one, oh, and it's taken a bit of pad, has it? And after a long thought, the umpire has given Alex Davis out. Now the question is whether it's leg before or whether it's a little touch on the bat, because it was very tight to an off-stump line. And what has that got on the way through? When you see the replay, the decision came a bit quicker than it felt like at the time, but interesting. Has he got a little nick? I suspect it's a little nick.
You have to wait for confirmation on the scoreboard here, aren't you? I think you're right. And I think Alex Davis, I think in the end thinks, well, I'm either out caught behind or MLB. It's going to be one of the two. So I don't think he had too many qualms about that. He just looked at his pad as he's begun to walk off past the stumps at the far end to the pavilion. We're just waiting for confirmation on that one because I don't think it's particularly clear. I didn't hear that properly on the tannoy because it's a bit muffled at this end of the ground. Anyway, he's out for 51. The Warwickshire total is 95 for 2. And here is a man who is certainly on form for Warwickshire this year with 200 so far. It's Sam Hain, and we still haven't had confirmation. No.
I think Warwickshire would have wanted Sam Hain not to appear until the afternoon session here.
Yeah.
And for Hampshire, this mini session, a 45-minute window, has already proved profitable. Whatever else happens, it's going to be their session, but they've still got 20 minutes to get another breakthrough.
If anybody knows how he was out, at Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com. LBW, I've just been told by one of the Hampshire media guys. Thank you very much, Cam. So that was LBW. It could have been either. Well, it actually couldn't have been if you're LBW.
On an LBW, I think arguably you might have reviewed it if it was a test match, because it would have been really tight, but
yes.
It probably would have gone umpire's call, I think. Flicking off stump, probably.
Gets a bit low, doesn't it? That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Mohammed Abbas now has 22 wickets for the season. Signed a 2-year contract in the winter.
Very good.
So we'll be back next year.
I shall scoot after this delivery. Well, this is actually limbering up. I mean, she's actually she's stretching her hips.
She's gargling.
Is
ready
she?
To get the voice ready.
Mohammed Abbas in to bowl to Hain for the first time, who's good pace forward, blocks it out into the offside. End of the over. Good start to the day for Hampshire. They've reduced Warwickshire to 95 for 2 now. They still lead by 134 runs.
So Warwickshire this morning have lost 2 for 17. This is getting a bit Hampshire-esque in the afternoon session. Hampshire losing 8 wickets in the afternoon session. And Warwickshire just finding the going a little different and a little bit more difficult this morning than they did last night. It was probably difficult last night. It's just that they negotiated those 30 overs probably a little easier than a lot of the watching crowd, and certainly those Hampshire men in the field would have liked, but it's a little hard. Thank you to Mike Martin as well, who's confirmed it's LBW. Thank you for everybody's help. Here's Kyle Abbott round the wicket. Oh, and he's just driving slightly uppishly there, Rhodes, as he goes out to the covers. And Melissa Story is with us. Hello.
Hello. I'm very excited to be. I've had a bit of a sugary breakfast. I had 2 caterpillar cakes and an energy drink for breakfast, so I'm going to be incredibly energetic this next 20 minutes until lunch.
Ready? Shall I just wander off and leave you to it?
Yes, I think so. Give it all, and I'll start walking around in circles and commentating at the same time.
So apart from that sugar rush, you've also got lunch coming up.
I know.
At 1 o'clock. Oh, you're going to be absolutely on fire this afternoon. Here comes Abbott, who is also on fire. Comes, and that's full, and that's driven by Rhodes a little bit more comfortably out to Gubbins in the covers.
You said earlier that you felt something had changed this morning. Of course, we had the rain delay and the ball's just moving, which it wasn't at all in yesterday evening's session. But if we ignore the Surrey game, because it's a bit of an anomaly, if you think of the Hampshire bowlers and how they work as a unit, they do tend to take wickets in big clumps when they start to build up this momentum. If you think of the first game of the season against Nottinghamshire, in the first innings they were 77 for 2 to 185 all out.
Here's Abbott then to Rhodes, and it's a length ball. Rhodes just gets turned around a fraction.
In the second innings of that game, 86 for 2 to 177. all out. Similarly in Northamptonshire as well, 47-1 to 149 all out, and well, we know what happened in that second innings, 63 all out, so those were a big clump of wickets all at once. So yes, the start wouldn't have been desirable. We saw the interview from Ageas Bowl where he was like, you know, we bowled well, but we're probably not in the position we should have been after winning the toss. This is just a real chance here for Hampshire to get, I mean, one more wicket even before the lunch break would be amazing, but two would put them on top, you feel?
Still 15 minutes to the break. Rhodes gets a length ball, which he plays back to the bowler. So really overnight at 82 for 2, we shouldn't have worried too much from a Hampshire point of view.
Apparently not. You've just got to let the other teams get into the 70s or 80s and then bowl them out for around 170, which, you know, I think James Vince's knock, even though yesterday he was left stranded on 75, it's disappointing from the Hampshire's perspective, but his innings was so valuable to just getting Hampshire over that 200 mark. Psychologically, yes, it's great to get past that target, but we see a lot of 180, 190 scores on this pitch here at the Ageas.
I do. But Bowles gets wrapped on the pad. Big shout for an LBW. He's gone. Third wicket of the morning. It's Will Rhodes this time. He goes for 7. Abbott picks up his second wicket, and Warwickshire are 95 for 3.
And it just feels like one of those spells this morning. Just saying that the wickets are falling in clumps. Something has changed. There was nothing for the Hampshire bowlers yesterday evening. No sideways movement, and just this morning with a little bit of cloud cover. Now got Warwickshire 3 down. Well, I said 1 wicket before lunch. We've still got 15 minutes left. Definitely squeezing another one.
That's for sure. Well, I have to say, 229 yesterday didn't look anywhere near enough. The way Warwickshire have batted now, 229 doesn't look too bad a score. And it's still cloud cover. It's probably filled in slightly more than it did when we got underway at 12:15, but things have changed for Hampshire. Bit of luck. That's what Ageas Bowl said last night, really. He said we bowled well, but, you know, luck wasn't quite on our side. But he said maybe tomorrow it might be. And he was right, because at the moment, some good bowling and a little bit of luck is turning Hampshire's fortunes around here.
And it's why you see so many teams here come win the toss and bat first, because I think that the first inning scores have gone down over the years. Actually, if you look at the stats on this ground, way back to the more 2012, 2016 era, there was a lot more draws. It was a much stronger batting wicket, and you were seeing scores of 280 plus 300 in the first innings. If you restrict that data to just the last few years, the likelihood of a result happening here at the Ageas goes up to 70% since 2018. So it's really a results pitch, and we see so many games finished just within 3 days a lot of the time. And I think people have still maybe got that preconception about playing here that, you know, it'll be a good batting pitch and it'll last the 4 days, it may just be a draw. It's not like it here. There is a little bit of something for the bowlers, and that's why it's such an interesting, you know, kind of game to follow whenever there is one here, because it looks like there'll be a result here as well. But those first inning scores, as you say, if you can get around 200, 220, it's looking more and more threatening, and I think in a few years' time it will be interesting to see what the average first inning score is.
Here's Abbott then. There's another left-hander. It's Mousley, Dan Mousley. It's worked immediately to mid-wicket. It's come off the middle of the bat, but it's straight to James Fuller. And a round of applause there for Kyle Abbott, who now has 13 overs, 2 for 36, having been overnight 9 overs, none for 26. So he's bowled 4 overs, 2 for 10. Yeah, just having a look at the Notts game. Notts batted first, got 185, which is obviously below par, but Hampshire got 231 in their first innings in that game. So, yeah. So that's a similar type score, isn't it, as to what they got in that Notts game. I think there might be some rain in the air. The ground staff are walking towards the hover cover, which makes a horrendous noise. You'll know when it starts up. But for me, there's a bit of rain in the air here.
Yeah, it's that mizzle. Uncomfortable dampness, and you can tell from the ground staff going towards the hover cover, as you say.
I think they're going to come off.
I mean, all it takes is James Vince to start storming off like he did yesterday.
But he's staying in there this time.
He's staying. He wants to be out there now. He's actually the last one to move from the slip cordon, but the umpire's raised his hand and the players are going off. We just see Sam Hain there rehearsing a few shots from in the middle, just to make the most of picturing that environment before the covers come onto the pitch.
Well, for me, within a minute, it's the same time that they came off yesterday.
Oh, Oh, there we go. That's the kind of
Spooky.
that's the kind of stat you like. You like repetitions and be able to say, oh, this was a bit like a game in 1978. Apart from this was like a game yesterday.
So there's the hover cover with all its glorious noise making its way out to the middle. So a bit like yesterday, really. I should imagine the players will take a slightly early lunch, and it's been a 40-minute session or thereabouts, which has very much belonged to Hampshire. Warwickshire resuming at 12:15 on 82 without loss. Go into lunch, an early lunch at 95 for 3. Sam Hain has faced just the one delivery. Dan Mousley's faced just the one delivery. Kyle Abbott's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets. Mohammed Abbas the other. Rob Yates caught and bowled by Abbott for 26. Yates didn't add to his overnight total. Alex Davis LBW to Mohammed Abbas for 51. He only added 5. And Will Rhodes LBW to Kyle Abbott for 7. Those are the wickets that have fallen. And nice short, sharp session with the rain still in the air. So it'll, without knowing for sure, that will be lunch. Very quickly, Matt Tozer at Sun Sports. Is any news on Keith Barker's injuries? I've not heard anything for a little while yet, but the word was that he was trying to get himself back for the Northants game in 2 weeks' time. I
have heard that the Hampshire background staff have been sourcing the God's Nectar itself just to make sure that he is okay, because, you know, someone of that calibre, King Keith, he's got to be given the best medicine the world can buy, the heavens can buy.
On that note, from Melissa Story, I think we'll take a break for 40 minutes. They won't be coming back out, that's for sure, even though it looks like the rain has cleared. And we will be with you, my guess, around about 1:30, I would say. See you then. the Ageas Bowl, where at the slightly earlier time of 1:30 we're going to get the afternoon session underway on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. It's starting slightly early because once more for the second day running the players left the field just before lunch because of a shower of rain. But unlike yesterday, we started day 2 late at 12:15, so we had a total of 35 minutes of play, 7 overs, in which that mini session perfectly belonged to Hampshire, with Warwickshire resuming on 82 without loss at 12:15, trailing by 147, now find themselves 95 for 3, trailing by 134. So 13 runs were added in that 35 minutes for the loss of 3 wickets. That was Rob Yates for 26, Alex Davis for 51, Will Rhodes for 7, 2 of those 3 wickets to Kyle Abbott and 1 to Mohammed Abbas. So that's where we are. And your commentary team this afternoon, a little later you'll hear from Melissa Story. But to take you through this first half an hour or so is myself, Kevin James, and next to me from BBC WM, Richard Wilford.
Yeah, it's just a great example again of the quality of these bowling attacks that you get in Division 1 when they get the ball starting to go for them. And it took a couple of overs. The threat became very quick. You know, Rob Yates will be frustrated with the way that he got out in the, the ball in a good area from Kyle Abbott, but it wasn't doing a lot. But he's played it back and he's held in his follow through by Abbott. But the other 2 wickets both from very good bowling. I think Alex Davis, it's marginal, the decision, the LBW, but we saw one yesterday for Hampshire that was similarly marginal. Mohammed Abbas will start the afternoon session bowling to Sam Hain. Both not out batsmen had only received 1 delivery, and he leaves this alone outside off stump. Dan Mosley is at the other end. And, 2 batsmen who've been in good form, but this is going to be the next hour really crucial, because bear in mind Abbott and Abbas got through a fair bit of work in that half an hour. Another half an hour, 45 minutes, then it's the change bowlers. So that's the next target for the Bears.
Bowling figures for Abbas in those 3 overs. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3.
He'll continue in a similar vein, I'm sure, as he strikes the pad of Hain outside off stump here. And it was an appeal with a bit of thought. It might have been nipping back, but I suspect any contact would have been outside off. And actually also might be a little high, judging by the fact that Hain is now having a bit of a flex, which suggests it may have hit him above pad height.
Was he playing a shot at that? I just looked up at that moment, actually.
He wasn't playing a leave.
No.
So the bat is there. I mean, it would be a bit of bold umpiring to say he wasn't trying to defend it. If your bat's in the general environment, you're rarely going to be considered a no shot played. He had the hand under the chin, Mohammed Abbas, thinking about it. As Hain comes down the wicket here and is struck on the pad, and again that would be a bold decision because he's come quite a long way down. But Mohammed Abbas is starting to get the ball to sing a bit here.
Yeah, now this is what Ollie Pope did for Surrey in the game at the Oval against Hampshire about 3 weeks ago, and played Abbas and Abbott particularly well. The only player that really did come down the wicket to both of them, and it really did actually negate their strengths, which is nipping the ball around. So I'm just wondering if Hain is going to adopt the same tactics. Very few players do it to these 2.
Yeah, it's more commonplace in the wider game, but when you're up against skilled practitioners of this experience, then there seems to be a second layer of risk to it. As this time he plays from his crease, but he's forward in good position and defends it back down. That second appeal, the previous delivery, again, not only was he a long way down the wicket, but also it wasn't in line with the stumps. So as he was playing a defensive shot, it didn't have a lot of merit about it. So Kevin will let BBC Radio Solent listeners know what's going on in the next few seconds.
I'll just take over for a minute then as Abbas comes in. We've just had a resumption of the afternoon session. It's slightly earlier because they came off early for rain before lunch. And in fact, they started late at 12:15. Now, Warwickshire, who started the day at 82 without loss, now find themselves 95 for 3. So that 35-minute session before lunch was very much belonged to Hampshire, with Rob Yates out for 26, Alex Davis for 51, Will Rhodes for 7, 2 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 2 for 10 in 4 overs, his spell, and Abbas bowling now, 1 for 3. He picked up the other wicket to fall. So Warwickshire 95 for 3, trail by 134.
Mohamed Abbas in to complete the first over of this session. And Hayne is turning that in between two fielders who looked slightly slow to react there. I don't think Kyle Abbott thought it was coming in his direction. He has to scurry after it. I think he was rather contemplating what he's about to do, which will be to continue the attack from this northern end. But Hayne is off the mark with that little push into the leg side. And Warwickshire and 96 for 3. Some heavy cloud hanging over us at the moment. The ground staff aren't unduly interested, and they've been absolutely on the money when weather has been coming. They've been ready and waiting. And this game now is much more evenly poised for that 35-minute session.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, different feel totally to the Warwickshire innings from the 30 overs last night. The ball nipping around much more for Hampshire, a bit more that the way we saw Warwickshire use the conditions. Just looking at Sam Hayne's record, he's already averaging 99 this year, quite incredible, with a couple of hundreds, averaged over 60 last year, so he's having a good little period in his career, isn't he? Yes, says Richard.
Yes, no, absolutely is. Yeah, no.
But
yeah, I was.
That's all right. It's no problem. I often sort of talk to myself.
I thought it was rhetorical, but I just know he absolutely is.
Good player.
Huge partnership this actually. Significant for Warwickshire if either of these two get turned over. It's a decent depth to the batting order, but these two are such a key.
Here's Abbott then over the wicket to Hayne. Hayne pushes forward up to mid-on, and there is no run. It wasn't so long ago that Hayne scored 100 on this ground. In fact, 200s in the game. 2019 in the championship.
That was the last time I came down. That was the match where they did well to bat out for a draw, and he hadn't scored a championship century for a couple of years prior to that. Quite the celebration for the first one, and second innings he came out and batted with real quality in a rear guard.
There's Abbott then. He's got two slips. He's got a deep square leg as well. Comes in again and bowls and down the leg side. And Ben Brown, tumbling catch, half asking as if the ball had hit the bat on its way through, which it didn't. I don't think even we thought that from up here.
No, it was all pad.
It was all pad.
The sound was of pad, wasn't it? We know that players can have fond memories, so if he has that in his mind that he's got at least a couple of hundreds here, and that could be a positive. But this is going to be a real test. It'll be a real test for Dan Mosley as well as he continues his development.
Yeah. Abbott again to Hayne. Hayne pushes forward. That's wide of mid-on. That's a strong looking forward defensive shot. As Tom Press runs after that. In fact, he's so strong, it's gone all the way over to the rope. Just a push to the right of Tom Preston. The ball absolutely raced across the outfield. That was by no means a full-blooded drive.
That's immaculate timing. It really is. You said he was in form. That's a demonstration. Just a little bit of induck on that as well, but Hayne was in position and he's just middled it. And it seemed to gather pace, which is a real tribute to the quality of this outfield that's had a fair amount of rain on it today.
Yeah, I think Sam Hayne is really doing himself justice these days, isn't he? Really, career average of 40 as well. That's impressive. As Abbott comes in again and bowls, hangs forward, pushes that up to short mid-on. Little bit of hint of in movement there, but Hayne was well in behind that.
It's getting a similar little bit of induct to what Ed Barnard was getting yesterday.
Yeah, he really did get it to reverse swing, didn't he?
Took him a while to get much joy out of it.
Yes, it did, yeah. Last 2 wickets to fall.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott again. In the sunshine here at the Ageas as Hayne leaves that alone outside of stump, and the ball holds its line on this occasion through to Ben Brown.
It is the bluest tranche of sky that we've had above the ground all morning or afternoon. Just there's a bit more cloud to come after it, but it's a bit more encouraging.
Yeah, I think best part of the day now, and it's set like this for a while, isn't it?
Little shadows emerging behind the players, like mini versions of themselves.
Abbott comes in again then to Sam Hayne on 5. Abbott bowls, gets one that just nips back, and that's whipped down to fine leg by Hayne, who will move on to 6. 101 for 3 then Warwickshire. They are behind Hampshire at the end of that over by 128.
It's Hive in the strike. He hasn't. He's faced all 12 deliveries since the break. Sam Hain, Barnard, Burgess and Wokes at 6, 7 and 8. Briggs, who can be very well organised at 9. And then Rushworth and Hannon Dolby very much competing in that 10 and 11 slot.
It's a good contest.
It's a fairly even contest. At the moment, Rushworth has been getting the benefit of the doubt on that one. He has slightly more shots than Hannon Dolby, but looks slightly less solid. As Mohammed Abbas continues and bowls the bouncer, which Hain ducks under. Sparingly used that by Mohammed Abbas, but you never quite know. The surprise element is there.
Yeah, he's been encouraged by the other guys over the last year or so to bowl some bouncers. There's one never to really bowl hardly any if at all, but the guy said no, just let him have it.
It's quite a skiddy bouncer, that, actually.
Actually, it wasn't a bad one, actually.
No.
Certainly wouldn't be one that you'd walk into the shop for.
It's the right line. I doubt that this next delivery will be as short, and it isn't. It was a bit shorter than you might like, and it seams away quite nicely, curves towards somewhere between first and second slip, but it started out in an area that meant that Sam Hain had no real need to offer a stroke.
I think when the ball has, when the shape on the ball is like that as a bowler, I think you almost bowl it and you admire it. You're obviously disappointed that it's slightly too wide and the batter's left it, but I think just the shape, you almost on your follow through, just look at the ball and admire the shape on that. That's one of those.
You admire the shine on it as well for the fact that it's still doing that. He approaches once more, and that's straighter, but too straight. And Hain can flick it through square leg for 4, and again with very tidy timing, Hain. He moves into double figures. He's got 10, Warwickshire 105 for 3, and he's been quick on anything loose in the last 2 overs.
It's 2 good boundaries from him already. I know he's in good nick, and sometimes players will play shots like that just because they're in good nick. But even so, they've been very impressive. That one wide of mid-on, previous over to Abbott, and that one there, 2 very, very high-class shots.
Not really powering the ball away, it's just guiding it off the middle of the bat. And now playing and missing and trying to tuck his bat between his legs to suggest that he wasn't. That's a much more difficult line to deal with from Mohammed Abbas. Hain will wander off and just try and put that one out of his mind.
Yeah, there's just enough there for Abbas. Shape away. Batter knows that he's got the one that comes back. Just got to get that one that shapes away a little straighter. Fraction straighter. We're only talking of fractions.
Yeah, it's really hard not to offer a batter a delivery as good as that. And this one's that little bit straighter. It's a hurried defensive from Hain without really getting the feet going, but he's able to dink it out into the offside. Ian Holland does the fielding from mid-off. It remains 105 for 3.
27 years old now, Sam Hain. He's been around for you guys for a while, isn't he, really? I know.
Yeah, well, he broke Ian Bell's record as the Bears' youngest ever championship centurion when he made 100 at Northampton. Mohammed Abbas in once more and defended back down the track into the bowler's follow through. Ended the over 105 for 3. His reputation sort of from 2018 onwards has been outstanding white ball cricketer, particularly in the 50 over format. I think he still does have the highest average for any English qualified batsman in that format without playing for England. And he's been around the Lions a wee bit. I just think that last season he really rededicated himself as a red ball batsman as well. And has started to go well. I mean, I think you were digging out the stats for last season in the championship for Warwickshire. I think he probably must have been the best of the batsmen last year.
Yeah, over 60 average. I think it was about 66 off the top of my head. I'm just looking at his List A record. Average is 57.
So, I mean,
that's
when you're 27 years of age, that's an average that's got some weight behind it now, isn't it?
High class. Around the wicket is Abbott to the left-hander Dan Mousley. And Abbott bowls. Mousley's playing a miss in the ball to a ball that just straightens and bounces. That's a good delivery.
Because this winter he got a big bash contract as well for the first time, which was good for him, and took a while for his team to bring him in, but after some bad results they did, and they went well, and Sam had a couple of very good games. I mean, it's a format where sometimes you 25 off 14 balls is a match-winning innings, but I think it did in the power of good as well.
Also had a little England Lions trip to Sri Lanka, didn't he? In that List A series, that's pushed by Mousley up to mid-on, picked up a half-century in that 3-match series. Tom Prest was on that as well. We also picked up a half-century.
He's a fine cricketer. It just, for me, there's an element of going into last season, there's an element of rededicating and wanting to kick on with his career. You know, he's one of the big cheerleaders in the camp as well. He's very good around the place and very positive character. That's
important.
He's got he is one of the humorists in the camp. Sometimes at his own expense, if truth be known.
Here's Abbott bowls, Mousley in behind that one, plays that into the ground, goes to backward point.
You want your cricketers to be ambitious. I mean, this is the thing. I'm a big supporter of keeping the 18-county format, but one of the primary targets, if you're going to play with 18 counties, is that you've got to be trying to bring players through who are going to be able to play for England, or have the ambition to play for England. And yeah, you need some veteran players who aren't in that camp, because they're the ones who are going to test you. Playing against Chris Rushworth for a young batsman in Division 1, he's going to test you.
For sure. Abbott round the wicket again to Mousley, pushes forward. There is a gap through mid-wicket, as Fuller's fairly deep there. And Mousley off the mark, 106 for 3, trailed by 123.
No, we've got good quality overseas bowlers, but you think back to your day when on any given Saturday or Wednesday when you turned up, you might be playing Curtly Ambrose or Courtney Walsh.
There was always somebody,
Sylvester Clarke,
looking to knock your head off.
Yeah.
Every single game. Yeah.
And the overs they got through, those guys, in Championship cricket.
None of this rest up, you can only bowl 10 overs in this innings long. No. They were protected at times, I mean, don't get me wrong. Here comes Abbott, bowls, just in a different way. Hayne leaves that alone outside the off stump, even though it nips back a fraction. They were just protected in a different way, I think. Obviously one division in those days, so if the county wasn't really going anywhere towards the end of the season, they might miss the odd one, things like that.
But you're talking 22 and 24 match seasons back then, 3-day games, and all of the best West Indian bowlers. You know, you drag it out to Colin Croft. Obviously, Malcolm was a genius, but Andy Roberts played a bit of Championship cricket. Michael Holding quite a lot. Right. Patrick Patterson.
He was hard work. Here comes Abbott. Forward is Hayne, gets a slight inside edge as that goes out to short mid-wicket, fielded by Nick Gubbins, end of the over, 106 for 3. Hayne has 10 and Mousley has 1, trailing by 123 Warwickshire. I think the one I'm glad I'd never faced was Andy Roberts. I think even though it sounds silly because I faced all the others and they were almost equally as scary as each other, I think one of the more scarier ones was Andy Roberts, and I missed him, fortunately.
But I think I've left Joel Garner out of that, who I had great fun getting an autograph off at Worcester once. but yeah, I think that whilst he might not have been as good, as talented, and didn't have the international career of the others, Sylvester Clarke on a fast oval wicket must have been as tough as anything.
That was hard work. Hard work. Ball just ballooned at you from nowhere. Yeah. Fun if you lasted well, was it fun? I think if you sort of felt that for a small amount of time that you matched him, it actually was fun, but you knew somewhere along the line that was the game was up.
It's hugely satisfying if you did that.
Yeah, got it. I remember hooking him once at Lord's.
So having a pass, we're getting a new over. Left alone outside off stump. What did he do next ball?
I can't remember. All I remember, because it was one of my few games at Middlesex in the early mid 80s, and I remember hooking him, and I actually did hook him in front of square, and I just remember having this feeling of pride just engulfed me, and I thought, I really want to jump up and down with joy, but I can't show it to anybody.
Especially not him.
It was so funny. No, it was weird, as it really was. I felt so much pride in that shot. It was unbelievable.
Fowler Bass once more to the left-handed Mosley, who gets forward but not quite a straight bat as he guides that out into the offside. I mean, how on my list as a kid growing up I can have so far left Wayne Daniel off? That's very bad on my part. Another tremendous bowler, Winston Davis.
Yeah, Winston Davis faced him a few times.
Yeah. Warwickshire late 80s, early 90s had a couple of years with Tony Merrick, who again was a bit down the list, but
faced him a few times.
He had big shoulders, Tony Merrick.
He got pace and bounce from nowhere as well.
Yeah.
Quite a short run up from what I remember.
He used to mix his run up quite a bit as Mohamed Abbas approaches once more. And he's come down the wicket here, Mosley. He's going to create an angle for himself. Turns it towards mid-wicket where Nick Gubbins picks up. And there's no run. The score remains 106 for 3. I remember one of the early NatWest games in a minor county kind of edge battle. They always seem to get drawn at home, Warwickshire. And very rarely got into trouble. But he decided he'd come off 4 paces and the batsmen still weren't seeing it.
No, they wouldn't.
Because he was all shoulder.
He was, yeah.
And his Warwickshire career was shortened by the fact that he was sharing time with an emerging raw South African quick who turned out to be quite handy. Mohamed Abbas is steered towards mid-wicket again by Mosley in rather more conventional style, and again Gubbins picks up. In their first year together, you fancied Merrick to play rather than Alan Donald, who of course I was referring to, because Alan was struggling to hit the cut strip at fierce pace, but the wicketkeeper wanted to stand on the boundary. He didn't quite know where it was going. Once he started getting it right, wow.
Yeah, I faced him a few times as well. I always thought he was very much a thinking bowler's bowler.
Yeah.
Donald. Very much tried to work out how to get you out. I know they all do, but more so him.
This time it's up towards mid-on from Mosley. Mohamed Abbas hasn't quite necessarily got the line to the left-hander that he wants at the moment.
No.
Probably too straight.
Yeah, and I think on the whole, it's moving a little bit, but not as much as it was pre-lunch in that 35 minutes. It didn't move loads, but it just seemed to move more frequently.
And he's going to come round the wicket.
That's a good move.
For the final ball of the over. Your top bowlers don't think, oh, well, next over I'll go round the wicket. They think, well, it may only be one ball, but let's have a look. Let's have a look at a different angle. Let's see what I've got. The 3 slips crouched down as Mohamed Abbas approaches, and he's got the angle wrong as well. He's fired it into the pads of Mosley. There could have been what would have been a rather short leg by run. They choose wisely not to because Ben Brown was there quickly. End of the over. Another maiden for Abbas. 1 for 22 from 15. He's as accurate as always. But it's interesting. I know it's a mixture of yesterday and today, but the two of them have got through 30 of the 42 overs so far. And if Warwickshire could get through the next half hour, that load may pay off for the batting team later in the day.
Well, I'd hope they've got plenty of energy because they've had a week off, and the game against Northants didn't go anywhere near the distance that we thought it would. The third day, I think Hampshire only bowled about 30 odd overs. So you would hope that there's a bit more energy in the tank on the 5th of May than perhaps there otherwise might have been. Here's Abbott bowls to Hayne. It's full. It's driven back to Abbott, slightly uppish. It's Abbott around the ankles. I think he just about got his hands down in time. Score remains on 106 for 3. The sun, there's a little bit more sun since lunch than we've had this morning, which may just be one of the reasons why perhaps Abbott hasn't quite got the ball to talk off the seam as he did before the break. Still a little bit there for him though. 2 for 42 into his 16th. Warwickshire trailing by 123, started the day trailing by 147. Here's Abbott again, bowls to Hayne, it's full. Hayne pushes that to short mid-wicket, where Gubbins is there. And there is no run. Quite a reinforced leg side field for Hayne. We saw a lovely shot from him. And the first 2 or 3 balls he faced, pushing Abbott wide of mid-on. Really strong shot for 4, and Hampshire have got their mid-wicket a little deeper, but just over the right-hand shoulder of Gubbins, and then pressed at mid-on fairly straight. So that's quite a hefty field in that area. Here comes Abbott once more and bowls. Hayne leaves that alone. That's held its line, that one.
It's a good field for Hayne. It does cut out a few of his release scoring shots, particularly pushing singles here and there. Makes a lot of sense. Abbott wouldn't very often bowl to a 5-4 split leg side.
No,
but you know.
I think a little, when the ball's nipping back a little bit, I think so, but it's not quite nipping back quite as much, is it?
But you know, that little bit of in dip, any drive could easily be miscued to that short straight mid wicket.
That's why he's there. Here comes Abbott again. Bowls to Hayne, who's pushing forward again to that short mid wicket. It's actually James Fuller at short mid wicket. I did him a disservice. Gubbins is at point.
This week's championship games, by the way, still without a centurion into the 5th session, and that will continue for the time being because Hasib Hamid has just gone for 97 in the Nottinghamshire game against Lancashire. Imagine which Jimmy Anderson still hasn't taken a wicket in a low-scoring game. Just a curiosity.
What's going on?
Not 2-2-6 for 9, 12 runs in front.
Abbott again to Hayne. No run off this over yet. Hayne's forward. Pushes that up to mid-off where Felix Organ fields. Good tight line here from Kyle Abbott. Just not quite the same movement as he got before lunch. It's funny, isn't it? The Hampshire bowling, the more you see Abbott and Abbas, and obviously Keith Barker not playing in this game because he's still injured, but they do go through these phases, the bowlers, where not a lot happens for half an hour, 45 minutes, even an hour, maybe even longer sometimes, but then all of a sudden it's bang, 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 and then it might be another quiet half hour, 45 minutes or so. It's a very familiar pattern. As Hayne pushes forward, thick outside edge, there's nobody at third man, the chase is on for Gubbins. I think he's just about giving it up. Then it'll be 4 runs. Slight false shot there from Hayne, but it was along the ground, so there was no worries on that part from him. He moves on to 14 at the end of that over, 110 for 3. Warwickshire trail by 119.
Well, yesterday there were spells where the ball would do a bit, and there were spells where it wasn't doing an awful lot. You know, during the partnership with Gubbins and Middleton, there was a period where they looked in good control. I thought Middleton batted really well through that morning session.
Yeah.
Proper openers innings, saw out quite a bit of time, punished the ball when it was there to be done, drove the ball very well. Unfortunate to go on 49.
I think it just goes to show that if you get in, you know, that you can get on top of the bowling. And so if you don't, then it's quite hard early on. Isn't it?
I think the problem that Hampshire had was that by the time that the ball had lost much of its movement and James Vince was in, he was running out of partners. And as much as Fuller and Abbott played nice little hands, and Warwickshire need to get to that same point with more batting still available. That is the tussle at the moment. As Mohammed Abbas will continue round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who takes a step forward and lets that ball move further away outside off stump, goes a little bit off the pitch. Still the 3 slips in place. Warwickshire clearly taking no liberties whatsoever against Abbas.
Amazing runs per over, 1.5. Must be lovely to be that accurate.
Every time I've seen him play against Warwickshire, they have struggled to score off him. And again, he's in towards the pads of Mosley. You can't get it past Gubbins at mid-wicket. So there's no run. At the end of the over, I'll make way for Melissa Story, who, after a very brief excursion in the morning session, I think she's going to get a comfortable session in here. I think her previous stint lasted several deliveries. And I felt she took it personally.
Did she?
I thought she took it a little bit personally.
Yeah.
She's got a computer out. There's going to be a stat somewhere. This is just back of a length and turned into the leg side again by Mosley. She was the stat guru yesterday. Score remains 110 for 3. If there wasn't one, now she's going to be finding one.
The number of times Ben Brown was out to Chris Rushworth in his career is the one that I remember.
Yeah, it was a great stat, and then she lost a little bit of confidence in it, and then it turned out it was right all along. So I mean, she won. It was a great stat.
Had to be endorsed by one of our regular listeners, Richard Shelley.
Well, that's good though, isn't it? That's getting everybody involved. Mosley strides forward and defends just past the umpire, picked up by Abbott, coming round from mid-on.
In fact, we saw Richard walking around the ground before the start of play this morning. We thanked him, shouting down from the camera gantry. Thank you, Richard.
Oh, that's who you were shouting down to earlier. I heard you do that.
Yeah. There's not many people I shout down to because there's not many people I know here.
Is that right? They all know you.
Well, I don't think they do, really.
Nah, come on. You're 3/4 of the way to being a legend. We'll talk about the missing quarter. Mohammed Abbas, short, that one. Outside off stump, went well above off stump. You see, it's your humility, Kevin. It's your humility. You don't want to be the star.
I don't.
You don't want the attention.
No, I like others. I like others to be the star, and I sort of. You see, that very much mirrors my playing career. I was happy to be one of the team, one of the guys that sort of was the engine room and that made things work, but others took the headlines.
It's what in American sport they call the glue guy. You're the glue guy. It holds the team together.
True.
Mohammed Abbas very wide of the crease, that delivery, angled in towards off stump, and then a wild throw from Mohammed Abbas when he fields it in his follow through. He apologises to Ben Brown, who had to scurry after it. End of the over. Warwickshire 110 for 3, trail Hampshire by 119. Melissa Story will be alongside Kevin James shortly.
Thank you, Richard. So play getting slightly early underway in the afternoon session, around about 1:30. So we've had just half an hour then of this session. Still 70 overs to do in the day. And Warwickshire have added 15 runs in that half an hour. So things tight out there for both sides. Hampshire not picked up a wicket since the break, but Warwickshire not scoring too many runs. Melissa.
Yeah, it's been a period similar to how the start of the Warwickshire innings was, where I think only 5 runs were scored off the first 10 overs or something like that, and it didn't matter so much for the like of Davis and Yates because they were out there and they were getting used to the wicket and the pace of the bowlers in the middle. So you feel if these two can just stay out there in the middle, build that partnership, they'll have Ian Holland bowling to them. It's a change in bowling. 5 bowlers used by Hampshire today, and the graphic on the score, or the scorecard, or the big screens here, it is making me chuckle because we've had announcements kind of go up when obviously batters reach milestones in their partnership, and obviously the 50 and 100 are celebrated, but just then we had 15-run partnership. Well done, we're getting there. Celebrate every victory. So Ian Holland from the hotel end. That was a swinging full delivery driven past the fielder into the region of extra cover. The ball just slowing up a bit, but goes away to the boundary for 4. Glorious shot from Sam Hain. Just lurched on that over-pitched delivery. Is a bit of a loosener from Holland. Just bowled the 5 overs yesterday and was already gone for almost half the runs he did in those 5 yesterday.
Bit of a loosener that, wasn't it? Sam Hain, he's put that away well as well. He does look in good nick. He hasn't had much to hit.
Holland in again. Better line that time, and Hain defends. I always think with Ian Holland's bowling, it's not as express paces as Fuller, or kind of gets that swing, but it feels like he bowls with a heavy ball. Even that one which Hain struck nicely did begin to slow up, and it never sounds quite right. I think Ian Holland must have a separate ball he keeps in his pocket, and it's about 5 kilograms probably. It's like a medicine ball going down there. He's in again. Back of a length and well taken from Ben Brown behind the stumps, who's up to the stumps for Holland. Late movement and just tempts Hain into playing that shot.
It's encouraging, isn't it, to see that ball just nip away?
Especially if the slightly shorter delivery as well. The first one was too pitched up, but the one afterwards a little bit fuller, but that back of a length got the most swing out of all the 3. Got 2 slips in place for Hampshire. Deep square, fine leg on the boundary. Holland bowls a swinging delivery down the leg side, and the ball clipped away into the gap between the 2 fielders on the boundary. Bisects them perfectly. And if I'm right in thinking the fielder down there at fine leg, I'm not quite sure who it is. Is it Mohammed Abbas down there? He just tried to use his foot to stop the ball then. That's the leading wicket taker in Div 1, and we're going to risk him kicking a ball away. Just let it go for 4. I think someone should go put a seat down there and he doesn't even have to chase after it. But do not use your feet. Mr. Mohammed Abbas left alone this time by Hayne. Score 118 for 3. I mean, it's the #1 rule. Don't do the Glenn McGrath.
No, there was an article about that, wasn't there, recently?
Yeah,
On the BBC website about those 2005 Ashes. It was Edgbaston, wasn't it, where he trod on the ball?
changed the series.
Didn't it? Couldn't play.
There's a parallel universe somewhere where he didn't step on that ball and English cricket died. Holland a swing delivery straight, pushed defensively into the onside by Hayne. Completes the over, 118 for 3. The 2 boundaries off that over. And as you say, Sam Hayne looking in good touch. There's a social media hashtag about getting Sam Hayne for England.
Is it?
Yeah, it builds up a bit of momentum every time he scores a half century or a century. You see the hashtags coming in. He's got a big following online.
Do you contribute to that?
If he scores a 50 today, I might convince me. I don't actually think I've seen him play before.
No.
Or if I did, I didn't see him get any runs. So I think he's got to convince me to start hashtagging in his favour.
Yeah, the 200s he got here in the championship in 2019 was obviously a little bit, well, not before you in terms of, you know,
I'm only 5 years
I mean?
old.
Yes, but you know what I mean. Here's Abbas round the wicket. Mousley pushes that up to mid-on, and there is no run. 129 not out in the first innings and 104 in the second as Warwickshire drew the game here. But that was before you got involved with commentary.
Mosley has used his feet a few times in this innings so far. He's not quite finding the success of Sam Hayne at the other end, although it's one of those uneven partnerships where he'll be going, how come you've got all the half volleys and I'm just having to battle it out with Mohammed Abbas? But he's beginning to use his feet just to try and negate that movement Abbas is getting.
From the pavilion end, Abbas again. Mousley works that straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yeah, some of the balls are coming out of the middle of the bat when he's playing defensively, but they're going straight to the fielders. Yeah, Sam Hayne, 5 boundaries in his 22 so far.
Wow, of course, the one thing which they're saying is Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes going to have an eye on the county championship just to see which players are playing positively.
Hayne would be one of those, wouldn't he?
Hayne would definitely be one of them, especially if he can keep going at this rate.
Definitely. 200s already for him this season as Mousley pushes forward. It goes out square on the offside. It's fielded by Tom Prest.
And I don't think it's necessarily, you know, it's easy to think that, yeah, if someone scores quick in an innings, that's going to be enough to convince them to get an England call-up. But I think for me, the runs and the hundreds, you look at the most of the ones in difficult circumstances. And as Richard was reading out the kind of stats, that there's not been 100 yet this week, but there's been plenty of fifers.
Yeah. Mousley tries to flick that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad. Makes its way down towards Ben Brown.
If a player was going to get 100 in this week, when there is bowler-friendly conditions and there's a bit of rain about, particularly tomorrow on the forecast, that would put in a good word for your performance. You know, if Sam Hayne did go on to score big here against a class bowling lineup, yes, there's no Keith Barker, but it's still formidable at a ground which has more recently favoured the seamers, then I think the hashtags will start increasing. It'll start trending in the UK, maybe worldwide. He's got a lot of Australian followers, of course, because he plays in the Big Bash.
Yeah. And in Hong Kong, of course, I guess where he was born. That's wide of the off stump. Good diving stop there from Ben Brown. But he's got the stats to back him up now, isn't he? Over 60 average last year. Started well this year, nearly 100. Well, he must be averaging 100 now because he was 99 coming into this game, this season. So he's got it all on his side at the moment. That hashtag must be on fire. Hashtag Sam Hayne.
Sam Hayne for England.
Oh, sorry, Sam Hayne for England.
If anyone wants to chip in. Wonder whether he goes through it.
I don't know.
Engaging with his fan base.
Do players do that, do you think? I'm not sure. Abbas bowls. Mousley pushes forward. Again, it's gone out to point where it's fielded by Tom Preston. That's a maiden over for Mohammed Abbas. He's bowled 8 maidens in his 17 overs to date. He has 1 for 22. Hampshire yet to pick up a wicket after lunch, in the 35 minutes before lunch, it looked as though they could pick up a wicket any time, and they picked up 3 of them. But things are a little quieter since the break.
Yeah, when the rain started to fall, and in the end it was actually only brief. It lasted for about 2 minutes and lunch was called. It was one of those ones where you just go, if we had 15 more minutes out there, how much damage could Abbas and Abbott have really done? And it looked like they were just starting to build some momentum. Here the favour has probably just swung back into Warwickshire's camp, as yes, there is a deficit of 111. It's still a rather big deficit, but they're only 3 wickets down. Were you dancing just then?
No, I was just sort of looking. Well, that is like my dancing actually. But I was just pointing out that James Vince was trying to convince himself that there was something wrong with the ball, because he was looking at it for ages. He's tossed it to the umpire, Russell Warren, who's now taken over to Alex Wharf, and I'm just wondering, you know, a bit like, well, we haven't had a wicket for a while. Surely there's something wrong with that ball.
2 things.
Yes.
Firstly, remind me to never invite you to a disco if that's what your dancing looks like. And secondly,
that's one of my better moves, by the way.
James Vince has been a bit of a diva this match, hasn't he? Yeah. In the first day, he just started walking off the pitch when it was raining before the umpires had even spoken or talked. He was all halfway to the pavilion, and now he's trying to get the ball changed, and I'm trying to think what else he could do.
He's scoring runs, isn't he?
Yeah.
100 in the last game, 75 not out in this one.
Maybe he bats better when he's feeling a bit sassy.
The ball's been tossed back to the bowler, by the way, so with no ball change.
Ian Holland continuing to Sam Hain, just the one slip in place, but a close catcher. Almost a mid-on position. That one's pushed into the offside for no run. The fielder has stood right off the cut strip. And I think it's Fletcher Middleton. Always stick the young one in as close to the bat as possible. They've got the best reflexes. And he's going to have to make sure he doesn't get in down Mosley's way if he runs through for that quick single. In comes Holland, left alone by Hain, who just raises his bat up to the air, rehearses the shot he would have played, and comes down the pitch to do a bit of tapping.
While we're on the subject of Sam Hain, I don't know if you saw that article on the Warwickshire Cricket Club website a couple of days ago. He's had a police dog named after him.
Of all the things to...
Well, there you
so...
go. The dog's called Haney.
Okay, we're going to have to explore this a bit more. So Holland bowls an in-swinging delivery, good length, can only be pushed to conventional mid-wicket for no run. So
now
they must be a fan of listening to the cricket in the police station.
Apparently, the story goes that West Midlands Police, from time to time, have these litters of dogs, and they name them after people. And this latest litter, born last month, was actually named...
As Holland bowls and is left alone. Holland almost throwing himself onto the ground there in his follow-through. Maybe just slipping a bit, or with that effort ball making him lose his balance.
They chose this time to name them after several Warwickshire former players and current players.
I've got them up now. I've got the 5 names.
Yes.
So we have Haney, Robbo, Ollie, Izzy, and is it Amos? Amos. Defended by Hain. Again, no run, tight bowling from Holland.
I feel sorry for the dog that's called Robbo, but we'll move on. But yeah, Dennis Amos, the former, I think he was chairman there as well, wasn't he? As well as a former player, an England player. He was certainly high up, or managing director, I think, at Warwickshire.
I'd be quite intimidated by the dog named after Izzy Wong, because if you were running away from that police dog, it's going to be quick. If it's anything like its namesake. Holland bowling, looking to flick this one square on the onside. Can't quite find the gap, and it's another dot ball. Maiden from Ian Holland. Score remains 118 for 3.
Here, Haney.
That works.
Haney.
I mean, you've got to have a name which you're not embarrassed to scream across a field, because my dog is called Baxter.
Right.
We got him when he was already named that, but he is a Chihuahua, and so Baxter doesn't really suit him. Baxter's a big scary dog name. A police dog should be Baxter, not a Chihuahua. So it does feel a bit weird screaming his name across a field. And then the other name I only call him is Baby Boy. Can't scream that across a field. People are going to think I'm a weirdo.
Here's a bass around the wicket to Dan Mousley. Short, Mousley pulls that away on the leg side, and Organ does well on the fine leg boundary and keeps it down to 1 as well. Gets a good round of applause by the spectators in that area just to our right. Did very well there.
He had the benefit that where the two ends of the rope meet for the boundary line, they've kind of met in that exact corner, so it's a bit spiked. And there's that extra bit of boundary which he was just able to slide into. But you do imagine that certain players, particularly the youngsters like Organ, where he's not had the biggest role to play in this game so far, when the ball comes towards him in the field, he wants to make an impression. So just by stopping that extra run there, it's the least he can do.
Mousley's doubled his score, 2 of 24 for him. He's been facing some very accurate bowling. Here's Abbas, bowls to Hayne. Hayne leaves that one alone. That's a good leave. That's not far away from the off stump, but he just felt it was a good leave.
If you had to name 5 police dogs for the Hampshire or Southampton police, what 5 cricketers would you name them after?
Gubbo.
That'd be cute.
Is that a good name for a dog?
I do think that dog, just from the name, would sound, it just sounds like an ugly dog. Gubbo? It's going to be all gummy.
Vincey?
Vincey's a good
Vincey's
dog.
alright for a dog, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like
I reckon
that.
Vincey we will definitely agree to. Put that down.
Got any others? That's 2 I've come up with. I'll leave a couple more to you as Hayne gets a length ball, works that up to mid-off.
What about Dino for Charlie Dean?
For the Vipers, yes. That's
Yeah.
a good, Dino's a good name for a dog.
Dino's good.
Yeah, we like that.
That dog's going to be a proper geezer.
Yeah. Winnie.
Yeah, Winnie works. What about from your playing
Emily
days?
Windsor, obviously.
Who would you name?
Mako. Malcolm Marshall, that's a good name. Mako's a good name for a dog.
I'd quite like to call the dog Malcolm.
Would you?
It would be quite a distinguished police dog.
Malcolm.
It does the desk work rather than the active field work.
Here comes the bass to Hayne, gets wrapped on the pad there. It's come quite across his stumps though. Yeah, that's not a bad one. Middleton. Middleton.
Fletcher Middleton. I
Middleton.
feel you'd have to go the first name. I mean, Fletcher Middleton
Oh,
spelt
Fletcher.
with the A rather than the ER is already quite...
Here, Fletcher. You see, what worries me now is in my head, and when I go and do an interview, and I'm waiting for something like Fletcher Middleton
You'll go,
to come
"Here,
over
Fletcher."
and say, "Here, Fletcher, here."
Start whistling, get a few treats out of your pocket. He's only 20. I'm sure if you dangled a bag of crisps in front of him, he'd probably come running.
Here's a bass again, and Hayne leaves that one alone outside the off stump. We've got some good names there for dogs. Are you thinking of changing your name, your dog's name now?
I thought you were going to say changing my name. Go for almost like the Beyonce Zendaya, just
You'll
go for
be-
one name.
If you changed your name,
Go on.
well, I'm just thinking, it wouldn't be a good name. No, we won't go there. Anyway, we're just thinking of dogs' names at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah.
Of current players in this game, or necessarily it could be from Central Sparks as well as Vipers. We've got Dino. We like Dino. Outside the off stump, that's left alone. Izzy Wong's already got one named after her. Izzy.
If anyone wants to get in touch with their recommendations, at Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com, or you can tweet just me, Melissa G Story, on Twitter if you don't want Kev to see it.
Why would I not want to see it?
Keeping secrets from you.
End of the over. 119 for 3 here, Warwickshire. Still no wicket taken since lunch, so Warwickshire will be happy with that, where it looked like it was a very easy session for Hampshire to pick up wickets in the short session we had before lunch. And they are 110 runs behind now, the visitors.
I just feel as if, even though there is that deficit of 110 runs still, that Hampshire could just be trying a few more imaginative fields here, because there's not a flurry of runs being scored, but maybe just try a bit of the shorter stuff as targeting inwards around the wicket. There's Holland to Mosley. There is a deep square and a fine leg, same field to the right-handed Hayne, so there is that option for Holland to bowl the shorter delivery. He's not as quick as some of the other bowlers, but he does have that shorter delivery as a bit of an effort ball, or I mean, we're not quite the let's put in a leg slip territory yet, I would say. That would come with more desperate times, but Holland bowls, worked out deep square off the back foot by Moseley. He'll collect a single, and the score moves to 120 for 3. But I liked in that last over we had that close catch, and we had Fletcher Middleton almost stood on the wicket on the onside. It was just something a bit different, and you know, allowing these two just to settle in, pick up, you know, 1 run and over, because that's kind of the rate we're going at the moment, or less than that. But just make them think, say, okay, I've just noticed James Spencer's just pushed someone in a bit tighter here, or oh, that fielding position's questioning, you know, making me think, what's the bowler going to be doing here? And make things just a bit more uncomfortable and awkward as that close catcher is back in for Sam Hain, pushed back to Holland for no run. I mean, they must know something from Hain to have that close catcher in there. Maybe it's that when he plays an on drive it can be slightly uppish, although I'm not sure with the power Sam Hain hits it. I would like to be that close to the bat if I was Fletcher Middleton.
Well, certainly, well, Dawson's now sort of swapped. I guess because he's, I don't know, the fact that Moseley could be running into him. Just put Dawson there.
He'll give him a shoulder.
Yeah, he will. Yeah.
Holland bowls tight line again, push back down the wicket.
Yeah, I'm sure it's an area they've looked at differently. I mean, these days with all the stats around and the analysts, I'm sure they've worked out that there's a fair percentage of runs that Hain hits through that mid-wicket, mid-on area.
Maybe there's a counter hashtag. There's the hashtag Sam Hain for England, but maybe there's a anyone but Sam Hain for England hashtag who are revealing all the secrets on how to dismiss Sam Hain. And they went, just put in a close catcher there. Put in Liam Dawson, get him to have a few words, especially after the lunch break. Everyone's got a bit more energy after they've had some food. Holland bowls, defending with ease. Hain again, back down the wicket. 120 for 3.
We've obviously got 1 or 2 dog lovers and dog owners listening at the moment. Richard Shelley, your new mate at Solent Sport. Surely one of the dogs' names should be Judge, after the great Robin Smith, who played at Hampshire. Still around, living in Australia. Joe at Solent Sport, I think she's messaged you as well. Jonathan Agnew already has a dog called Tino.
Well, there was a quite funny tweet shared on the Barmy Army account the other day, as that one's the same result was Holland to Hain. Dot ball completes the over, just the 1 run off it, 120 for 3, deficit of 109, where Georgie Heath, who I think has done a couple commentaries for the Southern Vipers, she's a well-known cricket Twitter personality. Her dog is related to Johnny Bairstow's dog, and I'm going to have to remember the exact connection.
Wow.
But what was it? Was it that it's the nephew of Johnny Bairstow's dog? So not only are you naming a dog after a cricketer, but it's actually related.
Wow.
I mean, how do you find that kind of information out?
It's staggering. Let's be honest. I mean
Modern genetics.
What a way to sort of get yourself closer to Johnny Bairstow by saying that your dog is related to his dog.
Johnny, I think we should have a family reunion, because I actually read that dogs can experience loneliness if they're not connected with their uncles.
Is that right?
So I think we should meet up for a day out, maybe not on the golf course, but maybe somewhere else. Yeah.
Wow. James Fuller has taken over from Mohammed Abbas at the pavilion end. Fuller was a little expensive last night. His 4 overs going for 22. Here he is round the wicket to Dan Moseley, who's on 3. Moseley pushes forward, thick outside edge, and he's past a 3rd slip. It's not in the air, but it's gone very quickly past Dawson's left hand. And Moseley more than doubles his score now, moves on to 7. And Tom has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the cricket dogs names. It's got to be Keith Barker.
I feel we've gone into this territory before,
Have we?
when we've had dog puns being sent in for cricketers. And it probably would have been in a very similar situation to this last year, when runs were being scored at quite a low rate. But we don't mind, because any email, any communications in, read it out, gives us something to talk about.
Here's Fuller again, always playing and missing outside the off stump. There's a half shout from Brown and from Vince. Stifled appeal. You've also, we've got another listener and watcher whose dog is called Baxter. It's Mike Martin. It's obviously a good name for a dog. At Solent Sport, he says, our dog's called Baxter. He's tiny and very sweet and a big Hampshire fan, obviously. How did you work out if your dog's a Hampshire fan? or fan of any team?
Well, there's certain apps nowadays where you can translate words into barks.
Oh no, we're not going down this route, are we? Mousley pushes that one off the front foot up to the bowler. Honestly, please take this over.
Well, I remember looking, it must have been back in lockdown because, you know, there wasn't much to do. And there were certain apps where you could type in a sentence and it would kind of bark it and whine it out to your dog. And at the time, we had just got a puppy who unfortunately wasn't toilet trained. So I kept typing in, use the garden, use the garden. And other things like, don't bite me, don't bite me. And some of them, I think she reacted to. But obviously, I don't know whether there was a bit of a translation issue and I was being a bit rude.
Wow, here's Fuller. Mousley's forward, pushes it out up to it off. So when you typed in go in the garden, it bit you. And when you typed in don't bite me, it went in the garden.
No, she used to just bite me at the same time as not using the house as a toilet, but she's a bit more trained now, so it's not too bad. But I mean,
are you telling me seriously that almost worked?
Well, I don't know, she was kind of leaning her head to the side and having a look, and I reckon if I'd typed in, are you a Hampshire fan? As long as she wasn't a Surrey fan, it'd be fine.
It's Fuller. Mousley gets wrapped on the pad there. There's a half shot from Ben Brown. The ball trickles down towards fine leg. James Vince runs back from first slip to pick it up, and that's signalled a leg by. 125 for 3 then. Warwickshire in their first innings trailed by 104.
There's a big pile of sawdust just there by Ben Brown's wicket-keeping helmet, which I think has been well placed, because obviously if the ball hits the helmet, it's 5 runs. But by surrounding it by sawdust, at least if the ball does ricochet off someone, then there's more of a chance it will just slow up before hitting the wicket-keeper's helmet.
It's very clever, isn't it?
It's good tactics.
Enough sawdust there that maybe it sort of goes up like a ramp and goes over the top of the helmet. Yeah, even if it has that sort of paint. Over the wicket here is Fuller. Hayne works that down to fine leg. Another single there, 126 for 3. That's the end of Fuller's first over today. And that over conceded 5, so he's going pretty much at 5 and over, and that one went for 5 as well.
The sun's come out, and I think unfortunately the pollen levels are quite high, because my eyes feel like the very depths of hell. They're itching and burning, and I do have to keep turning my microphone off to sniff and potentially sneeze. So, you know, they say us commentators have an easy life, but I'm really battling with nature right now.
So even though it rained earlier, that doesn't make any difference?
No, it doesn't. And I was walking back to my friend's house quite late last night, and suddenly it just hit me like nothing, and my eyes were streaming at about 10:30 at night.
Wow.
So pollen's out even at night time as well. Actually, there's a reason behind it. As Holland continues, good take from Brown behind the stumps, is leaving that one alone. Sam Hayne. I read before that there is more pollen. A lot of people with allergies struggle more in cities because the trees which are planted in cities are all male trees, and those are the trees which release the pollen. And I'm not sure if any of the listeners have also seen this, but there's a massive issue that most of the trees in cities are male trees, and those are the pollen-releasing trees. Leaving alone is Hayne, with a bit of extra bounce from the surface from Holland. And it's basically a massive ecological disaster that people haven't looked into. And now I'm a bit worried I'm going insane. No, see, I did type in male trees, and the first option is in cities. So urban planners have preferred male trees because more of the female trees can shed fruit as well as seeds and pods.
Okay.
But the male trees are the pollen producing ones. As Holland bowls an in-swinger, straying onto the pads of Sam Hayne, out towards fine leg on the boundary. 2 runs collected, moves the score into 128 for 3.
I've got another suggestion for a dog's name. Former Hampshire all-rounder, played a little bit for England in one days. Jesty. Is that a good name for a dog? After Trevor Jesty. That's from Steve, sonofcricket@gmail.com.
Yeah, I think that would pass.
You're happy shouting out Jesty in a park? Here, Jesty.
Yeah, it's a bit like a jester. Yeah. I think it'd be fun. Holland bowls and just hitting Hayne on, I think, a higher part of the bat there, and Ben Brown threw his glove off. I think he's actually hit Sam Hayne with his glove as he went off to collect that one, and Sam Hayne rather graciously returns it. Another dot ball.
At the end of this over, I'm going to get you to come in to me, because you're going to do 30-second update shortly, and then Richard Wilford will come in, and Melissa and Richard will take you through the next half hour.
22 on his back, running away from us is Holland. Forwards in defence is Hayne, pushing into the onside. Again, there's not been many runs scored, but I do think with the introduction of Fuller from the other end, and these two will just bring a bit of change. James Fuller is an exciting player. Something will always happen when he is on bowling or batting, and because he's got that little extra bit of pace, he can bowl a bit wayward sometimes, but Holland bowl was straying onto the hip of Hayne this time. Worked down to fine leg for just the single. End of the over. Warwickshire 129 for 3, and the deficit is just now 100 runs.
Right, Melissa's going to continue. Yeah, there's going to be one or two more opportunities for the batters to score with James Fuller on, but the reason he's on is that he just produces something a little extra that the other bowlers can't. A little bit of extra pace, a little bit of extra bounce, and things like that, which might just produce that breakthrough which Hampshire are still waiting for since the lunch break. Very different afternoon session so far to the one of yesterday, where Hampshire lost a total of 8 wickets between lunch and tea. Warwickshire yet to lose 1. Richard Wilford.
Thanks very much, Kevin. As Fuller was about to start his run-up and hadn't quite noticed that Kyle Abbott was somewhere halfway between the two batsmen, still gradually making his way up towards mid-on. So that would have been a slightly awkward moment. But now he approaches from the pavilion end and bowls just back of a length, pushed out into the offside by Hayne. Was thinking of setting off, but in quickly to do the fielding was Fletcher Middleton, and there's no run. So Melissa poised for the next update for BBC Radio Solent, so I should be mindful and break off mid-over if necessary.
Fills you with fear as the music starts playing in your ears and the hands begin to tremor.
In comes Fuller, guided down into the offside, just behind square by Hayne for a comfortable single. He's 27, 130 for 3. The deficit goes down into double figures now. So we were really quite nervous behind you when Kevin was trying to come up with a new name for you.
I was a bit nervous.
Could have gone horribly wrong.
Well, he never revealed, but there was clearly a thought in his head. I'm not sure whether it was rude. I need to be careful what he's saying behind my back now. I might have to interrogate him at the tea break, find out what that nickname was.
Could have gone booksy, because that's the type of story. You get stories in books.
Yeah, you do tend to get a lot of story-orientated nicknames.
Yeah. Round the wicket now, Fuller to the left-handed Mosley. You can just work that off his hip. Runs the first one hard, but that's all he will get. 131 for 3. Mezzanine, because that's a little story within a high building.
Oh, I like that one. That's actually quite a good one. The only nickname I've been given on commentary is Never Ending.
Okay, yeah, well, I can see where that's come from.
The issue is it's longer than my actual name.
You see, best nicknames are 2 steps. So the first step is because your story Never Ending. Second step is to call you Limahl because it was his song. So therefore, your nickname should be Limahl.
It's got to be that slightly deeper factor.
I think so. Once more, Fuller back over the wicket. That's a good delivery, and Hayne was inconvenienced by that. Back of a length, it was going above stump height, and it's got, looks to me like it was between bat and pad. Just looking, for those of you who've got the live feed, and he's almost chopped that down onto his own stumps, but it goes through to Ben Brown, who takes it and puts his gloves in front of his face. That's by some distance the best delivery that Fuller has produced. That's the really testing length. With the strength and height, he gets a bit more bounce from what's a not particularly brisk surface here. And then he strays onto the pads of Hayne, who clips it so fine that it's on the inside of long leg and goes through for 4. And that's the yin and yang of James Fuller, isn't it? Hayne goes to 31, 135 for 3, Warwickshire.
I think Fuller up against Mosley is probably a bit of a better what's the word I'm trying to think of? Contest. Because with that extra pace on the ball, Sam Hayne will go for it a bit more, whilst I think just trying to kind of just stick him down to the end where Ian Holland's been bowling a really good line and length would suit. But of course, Hampshire bowlers can't dictate too nicely which batter they get to bowl to.
And in to complete the over, and that one's swinging away as it goes past the stumps of Sam Hay, and it was started outside off stump and went further. End of the over. The difference between the two sides down to 94 runs now. Warwickshire 135 for 3.
In this situation, as James Vince, do you just continue to bowl these two, Holland and Fuller, and wait for the Warwickshire bowlers to make a mistake, or do you make a change in the bowling? Who do you think he would make a change in the bowling for?
No, I'm not going to take credit for what's about to happen, but what I'm going to say is that clearly your instincts are right, because your inference is they need to change something, and they're going to do that. And Liam Dawson had a nice little spell just before the close last night. He's going to come on now, and I think that is a sign that he feels he's got to make an adjustment. The two main strike bowlers have bowled a lot of overs. So, as always, Melissa, your cricketing instinct is on the nose.
And it's crazy that I haven't been appointed as a coach of an IPL team yet.
Yet. No, you're too young.
Another year or two?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got to be able to sit there and pose for the camera and all that.
Oh, I'm fantastic at doing that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you good for that?
Proper social media poser.
Tremendous.
Liam Dawson then has a slip for the left-handed Mosley. Short leg, 45. Someone on the deep point boundary and a deep mid-wicket. It's a slightly strange field. Also someone hanging about it long on is driving as Mosley, but not timed, straight to extra cover. Yeah, the fielder, Tom Prest, is at mid-on, but he's halfway between the boundary and that imaginary inner ring. Clearly just seeing if Mosley's tempted into the big shot here. He's not, he sweeps, doesn't time it, straight to Kyle Abbott, a short fine leg.
I don't think Dawson will be too disappointed to see him pull out the sweep that soon.
Just ready for a quick 30-second update in just a second. Here we go, Well, the score here is 135 for 3, with Warwickshire trailing Hampshire's first innings score of 229 by 94 runs. After a disappointing evening yesterday and Warwickshire ending the day 82 for none, there's been a lot more on offer for Hampshire's bowlers today. Mohammed Abbas with 1 wicket, Alex Davis for 51, and 2 wickets for Kyle Abbott of Rob Yates and Will Rhodes. Sam Hain and Dan Mosley in the middle now for Warwickshire, going along comfortably with the score 135 for 3.
Just hearing that report, ball that was too full to sweep that just passed off stump as Mosley failed to get anything on it as well.
Dawson bowls, pushed off the back foot by Mosley. I mean, it is always the thing you worry about when the update's coming. If a wicket falls in that moment and your mind goes blank on what to do.
Or you're checking a stat on a sheet of paper. Yeah.
And you miss the big delivery.
Well, it was as smooth as anything.
Dawson bowls, reverse sweep attempted from Mosley, and no vocal appeal, but Dawson raised his arms slightly, reduced them to the back of his head, and his first over is a maiden, 135 for 3. Nice to see there that Mosley, who he's 8 off 38, he hasn't exactly been scoring as freely as Sam Hain, but he did try that reverse sweep against Dawson, and he is a bowler who, if you let him settle and kind of hold down one end, you know, he could be bowling for the rest of the evening essentially and just not giving away any runs. But if you attack him early on, it can tend to just throw him off his length a bit.
It's an interesting balancing act, because for all that the stats so far in this innings wouldn't suggest it, Dan Mosley's naturally an attacking, positive batsman. And the state of the game when he came in, with the 3 wickets going down for 13 in that much abbreviated morning session, means that he's had to dig in, particularly when Mohammed Abbas bowled quite a lot to him. And my word, he's learning a lot, by the way, as he does it against that sort of bowler. And there he's probably gone a little bit too hard too soon against Dawson, attempting 2 sweeps and a reverse in 1 over and not really making much contact. As the new over from Fuller starts with another ball down the leg side, this time as Hain clips it off his pads, it doesn't go too fine for Tom Prest. He can come across and keep it down to a single. 32 to Hain, 136 for 3. And I think he'll want to be aggressive against Dawson for exactly that reason, that you say that otherwise he could bowl 25 overs unchanged, and it'll give James Vince the freedom then just to give short spells to his frontline seamers. But he might be thinking he ought to give it a bit of a look first. As he now prepares to face Fuller, he comes round the wicket, way outside off stump, and he's stretching to try and get something on that, Mosley. Low bounce through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, it was a unusual shot there from Mosley, as you say, where he showed so much patience out there, and tempted by the full wide one. I mean, there's only 2 fielders in front of square on the offside, so a bit of bat on it and probably would have sailed away.
A little bit of sawdust to run past for Fuller as he hurtles in once more. Very short bouncer, well over the head of Mosley. I think that would have been a wide in one-day cricket. For the first time in this match, this real sun glistening off the cars in the upper car park, which sort of above the level of the highest seats in the pavilion as we look across.
Certainly. I mean, are they at the same height you think we are? Because we're on a bit of a slope and then we're also in a bowl. Or are the cars higher than us?
I think quite similar to our height. Fuller once again short outside off stump, guided down towards a wide third by Mosley for his 9th run, 137 for 3. I'm trying to work out whether I can see the top of those cars or not. That's the judgment. It's like when you can see the top of somebody's head.
Well, I've never had that experience normally. I guess you see a lot of the top of people's heads because you're quite tall.
Yeah, well, you're tall enough. You're 5'6".
Oh, good guess.
Yeah?
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah.
Good judgment. But I guess maybe I just have a lot of tall friends. I always end up looking up. I get the shot of the nose.
That's the sporty types, isn't it? Back of a length, this delivery, guided down towards third by Hayne. And they're going to run hard and get 2 there. As Organ came across, he had to move 15 yards to his left, but that's well run by Hayne and Mosley. Hayne to 34, 139 for 3. I come from a family of much shorter women. My mum's 4'10". It's when she met my dad at clubs in the 60s, they were dancing cheek to navel. So,
well, I got to meet Stuart Broad at the first game of the year. Got a picture next to him because I am a bit of a fangirl.
And again is Fuller, and this time steered off his pads by Hayne. There's no consistency from Fuller in that over. Another single, 140 for 3.
And when I was stood next to him, of course you know Stuart Broad's a tall bowler, you've seen him on the TV, but being next to him, I tried to look up to kind of take it all in and process it, but all I could see was kind of, I was a bit tucked into the armpit really in the photo, which I'm not complaining, but yeah. Stephen Finn as well, got a photo with him before we actually started working together, and he had to crouch down almost like he was analysing an ant on the floor.
But it's just the same for me in that I've had to pose for many a photo because of the Bears pod blast with my co-host Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's 6'7", and it looks just ridiculous. I saw him this morning at breakfast. I've had a little bit of a chat with him today. I haven't yet asked him about the shaved head.
Please
do. I do want to know.
I mean, so this was when you were tucking into the nice buffet downstairs?
I was about to collect he'd finished his. He'd gone to get a yoghurt. I'd gone to get an orange juice.
It's Dawson over the wicket, cut away by Hayne out to the fielder, sweeping on the offside boundary, single take at 141 for 3. Is this the orange juice to go with the full English? Because you did say you had...
I had the full English, yeah full English.
Sure. Everyone knew how...
2 sausages, 3 bacon, 2 hash brown, scrambled egg,
cold scrambled
beans,
egg.
mushrooms.
Black pudding?
Yes, they do little quarters of black pudding.
Lovely. Sweeping is Mosley out to the fielder at deep square, who didn't seem to detect the ball first off, kind of had to quickly move to his left. And then I want a little bit of yoghurt to follow with and a cup of tea. And that's why for lunch I didn't want anything cooked. I've just had a really nice ploughman's, you see. Second day in a row. Are you going to do the full 4 days of ploughman's?
It's a really good question. I don't know the answer yet.
There's Dawson bowling. In defence is Sam Hayne.
If the weather is as naff tomorrow as the forecast currently suggests, then I might go cooked.
We did have some good things today. I think Kevin James went for the Korean beef dish. He loved that. He made sure everyone in the press box knew how much he loved it. Dawson bowling, defending again is Hayne to the offside.
How does he go about that? I mean, 'cause he's a man who's already established doesn't want attention drawn to himself.
I think he wanted the attention drawn to how good the food was, though. There was lots of, happy noises and.
Oh, have you had the beef? Oh, you should have the beef. If you've not had the beef, you should have the beef.
Have the beef tomorrow. Have the beef tomorrow. If you don't get the beef tomorrow, he's not going to be happy. Dawson bowling and going back to one is Hayne, where probably could have gone forward. A good length from Dawson, just asking a few questions. Score 142 for 3. But so you saw Ollie Hannon Dolby, and maybe I'll pose a suggestion for the haircut. As Dawson's bowling again, pushing from the crease is Hayne into the covers. It's the end of the over. 142 for 3. Do you think he has shaved his head to just look a bit more like his hero? You?
It's a strong point, and do you know what? It's not one that hasn't occurred to me. But no, I think it's unlikely. Maybe it's sort of out of sympathy for me. You know, I started the head shaving when I was in my 20s, so.
Oh, you were ahead of the.
Oh no, I just had desperately bad hair, Melissa. Honestly, it was no use to man nor mouse, my hair, and I feel a lot more comfortable since I started shaving it.
Well, I'm always thankful that I am a girl, because if I pull my hair back into a ponytail, typically I have the hairline of Bill Murray. And I just would not have survived as a man. It would have all been gone.
Magnificent. But you could have starred in a remake of Scrooged. You'd have been absolutely fine. Fuller to continue round the wicket to the left-handed Mosley, who turns him through square leg for another single. Combination of Fuller's line and the field that he's got is making it quite easy for Warwickshire to tick the scoreboard over at the moment. 142 for 3 is the score. Melissa is starting to show signs of being a hay fever sufferer here. Is that you?
I've been suffering for a little while, and I've actually sent my friend off just to get me a tissue, because I've been having to do some strategically slams on the microphone for when I need to sniff.
Your timing has been very good. Fuller over the wicket now to Hayne. That's a much better line from him. A round off stump. Hayne looks rather quizzically at his bat after jabbing it out into the offside. And there's no run.
If he thinks the bat isn't sounding too good or it's broken, I'll take it off his hands if he needs it. I'll do him a favour.
So have we done the who's off the field and who's the 12th man? Because it looks like there's a 12th man.
Oh,
so there's somebody with a numberless and nameless shirt currently at mid-off.
So we agreed yesterday, at least yesterday it was Sam Beer, the new overseas Australian player for St Cross, club local to here.
Fuller to Hayne, and he leaves that, I think, as much on length as anything else, because it was angling towards an off-stump line. There's a bit of an ooh and a hands-on head from James Vince. Ben Brown was more intent on making sure he took the ball, which tailed down the leg side. These two have added 48 now for the 4th wicket.
I'm trying to think just who's gone off. Dawson and Vince in the slips. Maybe on Ian Holland watch, because he did bowl a good spell before now.
Fuller back of length, and Hayne almost chops onto his own stumps there, trying to lash it through point. He's got an under edge that apologetically squirts away to the leg side, and he gets a single. 37 to Hayne, 144 for 3.
Ian Holland's on the pitch. He's at extra cover.
Is it Mohamed Abbas who's not on the pitch at the moment?
Maybe. Nick Gubbins is there. Tom Prest is on the pitch. Kyle Abbott.
He may be going for a change of shirt, something like that.
The last one wasn't shiny enough. As soon as it drops to a certain level, they have to get a new one on. They're
shiny enough. Round the wicket to Mosley, and he's dragging that down the leg side. Strangled appeals for a strangle down the leg side, but I don't think he's got any bat on that. Good take from Ben Brown, though. He's keeping wicket very nicely.
When Fuller's coming around the wicket, for obvious reasons, his follow-through is not as long, because the angle he's coming in, he doesn't want to run down the centre of the pitch, but he does come to an abrupt halt. I even saw off the last over the bouncer he bowled it and just slammed down on the brakes afterwards, and you just have a look at it here for anyone following on the stream as well.
As he comes into Mosley, he's driving without any timing. He does stop quickly up towards mid-on. Well, our answer comes because I think that is Mohammed Abbas who's returning to the field now. Is he? He's sort of wandering round the outfield there.
He's kind of waved a bit to say, I'm back.
Yeah, and the 12th man's making sure the umpires know that he's come back on, and the umpires are now discussing it with each other.
Well, Mohammed Abbas, of course, has a great suite here at the hotel. And I've heard the stories that when football teams have come to stay and managers inquiring about the rooms here, the number one thing is you can't have that suite. That's Mohammed Abbas's suite.
Oh, tremendous.
Even when he's not here.
Well, no wonder he was
royalty.
in such chirpy mood when I walked across the outfield and spoke to him yesterday on his way back to the suite. Well,
I think there's a pool up there, maybe. A bowling alley.
Dartboard.
Cinema.
Oh, cinema room. 4 seats. Glorious.
Liam Dawson continuing. Slipping a short leg and taken down the leg side by Brown. Maybe, and I'm just going to say as well, I reckon he's got his own private comedy club up there.
Now you see, now you're just trying to get me, make me jealous, aren't you?
Yeah.
That would be good.
I'm sure he'd let you join him.
He's very polite.
Dawson bowling, pushing off the back foot is Hayne into the covers.
So I see what cinema rooms on these TV property programmes. I do like a TV property programme. And you think I'd really like one, and then actually I've done about the practicalities of it.
I mean, it is just a dark living room. As Dawson bowls, solid in defence, Hayne again, ball trickling to Abbott at point, who rather slowly picks that one up and gets it back to the bowler. I mean, it's a lot of unnecessary expense, and surely you would only be able to... You're not getting the new releases, which you would get in the cinema. So it really is just the same as putting the, closing the blinds and sitting on a leather chair. Pushing in defence again, Hayne. Dawson here not giving away anything as the score remains 144 for 3. I love going to the cinema though. It's one of my favourite things to do.
So you're old school. That is old school now, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I was desperately worried for the whole industry after the pandemic that it wasn't going to come back fighting. As Dawson's bowling, tickle down the leg side, a few hands on heads as Warwickshire sneak through for a quick single. The score moves on to 145 for 3.
That's the 50 partnership between Sam Hayne and Dan Mosley. Good effort that, coming together after that rattling of 3 wickets in for the just 13 runs in that morning session. They only faced 1 ball each before rain brought an early lunch as well, and so adding 50, very useful runs.
Changing up to around the wicket to left-handed Mosley. Flatter, coming right forward in defence as Mosley pushes the ball into the offside, end of the over, just the 1 leg bye off it. 145 for 3. I love how you were aware of the partnership before it's even been put up on the big screens around the ground. Are you doubting your maths now?
No. I know. No. I'm not one of those who sits here. Well, my maths isn't very good, but I can do sums. And
I trust you. I trust
the
you.
clever. Don't get me on trigonometry or geometry. I'm hopeless at those. But sums, I'm all right at sums.
Sin cos tan. Remember all that?
Selly Oak Hospital can always help the old aged.
Oh.
You should be able to work out what that is. As Fuller is going to begin a new over from the pavilion end, bowling to the right-handed Hayne, who's forward in defence, pushes it up towards mid-on. From what you said, what must that be? Selly Oak Hospital can always help the old aged.
Sin cos tan, the order which it goes in.
Yeah, so Selly Oak Hospital, sine is the obtuse over the hypotenuse. No, opposite over the hypotenuse, rather. Yeah, can always help, so that would be the adjacent over the opposite, wouldn't it, for the cosine?
Seeing you say you wouldn't do trigonometry, but you remember more than me.
No,
I was doing this 4 years ago.
No, knowing the mnemonic doesn't mean you can do anything with it. I know how to play cricket, but I can't do it. Here's Fuller coming into Boulder Hayne, who squeezes it towards mid-on, but won't get past the fielder there. And there's no run. A slightly becalmed section of the game, this.
I'm a person who likes to convince themselves they can do stuff they can't.
Ah.
Whenever someone gives me a dare, I never say no.
It's the optimism of youth.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, I told my friend when we were walking around, I was like, do you want to hear my impression of Cher doing Fernando and Mamma Mia too? And it was the worst thing you've ever heard. Didn't even sound like Cher, but I really believed I could do it.
Cienfuegos. As Fuller comes in to bowl. And outside off stump, looking to drive is Hayne, but just steers it up towards mid-on.
And then I said, let me sing Angel Eyes in the Kermit the Frog voice. And again, started singing like I was down at Taunton.
On one level, I would ask you to do that now. The only thing is we'd have to stop you after 7 seconds, else we'd have to pay for the rights. So probably not worth the risk.
No, I'll save it for off-air.
Yeah.
This is the exclusive content you get when you're sat up here in the camera gantry. Kermit the Frog impressions at the tea break.
Probably also available on your Insta account. Almost certainly. Fuller in his 9th over, just back of a length, and it sits up for Hayne to glide it down towards third. The ball isn't offering an awful lot to the seamers now. We're not seeing any lateral movement, whether it be through the air or off the deck. 146 for 3, Warwickshire. Hayne to 38.
Good section of the crowd have stayed in despite the early showers and a slight mizzle at the lunch break.
It's slightly fewer in than yesterday, but not much in it, I don't think. I think there were fewer down this end than there were yesterday.
Well, what are your predictions for the crowd tomorrow? Because, of course, coronation.
But my advice would be stay at home, because the forecast is awful. And if you're close enough that you can change if the weather's changed, then great. Fuller to the left-hander, Mosley pushes out in the offside. They come through for a quick single. Good early decision. Throw at the stumps from Gubbins is wide, and a good piece of backing up from Ian Holland, tumbling on the end of a cut-server used strip. But another run to Mosley. He's steadily accumulated his 12, 147 for 3.
Well, earlier, Kevin James was speaking about abbreviations for the coronation.
The Corras, or the coronation, he said, the coronation.
Because, of course, last year we had the Platyjubes.
Yeah.
Which was a fantastic creation. So I've been looking into potential abbreviations for the coronation.
Okay. Dangerous territory, but you push on. It comes Fuller back at a length again and steered into the leg side by Hayne. Running fast the first one, but approaching very quickly out from the boundary was Gubbins, who was out in the deep for that delivery. And he makes sure they can only get one. 148 for 3, Warwickshire trail Hampshire by 81 runs at the end of that over. Fuller looks like he may be close to the end of a spell there. 9 overs for 43.
So the most popular one is the one Kevin James said, which is the coronation, which I think I don't think it's got quite a ring to it. So I kept digging. We then had suggestions of the Corrie Bob, which
Corrie Bob
doesn't actually really relate to the coronation. I just think English people and British people like putting Bob on the end of things. The next suggestion was the King's Cossie. Quite good. It got a little bit of a smile.
No, he wears that when he goes for a quick dip.
And then final, my favourite one, the Chazzle Dazzle.
Okay.
Sounds like one of Kevin James's dance moves.
Yeah, the joke that's in my mind is one I really can't do currently. When we're off air, maybe, but right now that would get me into trouble.
The tea break is certainly going to be entertaining as Liam Dawson bowls a Fuller delivery, which can easily be pushed to mid-on. Allows Warwickshire to get through for a single. 149 for 3, deficit of just 80 now. So
one of the performances tomorrow is going to be the give it the old Chazzle Dazzle, be that, wouldn't it?
I think, well, King Charles did say that there was a few surprises in the ceremony, as driving over the head of mid-off, one bounce for Dan Mosley. Dominant shot there, just using his feet. That first delivery was a lot more pitched up from Dawson, and actually this over, those first two, we've just seen him give a bit more flight. And actually this partnership now just beginning to get away from Hampshire. 95 for 3 was when the last wicket fell. And Mosley's just feeling that confidence to play those bigger shots against Liam Dawson. It's that mid-on is just slightly pushed back. Mid-off still up in the ring. It's a low full toss, swept away. Good work by the fielder. No, he's missed field. It's gone for 4. It was struck firmly, low full toss. Easily for Mosley to get it away, and it looked at first like the fielder would get round, but poor work out there, and it's in Holland, I believe.
Yeah. Would it been a full toss as well? There might have been a little bit of spin on that when it got out to him, but he'll know he should do better than that.
I guess it's difficult when you're one of those fielders in the deep and things have been going so slowly in terms of run scoring. It's pushing this time, a thick edge goes past James Vince at first slip, down to deep third where Mohamed Abbas fields a single taken, 157, apologies, 158 for 3. So you're kind of not necessarily going asleep, but not much is happening. Then bam, full toss, struck firmly, and you've got to just snap into action.
Yeah.
Bit of spin on it, not easy.
Well, the lad had it before the previous ball, so you could see that he was wanting to get onto the attack.
Dawson over the wicket to Sam Hain, who works this to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and in fact, there'd just been a close catcher, almost a short cover there of that previous delivery, who lasted for 1 ball, and then went maybe not, and has gone back into a very short mid-wicket. 1 ball left in this over from Liam Dawson, who's into Sam Hain, and he's defending with a full face of the bat, back to the bowler, completes the over, 158 for 3 the score, and Kevin James joining you shortly.
Okay. Dan Mosey, it's interesting last 25 minutes since Liam Dawson came into the attack. In Dawson's first over, he was almost too focused on getting on the attack, so we saw a sweep that he didn't get much of and rolled to the nearest fielder, a sweep he missed, and then a reverse sweep that he missed. He's then played within himself for a while, and in that over for the first time used his feet to a ball that was flighted up a bit, and 1 bounce for. Next ball he gets a full toss and he hits it pretty cleanly. Okay, it's a misfield that sees it get over the boundary, and all of a sudden he's 21 off 50, and he's kind of earned that opportunity to accelerate by sticking around and sharing this stand, which is now worth 63. And Ian Holland's reward for that misfield is to be reintroduced to the attack, Kevin, and very shortly I shall be at least away from you briefly. Is that the plan? Is it a brief?
Yes, yeah, you'll be back, hopefully.
Okay.
If you want to be. Yeah, 63 partnership and a 63 runs scored in this session without losing a wicket, which is in marked contrast to Hampshire's session yesterday in the afternoon, where they lost 8, although of course we're not completely done yet until tea. Holland switching ends. 158 for 3. It's Holland to Mousley round the wicket. Mousley pushes that out on the offside, and there's no run.
One question I don't know the answer to yet is, when is tea today? Because you look at it, there are still 55 overs to bowl today.
I'm going for 4 o'clock without knowing.
So you think it'll be a set at 4
Well,
o'clock? That could well be the case. There's another match where that is happening.
Yes, and it's very similar to the situation here.
So that would probably leave a 40 over session in the evening.
Lovely. Here's Holland straight up. Mousley works that to mid-wicket. Listen, we're pleased to get some play because we had an easy morning. Let's be honest, 35 minutes of play up until lunch, and that's all we had. And the players even then went to lunch slightly earlier, about 13 minutes or so, because of a shower of rain. Here's Holland again. He's got the 1 slip. That's James Vince. Mousley pushes forward up to mid-on. He's going to take a quick single there. That's good running because it's just slightly to the left of Mohamed Abbas, and he throws the stump down at the bowler's end. Good piece of fielding from him, but also good running. And Mousley moves on to 22, and the deficit now is down to 70. Warwickshire 159 for 3. Wow, those 3 wickets in 35 minutes would have caused alarm bells in the Warwickshire dressing room, but I guess it's anything but at the moment, as these two enjoy a productive stand, and it has to be said, don't look in too much trouble. It's been a good effort from them. Hain on 40 to face Ian Holland, right arm medium pace, comes over the wicket this time. Hain's on the back foot, tries to find room, doesn't. Ball just cuts back into him a fraction. Ball spews out on the offside. Most of the games around the country have been affected in some shape or form due to the rain. Here's Holland again then. He's into his 10th over here. None for 18. Been very miserly, but just hasn't picked up a wicket as yet, as that's Fuller to Hain, who works that up to mid-on, not timed. And there is no run. Hampshire just waiting for a wicket, waiting for some sort of opening. Trying to get into the lower order of Warwickshire. Surrey 107 for 3, replying to Essex's 314 all out, so they trail by 207 in that game. And the other matches in Division 1, Lancashire in their second innings 19 for 1. That's a length ball which Hayne pushes up to mid-on, end of the over. Lancashire trail Nottinghamshire there by 16 runs with 9 wickets remaining. And Somerset 8 without loss and trail Northamptonshire by 247 on the first innings. Those are the Division 1 situations around the country as Richard Wilford is back.
See all the scores in, yeah, perfect.
Just the Division 1.
It's an interesting round of matches this at the moment, in that most games have been interrupted and disrupted. Nobody's made 100. Some bowlers have taken a serious number of wickets. There's some very competitive games. It would be a shame if too many of them are affected more by the weather tomorrow, because I think the forecast nationwide isn't brilliant. So Liam Dawson will continue his 8th over and bowling to Mosley, who again is trying to sweep from outside off stump. There may have been a bit of bat onto the pad. It squirts behind, but that's 4 sweeps or reverses he's tried now, and he's got nothing from them, and you just wonder whether he needs to just tuck that one away for a bit.
Yeah.
It looked more convincing when he came down the wicket in the last over for that lofted off drive. And this time he plays from his crease and turns it towards mid-wicket. Sliding to his left was Nick Gubbins in such a way that I suspect he may be a good dancer, the way he did that. He moved across like he had ballet classes when he was 4. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Dawson drops this one short again. It's a sweep from Mosley, and that's going to go behind the wicket keeper, and it's going to beat Carl Abbott down in front of the pavilion for 4, and it will be byes. It struck nothing on the way through. I've always felt for the wicket keeper for that one, because he's unsighted for most of the passage of the ball there, and it's gone past his right shoulder and through for 4.
The ball bounced a little bit as well, so difficult for Brown.
Yeah. I always think byes are horribly harsh if the wicketkeeper couldn't do anything about it. We need some other form of extra for that.
What you mean, he couldn't get across in time?
Oh, harsh.
Well, it is harsh, but I mean that's
yeah,
basically what's happened, isn't it?
163 for 3. This is much fuller, driven through the legs of Sam Hain, up to the deep-lying mid-on, Tom Prest for a single. Mosley up to 23, looking increasingly comfortable now at this point. But so that's 5 sweeps where he's only made contact with 1, and that went straight to a fielder. 164 for 3. I'll have to keep a list of his sweep shots now. So I'll stop remembering how many it was, but it's 5 at the moment. This ball to Hain is on a middle and leg line. It offered to grip a little bit. There's not going to be an awful lot for the spinner at the moment.
Not on that line.
No. And the footmarks outside Hain's off stump are way outside off stump. Over the wicket would be the only place he could really hit a footmark. That's very full on off stump, and Hain just leans forward, defends out into the offside. 164 for 3. Warwickshire, they trail by 65.
Got an email just a little earlier from Steve, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm fully sympathetic to Melissa's hay fever. I'm sat in the southwest stand. Actually, what is the southwest stand? That is... Oh, it's the Shane Warne. Oh, yeah. SW stand. Shane Warne stand. I thought it was southwest.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I was thinking, where's southwest? With my eyes streaming, I read somewhere that rain actually increases the pollen count. I thought it dampened it down, but obviously it's...
It depends whether you're a tree pollen or a grass pollen. This time of year it's more tree pollen, isn't it?
Oh, right.
Did Melissa nod? Did I get that right? I think I got that right. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Hypoallergenic. I didn't realise you knew so much about it. Oh, he's wrapped across on the pad, playing across the line. That's a mistake. Total mistake there from Mosley. As that's a length ball, he's trying to hoik it through mid-wicket, and he's caught in front. And Mosley goes for 23. It's 164 for 4.
Yeah, and again, this is the thing. When he's tried to get aggressive, other than when he came down the wicket to Dawson, it hasn't looked quite right, and he needed to continue to do what he was doing, which is pushing singles, looking for 2s, and trying to bat long in this situation, because with weather potentially coming, Warwickshire's best chance of winning this match is to get a 3-figure lead in this first innings, which is not going to be easy to come by. There he's given Ian Holland a helping hand with the shot that he's played, because that's a very one-day sort of shot, the sort of thing that he's very capable of. but perhaps wasn't the moment to bring it out. And I don't want to be overcritical because he's had a terrific start of the season. And he's a really good player, but you can see from his own body language as he leaves that he knows he'd love to take that shot back for obvious reasons. But it's not the way you want to go out on a day where a little bit of seam movement. If you get out to a good ball from Mohamed Abbas or Carl Abbott, you can go back and think, well, OK. But he's given Holland a helping hand there, which is a bit unfortunate.
And it's Ian Holland's first wicket of the season. So that partnership of 69 comes to an end. And you have to say, at times, Hampshire were just sort of just trying to keep it tight and hoping, really, that a mistake was going to be made. And there it was. Just hang in there, and just wait for a batter, no matter how well they're playing, to make a mistake. And then all of a sudden a wicket comes along, and who knows, that might bring two, and then all of a sudden things look better again. Ed Barnard is the new man for Warwickshire, the former Worcestershire all-rounder who made the short move during the winter. And he's next in.
Yeah, it's a sort of all-rounder that Warwickshire haven't entirely had really since Ricky Clark, in terms of somebody who can bat in the top 6 and bowl second change. They had it to an extent with Tim Bresnan, but it was very much the tail end of his career. Certainly as a bowler, he wasn't the bowler that he'd used to be. But he undoubtedly played a significant role, not least with helping out with leadership and experience in the 2021 Championship victory. But Barnard gives them that all-rounder, which really helps you balance the side over the course of a season.
Made 49 in the second innings in the last game in the defeat against Surrey. Here he is to face his first ball. Medium pacer Ian Holland, who now has a gully with 2 slips. As he comes into the right-hander, Barnard pushes forward, out into the offside, and there is no run. Mousley lasted 58 balls for that 23.
I think he only scored 8 off his first 38, and then he was starting to look more confident. He'd done everything that he should do to start to build an innings, and I think, Rob Yates might feel similarly, albeit it's a different mode of dismissal. But that's cricket. There are always players who have regrets.
Here's Holland again outside the off stump, bit of shape, but a little too wide. Barnard leaves alone.
Is this a moment now that James Vince contemplates whether he brings back one of his 2 frontline seamers? Think at the thought that one end, even if it's only for 2 or 3 overs, is one end opened up here for him?
It's been a little while since they've had a bowl, hasn't it? Is the ball doing quite enough to bring them back? I'm not sure. Maybe worth a couple of overs of Fuller, maybe. Bit of extra pace, but it's only recently finished. Holland bowls and Barnard pushes forward up towards mid-off, slightly wide of Mohamed Abbas, throws the ball at the bowler's end. Barnard's handy batter to come in, averaging 33. That's pretty decent from an all-rounder.
Yeah, played quite a lot of D2 cricket. I don't know what the balance of his runs in Division 2 compared to Division 1, but he's a very well organised player. Bowled pretty well yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Had to wait for his rewards, but he was getting the ball to swing. A very handy person to have as your 4th seamer.
Yeah, lovely shape on the ball. Late in swing. People would call that reverse swing. Here's Holland. Bowls to Hayne, and Haynes forward. Slight hint of an inside edge there as it goes out towards mid-wicket, fairly square, fielded by Liam Dawson. 165 for 4 here, Warwickshire. Just that 1 wicket that has fallen since lunch.
If you haven't got the high-tech cameras all close up, you've no idea which way the bowler has got the ball in his hand. From up here, we've got no idea. So,
no.
It could have been reversed, but we wouldn't know.
True. They need to be arrowed onto his hand, doesn't it, really? As that's pushed to mid-wicket, end of the over. A good over that from Ian Holland. And it's just a 1 run off it, including the wicket first ball of Mousley. He has 11 overs, 1 for 19, and gets a warm round of applause.
So let's see what Vince elects to do. Dawson is standing there as if he's going to continue, and indeed he takes the cap off. Just that 1 expensive over that went for 10. Other than that, he's held things very nicely. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 22, and he had got Mosley in a bit of a tangle with the sweep shots that he was trying. And in the end, it was at the other end that Mosley gets out. But he's getting a good run in the team this season. I think that was overdue for Dan Mosley.
I keep saying Mosley, it's Mosley, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got it's one of those weird ones, isn't it? Because it looks like it's anything other than what he once said. So.
Well, the area of Mosley, just up the road from Edgbaston, is Mosley.
Indeed. This first ball of the new over is floated up, and that's a rather more convincing little paddle sweep from Barnard, who gets his second single. 166 for 4.
But the way that's spelt, you would say that's Mosley.
Yeah,
I mean, the way
M-O-S-E, yeah.
Dan is spelt, do you think it's more Mosley than Mosley?
Correct. Mosley area of Birmingham, it's sporting history, that of what was a great rugby club in the 70s. A couple of John Player Cup finals.
Okay.
They were one of the powerhouses of 70s rugby. Forward in defence comes Hayne, pushes it out into the offside.
It's a nice area, actually, isn't it? Just up the hill from Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's got quite a bohemian vibe in the village centre.
Yeah. Nice high street running through it, isn't it?
Yeah. Little floated ball on towards middle and leg, guide out into the leg side. They have a couple of really good music festivals in the park, which only opens up for festivals. It's a private park.
Okay.
They have the Mosley Jazz Festival and the Jazz Funk and Soul Folk Festival and the Jazz Funk and Soul. That's it. Those are the two. Pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. I know Squeeze are there at one of the festivals this year, so that'll be worth going to. Yeah.
Oh, my wife loves Squeeze.
Oh, a fantastic band. In fact, the last 7 or 8 years when they've got back together has been great. As Hayne waits for Dawson, have to wait a little bit longer because he may only come off 3 or 4 paces, but Dawson had got something wrong there. So he walks back to his mark and gets himself ready to come back round the wicket and just floats that up. A hint of drift on that one. Defended back down the track into the hand of Dawson. He's really giving James Vince what he needs here. That element of control. Hayne goes onto the back foot to a ball that was quite low. And he manages to chop down on it, guide it towards a straight, short mid-wicket, end of the over. Hayne's got a little bit stuck at the moment. He's on 40, Barnard has 2. Warwickshire 166 for 4.
Yeah, Hayne's playing it well, isn't he, really? I mean, he's in good form. I suppose, really, he feels that he could just get on with it, but I think he's playing the situation well here. Hampshire have bowled accurately. Only had 1 success. But, I think he's playing the situation right. There's still 17 overs till the second new ball, so plenty of time to cash in a bit as the ball gets softer. Still 51 overs to do. We think tea is 4 o'clock. I suppose we could check somehow, but I think I would go with a few quid on tea being 4 o'clock. Here's Holland, not my money, as that's hit into the covers, and he's found the gap, Barnard, but he hasn't really timed it. Gubbins runs after that one, slides it in, and they'll pick up 2. Barnard moves on to 4. 168 for 4. That deficit now between these two is down to 61.
He's come in looking busy, Barnard.
Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of him because obviously, as you say, he's been in Division 2 mainly with Worcester. Rarely seen him. That's where I suppose I'm fairly lucky, really, with Hampshire, covering Hampshire. Don't get to see Division 2 cricket too often. Here comes Holland. There's a lovely drive from Barnard, and that's 4 runs. That's a beautifully timed shot. Gubbins diving to his left, I think was well beaten. In fact, I think he was diving to his left just as a token gesture because that ball was well to his left.
When were Hampshire last, if ever, in D2? You don't do relegations, do you?
No, I don't bother reading out Division 2 scores either, really. The last time they were in Division 2, oh gosh, 2014.
That's not so long ago then. Oh, 1 season little flurry, was it?
It's round about there. Probably a year out somewhere along the line. Somebody will tell me. That's pushed down to 3rd man by Barnard, who's looked quite busy since he's been in. 9 off 7. 173 for 4. It's around there. At Silent Sport. Do you know, I could look it up. Again, I could look that up, but I really can't bother. Cricket@gmail.com.
That's the level of professionalism that we all aim for.
Well, at least I'm honest. I'm honest. It does show me. It has shown me up in a bad light. But I'm hoping regular listeners and watchers will know otherwise.
Yeah. Or better still, we'll come up with the correct answer so you don't have to.
Well, they usually do, actually. That's why I don't really have to look up too much. I'm very lucky in that respect as well, as Hayne pushes forward to the next delivery from Ian Holland. That's what's quite nice about all our listeners and the regular ones and watchers, is that they will often come up and help me out with things. Now, I probably haven't said that. Nobody will this time, because they're saying that he's being smug here.
Leaving you hanging.
Yeah.
This is an audience participation moment.
Yes, badly needed. Here's Holland again. Hayne again, he's well forward and plays it back to the bowler. I've got no answer yet. There's a slight worry. I will look it up. If I don't see anything in the next couple of minutes, I will look it up. It's around about there. I think they won the Division 2 title in about 2013, I think. Something like that. 2014. It was down at Cardiff, I remember that. Here comes Holland again. That's turned away square on the next side by Hayne. He's running the first one quickly and decides that there'll only be one, as Felix Organ races in off the boundary away to our left, and the throw goes past Ben Brown. And fortunately, the fielders in the covers are alert to that. 174 for 4, Warwickshire at the end of the over.
September the 25th, 2014. Hampshire completed promotion against Glamorgan at Cardiff. A starring role for James Tomlinson.
Yeah, I remember that. Oops. Yeah, 2014, so that was the last year they were Division 2.
So here's the point, after all of that, and after me, saying, there you are, the model of professionalism, you were right. You were right.
Do you know what? And the other thing as well is I knew I was right, but I didn't want to sort of make a big thing about it.
Yeah, that's you don't want the attention. No. That's today's recurring theme. If you find him doing karaoke in a bar in Southampton at 11:30 tonight, please send pics. So Dawson draws Hayne down the wicket, driving into the offside. He doesn't get past the deep mid-off though, so just the single.
I'm on at the Berry.
For 4.
I'm on at the Berry Theatre tonight. That's where Richard's going, everybody. Anybody that's going to the comedy night at the Berry Theatre in Hedge End, Richard Wilford is along there tonight.
We're going to finish too late for me to go.
Do you think so?
Yeah, by the time I've done the editing, it's going to be too late. That's the problem. Never mind. That was the plan.
Yeah.
That was the plan. Do go along, though. It sounds like a good night. It's a bit more air on this one for Dawson. Barnard waits and turns it towards the leg side, and there's no run.
Thank you, Alex Hode at Silent Sport, who confirmed that Hampshire were Division 2 champions 2014.
Yeah.
And Division 2 runners up 2001, 2004. Thank you.
Okay. Very straight delivery from Dawson, just trying to hurry the batsman a bit. Barnard, a bit like Hayne in Dawson's previous over, choosing to go back foot, which is slightly risky. 54 the deficit between the two sides that Warwickshire have got to overcome first, as he hangs this outside off stump, and Barnard will feel he's missed out driving there as he's picked out the cover fielder, and there's no run. But, Kevin will be giving his Mustang Sally, but an unnamed bar in the city centre tonight. Maybe. This one turns a bit outside off stump and off the back foot. Barnard beats the fielder this time. Beautiful timing. Gets it away for 4 more. He's up to 13 off just 11 deliveries. And the gap is down to 50. Warwickshire 179 for 4.
Barry Breen has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. It says, hi, it says, enjoying the match. Could you please tell the person who does the scorecard on YouTube that light blue and black does not work and it's very hard to see. That message will have been heard. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. So whoever is doing the graphics like that, hopefully they might just have a closer look.
Dawson floats this up, and is there an edge there? There's a big appeal. The umpire is motionless. It's a beautiful ball. The previous one turned from well outside off stump, This one has turned from more of an off-stump line. Barnard, the way that he reacts doesn't look like he's terribly concerned, but that was as good a ball as we've seen from a spinner in this match.
Where's that come from? From straight as well, yeah.
Yeah. That's quite worrying from batsman's point of view if you see that. I mean, both Dawson and, of course, Danny Briggs watching will think, well, OK, there's a little bit there. But, yeah, but Barnard's language is not that of a guilty man, is it?
No, leg slip didn't actually go up. Vince, Brown and Dawson looked totally convinced, but the leg slip didn't. Interesting.
It's Kyle Abbott time.
Well, you said that one of the seamers might come back soon, and you were right. And it's Kyle Abbott, whose spell after lunch was 3 overs, no maidens, none for 10. But before lunch, his spell was 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. So he's coming back to bowl with an old ball into the 66th over, seeing if he can get that movement off the seam that he got before lunch. Wasn't quite so much after lunch. And he's going to be bowling to Sam Hain, who's on 42. 100 balls Sam Hain's faced for that 42. He's been made to work hard as Abbott comes in, right arm over, length ball. Hain pushes that up to mid-on. And the score remains on 179 for 4. The over rate, because I know Hampshire's over rates is always a little bit of a concern. It's +1 at the moment, so nothing to be too worried about, especially with Dawson bowling.
Dawson gets through his overs so quickly.
That helps.
Just a slight threat of weather at the moment. We should be all right, but you just note the wind getting up. I was contemplating taking my nice fleecy hoodie off when I come off in a few minutes from Melissa, and she's putting a coat on.
Now there's a clue, as that's turned away on the leg side by Hain. He's coming back for 2 as Felix Organ again is out in the deep, and again his throw misses Ben Brown, and again Fuller is backing up in the covers. 181 for 4, the deficit down to 48.
Yeah, it's just a little bit chillier at the moment, and with that bit of cloud cover as well, that might also be the reason that James Vince has chosen now. You probably only want to see 2 or 3 overs from Kyle Abbott Ian, mindful of the fact that the new ball is 14.4 overs away.
Sometime after tea, as Abbott comes in again and bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Hain. It's just a straight ball through to Brown.
It's another game as well, which for me, that the shift in the batting bonus points, it would be ludicrous with the nature of this game. And let's assume that we weren't worried about the weather tomorrow, but it would be ludicrous for Warwickshire to be trying to chase 450 and 110 overs here. It's just risk against reward. It makes no sense.
Well, yeah, I don't think sides chase that here.
No, but I'm saying I just think that 250 through to 450 is the 5 points that you can pick up a bonus point. It's
high, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, the match situation doesn't dictate that you want to be doing that.
No. But has anybody really been chasing all those batting points? I'm not sure in the games as that's played out into the covers. I'm not sure in the games that Hampshire have been involved in that really that's been the case. Even when they batted well against Northants, it was all about the game situation rather than chasing extra bonus points.
Warwickshire did. Warwickshire went at 7 and over for the last 15 against Kent to get to 450. Okay. So it is on teams' minds, but I know that Bazball and all that, etc., are more attractive form of cricket. However, there are ways of winning games of cricket, and you've got to do that first and foremost.
True. Just the one slip, and he's fairly wide, Vince, for Abbott, who bowls to Hain, who turns that away into the gap square on the leg side, and he moves on to 45 now, 182 for 4.
As a point of order, does Melissa need to be in to do a 330?
She does, yeah.
Shall I get out of the way now?
The end of this over, yes, that's a good idea. It's virtually the end of the over. So Mel's going to come in. Yep, she's going to be doing the 330. Very good thinking, Richard. That's why he's here. Very experienced. He's got all the timings in his head. And here comes Abbott again and bowls. That's outside the off stump. And that is left alone. And that is the end of the over with Warwickshire on 182 for 4. Melissa Story is back, and hopefully the pollen count, or no, what's the pollen? Hay fever is a little better.
Yeah, I've been handed an entire roll of loo paper by my friend when I politely requested a tissue. So I'm well prepared for whatever pollen throws at me. But so far, I'm actually feeling all right. I think it waits until I'm on air and then...
Does it?
Yes.
Attacks you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Vince is showing the umpires the ball again, and the umpires are showing him the ball back.
Yeah, they're certainly not happy with it here, or whether they're not happy with the ball or they're not happy with the game situation and how things were going Hampshire's way in that morning session. Those 3 wickets. Liam Dawson to continue. Short mid-wicket. And an extra cover in close catching, as well as a slip. Floated and driven out to deep cover by Hayne. He picks up a single. Score moving on to 46, and Warwickshire 183 for 4.
Still a slight concern from a Hampshire point of view that there's only been 1 wicket that's fallen in this session. I think they bowled well again. Eddie Birrell thought they bowled well last night. They did bowl well, there just wasn't a lot happening, but I think they'd wanted a little bit more happening than this.
That one's pushed into the offside on the front foot by Barnard, who has come in and played positively from the start. I mean, that booming drive through the covers was delightful to watch, and it's just going to be a good match-up to see how he goes against Dawson here. Will he just dig in or go for the attack? That one he's sweeping down to fine leg, and Mohamed Abbas can't get to that one. He already gave the air of someone who had given up by the time the ball had been swept down to the boundary for 4 and just focused on collecting it. It was not the worst line delivery, but Barnard almost anticipated that one and stepped over into the offside. Left a bit of his stumps exposed, but brought the boundary. 187 for 4.
He's a useful player coming in at number 6, isn't he?
Dawson to Barnard. Flatter. And he cuts it out to point. As Kyle Abbott runs round Fields, and a bit of a wayward throw. Not necessarily a wayward throw, but I'm not sure people were aware it was coming into the bowler's end, as Nick Gubbins tried to stop it just in case it hit Liam Dawson on the way through. It's been returned to him as Sam Hayne just surveys the field. He's 1 shot away from a half-century, but he easily works this into the offside to the left of Gubbins at extra cover and collects a single. Score goes up again to 189 for 4.
Deficit down to 40. New ball due after tea at some point.
Dawson past the umpire. Bowls and defending. It's Barnard lunging forward on that front foot and completes the over. 189 for 4. I mean, it's strange because the runs have felt sparse, and it feels like only a while ago we were going, oh, it's still a 110 run deficit or so, and you know, but these two, well, Hayne and Mosley, and now Hayne and Barnard, they've just slowly accumulated, and it's been slightly painful from a Hampshire perspective.
Yes, it has. They have scored since lunch 94, and we've had 2 hours play, actually. 2 hours play. We started about 1:30, didn't we? We're just after 3:30 here, so scoring 45 an hour, which isn't particularly quick, but they haven't lost many wickets doing it. Well, less 1. That's outside the off stump from Abbott. Hayne leaves that one alone. It's a steady accumulation. I think, as we've said a few times, that tomorrow's play, I think an hour or 2 hours probably is a bonus. It's probably about as much as they're likely to get in with the weather as it is now, but of course that can change between now and then. But assuming that is the case, and then we should get in all day Sunday. I think from a Warwickshire point of view, it's just about getting in front and not having to bat a second time very much. So this innings is key for both sides. Outside the off stump, left alone. It's key for Warwickshire to get as far in front as they can. It's key for Hampshire to stop them doing that and give themselves a better chance of saving the game, and who knows if they bat particularly well in the second innings. Well, I mean, I think generally Hampshire here are looking at the most getting a draw out of this.
Yeah, which is going to be difficult in itself because, yes, the run rate is slow and there is rain. They are relying heavily on rain, but you know, if the forecast changes and a bit more play is managed than we expect, there has been wickets falling.
Shot. A good shot through extra cover. Sam Hain, 4 runs off Kyle Abbott. Lovely shot. He's played a few of those.
Just a quick 30-second.
That's his half century.
Update coming for you all. The score here, 193 for 4, with Warwickshire trailing Hampshire's first innings scores of 229 by just 36 runs now. 3 wickets fell in the morning session, but only the 1 to fall in the afternoon session. Dan Mosley scored 23 off 58 balls. He put on a 69-run partnership with Sam Hain. He was dismissed, but Sam Hain, still out there in the middle, has just brought up his half century, 51 off 110 balls. He's out there in the middle with Ed Barnard. Warwickshire, again, 193 for 4.
Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. So Barnard has 18. And yeah, that deficit's coming down all the time. Sam Hain has hit some very crisp shots, 7 boundaries in that 51.
Yeah, it was. I would have loved to give that more of a celebration. Unfortunately, as you say, the half century fell in the 30-second update, but just the amount of deliveries he's faced here has really shown his versatility as a batter and patience he's shown out in the middle. That one worked to square leg by Hain, and they're coming back, pushing for 2, and good running from the Warwickshire batters. Moves the score on to 195 for 4, and of course, from a Warwickshire point of view, only 4 wickets down now. They could be looking ahead to not only increasing that lead, but also making sure they can get some batting points.
That's for sure. So this is the 68th over of the Warwickshire innings. Just trying to work out how many over. I think there's about the same number of overs that Hampshire batted.
Abbott bowls a bouncer and swings away from Ben Brown behind the stumps at the last second. Easy to navigate and duck underneath. It was at the end of the over. 195 for 4 the score. Hain on 53 and Barnard on 18.
Hampshire's innings lasted 65.4. So they're just over that now.
Yeah, it's been it's a hard one to predict because I feel like I'm contradicting myself, saying, you know, it's a hard pitch to bat on, but then there's not actually that many wickets falling, but then there has been periods of wickets falling in flurries, with Chris Rushworth yesterday picking up 2 quick wickets of Brown and Dawson in succession, and then we have seen a bit of turn as Liam Dawson continues into his 12th over now. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 35 for no wicket at the moment, as that strikes Barnard on the pad. Any shout from the fielders is in vain, as safely going down the leg side. And Sam Hain, one of those players as well, when he's at the non-striker's end, he takes the opportunity just to rehearse his shots by walking back to the crease and playing some drives, as driving himself as Barnard, but can't beat the rolling fielder at cover. It's a dot ball. I mean, he hasn't got much time, Sam Hain, to go quickly dart over to the crease and practice a few of those shots before Liam Dawson's at the top of his mark again, because he's got a run-up which comprises of just about 5 or 6 steps. Flatter darted in at the pads, and Barnard goes back and pushes into the onside off 1 foot, just like me kicking the chair there to try and copy that shot.
Be careful with that shoulder.
Oh yeah, my cured shoulder.
You're in the wars, aren't you, at the moment?
Dawson bowling full flick to mid-wicket. Good diving stop to the left there of, I think, Tom Prest maybe, or James Fuller. It's James Fuller.
You got a thorough examination off Emily Windsor, who's a qualified physiotherapist, we have to say.
In 12 days' time. That's why she was free. Make the most of it.
Of course.
Dawson on the pads again. Barnard Can't beat Fuller at mid-wicket again. It's another dot ball. Yeah, my shoulder feels better. She did some magic, and I know which exercise I have to do now, so I've been stretching it. It's Dawson bowls. Same shot again from Barnard, who comfortably just works it to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Maiden from Dawson, his 4th maiden. 195 for 4, the score remains. And I was able to sleep on my right shoulder last night without too much pain. So hopefully, as I said this morning, the most pain was caused by my friend Alice, whose house I'm staying at, his housemate, putting a wash on at 6 in the morning. Being woken up by a washing machine banging on the wall. And I heard movement at 5 AM as well. So I'm not sure whether one of her housemates never went to bed, or she specifically woke up at 5 to prepare to put a wash on at 6 to wake me up at 7.
Inconsiderate.
It's very strange student behaviour.
What, the fact that anybody's up at 5 or 6 in the morning, or they're just getting in? Just doing a wash.
That's unusual enough. Trying to get students to do a wash. Dry your clothes in a mould-infested room. It's cold. Oh, nasty.
Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. That's a good leave from Sam Hain. So we are about, we think, 20 minutes until tea, assuming tea is at 4 o'clock. 34 the deficit. Just before Richard came off, he was talking about the bonus point system. And Brian Barish has emailed sunupcricket@gmail.com. He says, apologies for the length of the email. I just wanted to put that in just before I start going on and on. It's only about 3 or 4 paragraphs, to be fair. I share the frustration of the shift in the bonus points, says Brian. In general, I don't like the threshold system of getting points at certain benchmarks. As Abbott comes in and bowls to Hain, and Hain's forward. Nice delivery, that. I'm doing an experiment to see what the table would look like under the Australian Sheffield Shield system. Melissa's nodding in approval, which rewards each run, in brackets over 200, and each wicket. This way teams are freer to bat because they get credit for everything they do within that 110 overs. It's 6 points for a win, 3 for a no result or tie, and 1 for a draw. Then within the first 110 overs, it gets a bit more technical, 0.01 for every run over 200. I'm starting to get lost now already. Here comes Abbott. Forward is Hain, another good delivery.
Do we have what the table would look like?
Well, yeah, I think we should skip on to that, shouldn't we? Yeah, that's good thinking. Well, actually, a quick skirt at the table that Brian has sent me, and a quick skirt at the table coming into this round of fixtures is actually the same. Although Warwickshire are actually 4th on the Sheffield Shield system, whereas Surrey, Hampshire, Middlesex were the top 3 coming into this game anyway. So I think it's only Warwickshire and Essex that have changed places in mid-table there. That's short, and Hain ducks underneath. So really, whether you use the Sheffield Shield or whether you use our system, there's no real difference.
But so you are given points for every run over 200 you're making, obviously within those
0.01.
110 overs.
Yeah.
I mean, does that almost incentivise teams more to prepare better batting surfaces? Of course, you know, it's easier to score at the Oval, let's say, than it is here. You know, have we seen a score around the 300 mark at all this season? No, not at all. No. You know, and I don't know whether...
So does that then incentivise clubs, as Hain gets another length ball, which pushes past Abbott this time, to actually produce better wickets to get more runs?
Potentially, especially if it's trying to encourage the freedom to, you know, play your shots and play positive, aggressive cricket within those 110 overs. But does it also push the imbalance away from the bowlers? I don't know. I mean, particularly in Australia as well, using the Kookaburra, and obviously less sideways movement. There's harder pitches, and there's a different style of bowlers over there who will be looking to hit the pitch a bit harder.
Yeah.
But English conditions just suited.
Here's Abbott, comes in again, and short one again to Hain. Through to Ben Brown, nice pace, maiden over from Kyle Abbott, and it's 195 for 4, 34 behind now Warwickshire, 53 to Hain and 18 to Barnard. I think, I don't know, would obviously people that follow Sheffield Shield, I don't know how much you follow Sheffield Shield, Melissa, but I just think to start getting to a situation where you're counting 0.01 all the time, every time there's a run scored, and you get towards the end of the season and thinking, right, do we need .0 this to get in front by point this and that? I think you just get so complicated.
I hope they pay their scorers and their administrators a bit more than they do over here, because if you're having to do all that maths. I mean, I remember 2 seasons ago now, when I was playing for Hursley Park, a team local to here near Winchester, that our manager Phil Green, who does commentary here on BBC Solent sometimes, was having to do the maths for what we needed to do in our final game. And we had a bit of a weaker side and quite a strong opposition, but we knew we had to score a certain amount within certain overs, but we ended up losing the game, so the pressure was on more. And I remember driving back and refreshing the page and trying to see if we'd managed to just sneak past, and I think in the end it was by 0.01% or something insane, where I couldn't even comprehend doing those kind of calculations. I was just relying on the computers and someone else saying that, I promise you it's right, but
it needs to be simple.
It does need to be simple. I like a point system, which makes a lot of sense. Dawson around the wicket, reverse sweep, just paddled up in the air, and calls of catch it. Falls short of Kyle Abbott, who now has to run down to the boundary at deep third. I'm not sure whether, I mean, it bounced well short of where Kyle Abbott was and where he could have got to and where he could have been expected to get to. He's a tall, fast bowler who's bowled 19 overs so far in this game, but it was just a bit of a chance given. Picked up 2 runs though to Barnard, and he moves on to 20, 197 for 4, the score. As Dawson skips into the crease, aiming at that pad line. It's down the leg side and called a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, that's what they do now.
Is it all leg side wide?
Well, if they feel that spinners are bowling negatively, like Dawson's coming over the wicket to the right-hander, if it goes down, immediately goes down the leg side, it's a wide.
Felt a bit white ball
It was,
cricket decision, as Dawson bowls on the pads again, and this time a bit more angled at the stumps, gets forward as Barnard and pushes it away. I mean, I still think that was maybe a bit of a harsh call. If it bowled 4 of those in a row, then start calling them wides. But
no, they've really tightened up.
Guess you can't question it now with the umpire body cams, is pushing that to mid-wicket for no run. I love the body cams because I love shows like Road Wars. Have you watched Road Wars? It's kind of like a police road traffic accident kind of high-speed car chase kind of show. It's sweeping conventionally this time as Barnard down to deep, fine leg, jogs through for a single, moves the score onto 199 for 4. And it was a game I used to watch loads as a kid, and you'd kind of get the body cam footage and see all the police work. I want to get like episodes of umpires. I mean, I don't think it'd be as interesting. I think you'd have to compile a lot of footage to get more interesting stuff, but you know, collate all the fights together, put them in an episode at the end of the season.
How many fights do you see in county cricket?
Oh, well, not necessarily physical ones, but I'm sure there's a few words exchanged. Just big shout there as Ben Brown throwing himself down the leg side. James Vince as well, also trying to stop the ball, and just going to have a look at that replay there. Turn. I don't think Hayne got any bat on that in the end, and because of how sharp the turn was, there was a few appeals. But there is something in this pitch on just day 2. As Dawson bowls into the footholes, and coming down the pitch was Sam Hayne. Probably about a quarter of the way down, and saw that the ball went straight to Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket, and kind of went the long way round to go and field that one. End of the over, 199 for 4.
I think that was a quick spell from Kyle Abbott. With the new ball just 9 overs away, it'll be split. Those 9 overs will be split, of course, because of tea, but it'll be available soon after the break. Liam Williamson has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com on the subject of the bonus points. Liam says, I've heard a lot about bonus points. I think it's worth rewarding teams for an innings lead as they used to, instead of batting points as they currently do, which would still reward playing the match rather than the system. And if you wanted to put a Bazball tilt on it, give a bonus point for the team with a higher run rate after so many overs. In brackets, even at intervals if you wanted to have more bonus point options. That's more complicated. I think that would be better for teams that play on lower scoring grounds and reward match play. Could all be complete rubbish, of course, but thanks for your excellent commentary as always, pushing me on at work on a Friday afternoon. So that's extra bonus points.
For run rate. Again, I worry that would motivate teams to produce roads so that teams could score quickly and freely, and it would disrupt the balance between bat and ball.
Here's Fuller back into the attack from the pavilion end, and that's worked by Barnard down to third, where it's fielded by Fletcher Middleton. 199. I think that's now the 200 up for Warwickshire. Is there a applause? No. Yeah, just from Mel. So there can't be too many Warwickshire fans here at the ground. Oh, hang on.
Oh.
Oh, I think there was one or two claps there, wasn't there? There was, just below us.
Well, there hasn't been much announcement of the milestones on the big screens today, because Richard identified the 50-run partnership between Moseley and Hayne, and that never went up on the big screen, so there's a bit of bias here. Oh
dear. Here's Fuller. Oh, that's a bouncer that's very high. Now, I thought there was a bouncer yesterday. Oh, it's called one for the over. I thought there was a bouncer yesterday. It was called a wide. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a game recently, but anyway, that was quite high over Haynes' head. 200 for 4 then. The deficit is down to 29. With Hayne on 53, carrying on his good form this season. Already got 200s to his name. He was averaging 99 coming into this game. And as he continues to be not out in this innings, that's gone even higher. Here's Fuller. Bowls outside the off stump. That's nice shape, but it's wide.
Hashtag Sam Hayne for England at the end of this game. He's actually earned it. I remember saying earlier I wouldn't use the hashtag unless I saw him get a half century today, and he clearly wants me to join in on the hashtag.
Clearly.
I've got my unique perspective on the bonus points.
Yes.
Let's make it a bit more fun. Kind of like in games, card games, we have points attributed to aces. They're the highest, and you go down depending on the number.
Okay. Here's Fuller to Hayne, and Haynes forward. That's a lovely drive. He's not bothering running for that, or not very much anyway. There's going to be 4 up towards the pavilion. Wasn't quite a half volley, just leant into that nicely. That's out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah,
he moves on to 57, 204 for 4.
Glorious shot from Hayne. He just held the pose down the ground. Didn't have to put too much power into it. It's just pure timing. And shots like that, you know, as a player in form, we saw Ben Duckett play 5 or 6 on drives in his innings here earlier in the season, and he's certainly gone on to get some big runs this season.
That's pushed out on the leg side, behind square by Hayne. He'll pick up 2 more here. Has to run the second one fairly quickly, comfortably home. Moves on to 59, 206 for 4.
So I think before each game, and it can change before games to make it a bit fun, you release a list of points available for shots played. A bit like, you know, a pub game or a university game where it's a bit of a friendly. So let's say it's week 4 of the county championship. If you can play a switch hit for 4, you pick up half a bonus point.
Okay. Fuller's in the game. That's a good leave because that's not very far outside the off stump. 206 for 4 at the end of that over.
And then the next week after that is the paddle. And then it's just an on drive, because we've got to keep the classical shots in the game, or you probably need less than half a point, but for each of those shots played, pick up maybe 0.1 of a shot, of a point. But it changes each week, and maybe we can penalise teams that for every edge you get points taken off.
But again, that would probably not work because not every pitch would be the same. So some pitches you're likely to get more edges than others. So how would that work? Because
if you edge one, so you lose 0.1 of a point, just paddle the next one over the slips and you'll get half a point. It doesn't make sense, and it's not simple, and it's completely complicated and completely silly, but I have a list of things on my phone of stupid ideas to bring to cricket which may be in the 100 in a year's time, and every time I think of something which is completely outrageous, I just put it on a list just in case it comes up in the 100 and I can copyright it.
Yeah, but see, the 100 would be a place to start it off.
Dawson bowling and defended by Barnard.
Have you got all those patented then?
No, but I will. I've got a few friends who are going into that area of law.
Who are patenters.
Yeah. Not painters, painters.
Painters.
I actually have some friends who are painters as well, though.
Have you?
Dawson bowling off the back foot is Barnard playing that out to deep square. Fielder sprints in from the boundary. James Fuller, that's just a single. Loses his hat in the process. They scored 207 for 4. Deficit of just 22, which is probably copyrighted by Taylor Swift. And then Sam Hain just remarking his guard here as he surveys the field. No one on the boundary on the offside. There's a big gap at cover as Dawson continues to target the pads and York's Sam Hain there. He can only push it back to the bowler. There's a deep square and a deep fine leg, so of course with this leg stump line just getting Hain to sweep. I'm not sure how that brings the wicket, but it does contain the boundaries, and we have seen some spin from Dawson as Hain pads that one away with the back of his calf. I'm not sure I'd fancy doing that one. He didn't actually try and angle the front of his pad towards the ball. He just kind of flicked it. I mean, we saw the Warwickshire team playing football before the game. They were playing that kind of tennis football where I think you get one touch and have to do a minimum of 3 passes. Volleyball, tennis, football. As hitting Hain on the pads is Dawson, and the lone voice you may have heard out there was James Vincent Slip, who continued his appeal for a good 5-6 seconds. It was pitching nicely outside the leg stump, and Dawson just continuing with this line. He's in again, straighter, and just moving away from Hain, who has a controlled edge to short third. That's another dot ball. 207 for 4. Got another email?
I have, yes. This is another fairly long one.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, you get little phases of long ones, and then you get a few short ones. Got some long ones at the moment. Patrick Moran, afternoon to you, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I was at the first day of the Hampshire against Warwickshire game, and I wanted to thank you for the fantastic commentary and insights. I'm a blind member at the Ageas and had been in discussions with the membership team about in-ground commentary so that I can enjoy the game alongside others who are sighted. Your commentary, available via the BBC Sports app, runs with an approximately 40-second delay. That sounds about right. Oh, that is T, as I was speaking. So T has actually come 5 minutes earlier than we thought. So apologies, the team's already halfway off as I was halfway through that email. 207 for 4 then Warwickshire, with Sam Hain 59 not out. Ed Barnard is 23 not out. Warwickshire are 22 runs behind Hampshire in the first innings. Just that one wicket that has fallen this afternoon, that of Dan Mosley. LBW for Ian Holland for 23. That ended a 69-run partnership with Sam Hain. That wicket falling with the score on 164. Let me finish off the email and then we'll take a break. At the last game against Northants, that was Hampshire, it was mentioned that the in-ground live commentary would or likely be in place for the next home game. When we arrived, we were advised that this was hard, but no date was provided for when this would be available. A couple of weeks ago, I was at the final of the Women's Six Nations rugby game at Twickenham, and they provided me with a headset for live commentary. When I had previously lived in the West Midlands, I had in-stadium live commentary when at Molineux, home of Wolves, and when I attended the England versus West Indies game at the Ageas last World Cup, I had live in-stadium commentary. I don't believe it's hard, as other venues have been doing this for many, many years. Do you have an ETA on when the live in-stadium commentary will be available? Says Patrick and Guide Dog Yoda. Listen, I know that there were some discussions during the winter with ourselves and the club, and my understanding was at some point this season, Hampshire were looking to provide it. If I'm honest, I haven't heard anything from Hampshire now for a while. I presume it's been worked on. That's all I know. You'll have to speak to Hampshire, although it sounds like they've sort of said that it's not going to happen for a little while. That's all I know.
And worst case scenario, we'll just start shouting the commentary so loud that it can be heard all the way out there in the stands.
There you are. So if they sit at this northern end of the ground, we'll shout.
Yeah, you should be able to pick us up.
Yeah. But our voices will only last till lunch. So that's it. Right. Melissa, thank you. More from Melissa after tea, more from myself, Kevin James, and Richard Wilford also after the break. We'll see you soon. back to the Ageas Bowl, where we're a couple of minutes away from getting underway the afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. At tea then, Warwickshire in their first innings 207 for 4. They trail Hampshire by just 22 runs now. Sam Hain keeping up his good early season form. He's 59 not out, and given good support now by Ed Barnard. He's 23 not out. Just 1 wicket fell in that afternoon session. Dan Mosley, or Mosley I should say, was LBW's Ian Holland playing across a straight one there. He went for 23. That ended a partnership worth 69 with Sam Hain. Mosley and Hain going along quite nicely, and we're getting Warwickshire into a very good position. They are in a very good position. The new ball is just a few overs away for Hampshire, 7 overs away, so that could be very crucial. We didn't get underway until 12:15 because of rain overnight and a couple of showers this morning. 3 wickets fell in 35 minutes before lunch. 2 of those to Abbott, 1 to Abbas. So that's the situation where we're at. Your commentary team for this final session of day 2. A little later you'll hear from Melissa Story. I'm Kevin James, and from BBC WM it's Richard Wilford.
Yeah, good evening. Could be a long session. There's still 41 overs scheduled for today, which will take us somewhere around the 7 o'clock mark if we get them all in. If the light holds. We did have the floodlights on for the tail end of yesterday's play. And Ian Holland will take up the attack from the pavilion end, bowling to Ed Barnard. Wicketkeeper Ben Brown standing up, and Barnard is driving defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. This partnership adding 43 since the dismissal of Dan Mosley, who'd put on 69 with Sam Hain, so closing in on what would be a third half-century partnership. Yates and Davis the others, who added 83 for the opening wicket. So the score built on partnerships, just a question of what happened. This is a key session in the game, regardless of concerns about the weather tomorrow. This is as big a session as we've seen so far in the match, as Barnard awaits Holland, pushes forward out into the offside, and there's no run. You'd probably suspect Holland and Dawson for these 7 overs.
Probably, yeah. Get through them quite quickly, keep it tight, and and see what happens with the new ball. It was a good session for Warwickshire, that one. 112 they scored between lunch and tea for the loss of Mosley. 36 overs bowled. As you say, it was quite a long one.
So just over 3 and over. A bit of a flurry towards the end of that, because Barnard has tried to get on with things, and he does here as he guides the ball in front of square. There is a fielder out in the deep, so it'll just be a single. Gets the scoreboard moving for the afternoon session. Barnard to 24, 208 for 4. Warwickshire, the deficit just 21 runs. I wonder whether there might be a little bit of sort of an after 4 roll up, knowing how much cricket there is to watch this evening to lead into the weekend. Be a tempter, knowing that Abbott and Abbas are going to have a second new ball to have a go with as well. Sam Hain, for the first time since the interval, takes strike and defends the ball out into the leg side once again.
Just seen a tweet here in the Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Is that at Derby?
Yeah.
Some lightning bolts
Ooh.
have been around the ground there.
Sparing Leicestershire from further punishment temporarily, maybe. The ball back of a length is defended back into the leg side. I mean, they're getting a right hammering at the moment. 1-2-2 for Leicestershire yesterday, 2-9-9 for 4
Whoa.
for Derbyshire today.
Battle of the East Midland heavyweights.
Yeah. Second time they've played this season already, I think, as well. Yeah. Lois Deploy is 94 not out at tea. There's a race to be the first centurion of the Championship week. So, Holland is steered square again, this time by Hain. He'll get his 60th run. End of the over, Warwickshire 209 for 4. The player in pole position to reach 100 first, given that weather disruption at Derby, is Cheteshwar Pujara, who's on 97 for Sussex at Worcestershire, so he has stolen the thunder of Steve Smith, which we kind of chuckled about that prospect yesterday, that Pujara was protecting Steve Smith. So it proved.
He don't get many runs, Pujara, does he, for Sussex? Sunshine is out. Quite strong for the moment. I don't think it'll be out for too long. 6 overs till the second new ball. Liam Dawson as predicted, will continue with his left arm spin at our commentary in the northern end of the ground. And, he's got a short leg in here for Sam Hain, and he's going to continue with his over the wicket line, trying to find some rough just outside that leg stump. Hain on the back foot works that away behind square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 61, 210 for 4, the deficit down to 19.
Sometimes it seems unfair when a really good international cricketer goes and plays Division 2. I mean, Shan Masood at Derbyshire last year, it was crazy, wasn't it? I think he's been injured for the start of this season, hasn't he, when he was meant to be playing for Yorkshire. I don't think he's been available.
Has he not? Here's Dawson over the wicket to Barnard this time. Barnard flicks it away almost into the same area that Hain did the ball previously. That'll be another comfortable single to him. Moves on to 25, 18 the deficit.
Now, what James Vince doesn't want this to be is a bit of a phony war where I don't say they go through the motions for 7 overs, but where they're not a threat for 7 overs. No. You want to be at least asking some sort of questions. He's adjusting the field to try and at least get rid of the easy single.
Yeah. And considering we saw that ball before tee from Dawson, running round the wicket, making himself some room there at Hain, and he hits the ball into the covers. Well, I forget who it was to. Might have been Hain, Barnard, one of the two, where it just turned from straight. It was a beautiful delivery, and yet Dawson's coming over the wicket here.
Yeah.
If one ball's turned like that, surely another ball will. Might have to wait a little while, but it's turned away to mid-wicket, no run.
Fletcher Middleton nicely on his toes there to cut out a single because he's been moved squarer. But yeah, maybe Dawson feels it was such an outlier that it isn't going to happen again, but you would wonder.
We'll never know at the moment, as that's turned away straight to Middleton this time. Strategically placed. He's got a big area to cover both left and right there to keep the batters at the ends they're at. Dawson again. Oh, it's flighted. Low full toss in the end, and Hain works that wide and mid on. That'll be 4. Never in doubt from the moment it left the bat. Hain has not missed out on anything like that in his innings so far. He moves on to 65, 215 for 4, the deficit down to 14.
Yeah, really unfussy that, isn't it? He's not had his eyes light up and hit it with power. He's just placed it nicely, clean strike. Get it over the boundary for 4 more. Just 14 runs now for Warwickshire to make up to get back even Stevens, and 5 overs until the second new ball. That's the equation as it stands.
20. They could get a good 100 in ahead tonight, couldn't they, if they bat all the overs?
Yeah, well, 3 and over would get them there, but equally a tumble of wickets and they may have a negligible lead.
That's what Hampshire will be hoping. Warwickshire will be hoping in the former.
That's why this session is so well poised. Either team could take a little bit more of a grip. New over for Ian Holland, bowling to Barnard, looks to just flick it towards third man and takes 2 touches of the right boot from James Vince. 2 touches to get it under control before he could pick out a pass through to Nick Gubbins. It was all a bit tidy when I was watching the Brighton Man United game on my phone last night. Tell you what though, the wonders of modern technology, that you can get a good enough picture to be able to successfully watch an entire half of football on your phone without feeling like you're going slightly doolally. Hain clips one off these pads into the mid-wicket area. That'll be another comfortable single. So just ticking the scoreboard over nicely here since the resumption. 217 for 4 now. Hain 66.
Yeah, added 10 since the break. In 10 minutes. Run a minute.
That would make an interesting session if they kept that up.
Yeah, it would.
Some cloud overhead, not too heavy. The darkest bit is almost over the bowler at the moment. There's a mistimed drive from Barnard, plops no more than 4 yards to his right. Ben Brown in the end comes round to gather. Bit of rudimentary stretching and whirling going from Kyle Abbott, who knows that his time will be not too long coming now. Maybe within the next quarter of an hour he and Mohammed Abbas will be called back into duty. comes Holland. He got the wicket of Dan Mosley, the last to fall. Clipped round the corner by Barnard. They run the first one hard, and they're going to come back for 2 as well, and they've judged it just right. The running between these two has been good. In fact, it's been a feature of this Warwickshire innings so far. 2 more to Barnard, 219 for 4.
Yeah, that's very good. Just get as many as they can in these few overs up to the second new ball. The second new ball will do what it does, whatever it does. But in the meantime, it's all pretty predictable at the moment, isn't it? It's just making sure that you just score a few runs. There's few alarms out there at the moment.
Well, they've ticked over with some risk-free cricket.
Yeah.
It's only 12 runs they've scored, but
Paul.
Barnard defending ball on middle and leg. Certainly earlier, Melissa was mentioning that James Fuller has a very short follow-through. He really pulls himself up
he does.
quite abruptly, which, you know, in the coaching manual would suggest he shouldn't be doing that. But Ian Holland, by way of contrast, has a good sort of 3/4 length of the pitch follow-through with a slightly ginger end.
It's weird, isn't it, how some bowlers do that?
Might ease the strain on the knees and the ankles, as that was edged through. Was it edged past Vince? Was it a chance?
Yeah. Difficult one.
The reaction was sort of muted. That's what's confused me. He's gone to drive. It seemed quite a loopy edge to the right. Did it come off his pad, maybe?
I don't know.
We're not seeing a replay, which would often mean that
maybe not.
What it was innocuous. And that there wasn't a lot of excitement about it, was there?
Maybe it wasn't then. We'll take it back. We're not going to get a replay, so
no,
we'll never know.
Tends to mean the director doesn't think there was a lot going on.
219 for 4 then, and we're just about to get the 77th over underway with Liam Dawson continuing with his over-the-wicket attack. And it's going to be to Sam Hain on 66. Bowles, and Hain just lets the ball hit his pad really as he prods the bat forward as well, but no danger of an LBW there with the ball pitching well outside leg stump. Hain knows that, Dawson knows that. It's just a defensive line of attack here from the Hampshire's left arm spinner. Comes in and bowls again. Down the wicket comes Hain, meets it on the full, doesn't really time it. Dawson's quickly across.
It's a fair swing of the arms for very little movement of the ball there from Sam Hain. That probably rattled him through the gloves a bit as well. Got it wrong.
Still got the short leg in, Dawson. Over the wicket again, and bowls, and Hain on the back foot just steers that into the gap on the leg side. No real turn for Dawson, even though he's aiming for those foot marks, hoping that something will happen. Nothing really to get too excited about. Hain moves on to 67. Warwickshire 220 for 4. The deficit is down to just 9. Probably going to be just in front by the time the second new ball is due. He was wrapped on the pad there, but again, he can't get too excited because that ball is pitching well outside leg stump. Barnard just closing the face of the bat there a little bit, trying to find that gap square on the leg side. Dawson again. To his 16th over here, and it's a little fuller this time, and he's called through for a quick single by Hain. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. Good call from Hain as the ball went out behind square on that leg side. And Barnard moves on to 29 now, and it's 221 for 4. Got a couple of emails earlier. We were talking about the bonus points just before tea. I will read those out actually, because there's a bit of a debate going on there about bonus points and how it affects games and how it doesn't. Hain works that away on the leg side up to mid-wicket. Fuller comes across. It'll be just a single there. 222 for 4 then Warwickshire at the end of Dawson's over. 77 done. 3 to the new ball. 7 is the deficit. Ben Oldham emailed just before the end of the tea break. silentcricket@gmail.com. It's another fairly long email. He's a keen Warwickshire fan, says Ben Oldham. He says, "Dear team," he says, "if you could keep me anonymous, Oh dear. Oh God. Oh dear. Oops. Oh dear. Anyway, perhaps I shouldn't read that. I really apologise. I should have read the first line before I'd read the email. Oh dear. Anyway, I'm going to read it anyway. As I'm meant to be revising for final year uni exams, and instead I'm pretending to work in the library whilst watching your live stream. Ben, I'm so sorry. Here comes Ian Holland as Hayne works that into the gap through extra cover. They may take 2 here as Mohamed Abbas is having to run back a little bit at mid-off. 2 to the total, 224 for 4. On bonus points, McCullum, Stokes and ECB are obviously trying to reward attacking play by upping the first batting bonus point from 200 to 250. With the aim of forcing groundsmen into producing better batting wickets. As a groundsman myself, it's not that easy and the logic seems flawed to me. Surely relative bonus points should be the answer to county cricket's concerns. As Holland comes in from that pavilion end. Bowls, Hayne on the back foot, steers that up to mid-on. I agree that having arbitrary targets is not particularly helpful, but the Sheffield Shield system has similar issues. Instead, batters should accrue bonus points based on run rate above the average for that ground. That's right, yeah, it's a bit of a mixture. I think the new handicap system at golf clubs now, I think, ranks the golf club itself, and then you get the handicap system from that. So, of course, some golf courses are harder than others. I think that's probably what is the suggestion there. So that's pushed back to the bowler by Hayne, and there is no run. And by necessity, we wouldn't know how exactly what those points would be until the end of the season, after all matches had been completed, adding to the excitement. I'd be interested to know how the commentary team thinks bowling bonus points might be considered in a similar way, which is just rate the pitch and then have some sort of handicap system. Loving the comms and loving having streams from all the counties at my fingertips, ideal for exam preparations. That's pushed away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That's from a keen Warwickshire fan who didn't want to be revealed, and unfortunately, Richard, I did. I can't believe that. I said who it was, and then the very first line is, "I appreciate if you keep my name anonymous." What a nightmare I've had there.
Oops, I'm not asking who it was now, because that would just repeat
I'm trying to forget that now.
Oh dear.
224 for 4. Here's Holland again. Hayne on the back foot, forcing that up to mid-on. I feel really bad about that, actually.
Did they say something really bad?
No, they didn't. No, they just didn't want to be revealed because they were supposed to be doing something for exams and weren't supposed to. Nobody was supposed to know that they were watching and listening to cricket.
It's very relaxing, and it helps you if you're revising. Yeah. It helps lodge things in your mind.
I don't know, it might have been a bit of a jolt there when I revealed his name, as that's pushed away on the leg side. Enough of that, though, of course, because doesn't want to be known. So that'll be a single which will keep Hayne on strike for the start of the 79th over. He's on 71 now, Sam Hayne. That's come off 149 deliveries, with Warwickshire at 225 for 4, just behind by 4.
So my house is a hotbed of revision and angst at the moment.
Yeah.
GCSE year for junior. So she should only be approached when she indicates that it's the right moment to approach her.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Really, I mean, it really is a case of, for the adult, it's don't speak until you're spoken to at the moment.
Really?
And that might be that she wants me to go out and get her an iced coffee. So you can't really say no. 2 overs till the new ball. Dawson will continue to plug away, and a stifled appeal because the ball has hit Hayne on the pad outside the line of leg stump. So he remains intact on 71. I don't envy anybody going through exams. I mean, I'm in my 50s now and I still get dread nightmares of exams, or realising I've got an exam and I haven't done the revision. I mean, I haven't had an exam in 30 years. Crikey. It's the things that still haunt you. Dawson again whipped off his pads by Hayne. Will just be a single. Bit of unnecessary laundry going to be done now because of a sliding fielder in front of another fielder who would have picked it up anyway. 72 to Hayne, 226 for 4. Sunshine is out again. Look at it. It's cracking the flags.
Beautiful.
Cheteshwar Pujara did make his 100. His 111 not out for Sussex at Worcester.
I've got to do a quick 30-second update, which I'll just interrupt Richard for. Here we go. And we're into the evening session here on day 2 with Warwickshire still batting 226 for 4. They are behind Hampshire now on the first innings by just 3, and that man Sam Hain, who's been in great form this season with 200s, is 72 not out. He's been joined by Ed Barnard, who has 29 not out. Wickets have been hard to come by for Hampshire since lunch. Just Dan Mosley for 23, the only wicket between lunch and tea. The second new ball, though, is due in just over, or just under 2 overs time. Hampshire will hope to make inroads. Warwickshire 227 for 4.
During that, Liam Dawson was wided for the second time today. It all went very one day because he's bowled the ball down the leg side and they've appealed to try and avoid the wide. And there was no touch on it. But just 2 runs, the deficit for Warwickshire. That second new ball crucial now for James Vince and the home team. And they'll be keen to see what it does. This is floated up again on that just outside leg stump line, and Barnard offers a sturdy pad to it. Back down the track, bit of sunshine glimmering off the top of the pavilion roof. Very pleasant. Bring your coat, but come down and watch a bit of cricket. A good long session to come here. Steered back out on the leg side by Barnard. We still have 35 overs left in the day here. Warwickshire 227 for 4. They trail by 2. And some very interesting cricket ahead.
Yes, and probably Liam Dawson's last over for a while, maybe even the day coming up. Oh, sorry, they just bowled their last over. What am I talking about? It's Ian Holland's. I think he might get another spell, actually, Ian Holland, before they close.
If Dawson was to bowl again today, that would be a sign that Warwickshire had gone well against the second new ball, I think. Yeah. But he has, by and large, done what James Vince needed of him, in that he's gone for exactly 3 and over in 17 overs. Yeah. And a lot of that was one big over that went for 10. He has asked some questions. He's gone into defensive mode for the last half a dozen overs. But he's got the odd ball to bite as well. A couple of biting big time.
Ian Holland then comes in with his medium paces. Hain is forward. Plays that back to him. We've got that man who's at silly mid-on, really. Well, not quite silly mid-on, but a short mid-on, sort of 3/4 of the way along the pitch, standing almost on the cut strip. That's James Vince. That's an annoying position, not just for the batter, but for the non-striker as well, who's having to come a little wider to run between the wicket. Here's Holland again. Hain flicks that away behind square on the leg side. Felix Organ picks that one up, keeps it down to a single. And the total is on to 228 for 4. Warwickshire behind by 1.
I'd say it's annoying for the umpire as well when he's in that position.
Yeah.
Because the non-striker or anybody running in at that end, there's no line. So it's a lot harder to make a line decision on a run out.
Yes, that's true. Very true. Hopefully they won't be tested. Here's Holland bowls. Barnard's forward, out square on the offside. Wants a single. Middleton in quickly.
When a batsman comes out with a runner, which you don't see very often these days, due to occasional law changes, but when they do, and then a member of the ground staff comes out with a stick and the paint pot to have to draw an extra line where the runner's going to be. That's always entertaining.
We've had that here. In fact, it extended virtually the whole length of the square in the T20 final about 12 years ago. As Barnard drives, doesn't time it, goes out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. He had a very long stoppage in the final over, where we had the white line extending virtually right across the square here.
Ramped up the tension, didn't it?
It did ramp up the tension, yes. I think the final over lasted something like, well, I'll exaggerate now because it was 12 years ago, but it felt...
For 5 of those 12 years, that over lasted.
Yes, yes. And extended all the time. As that's pushed out again, square on the offside. No run. Score remains on 228 for 4. As the sun just disappears again, we're going to get that a few times now. The cloud has behaved itself, hasn't it, really? It's done what it said on the apps. We weren't going to get any more rain since lunchtime, and we haven't. It's just whether the light holds one into 7 o'clock, because there is quite a bit of cloud around, although not threatening us. Barnard drives, again finds Gubbins out in the covers, and that is the end of the over. That's the end of the 80th over. Warwickshire 228 for 4, and I'm sure the second new ball will be taken straight away.
Yeah, it'd be very surprising, particularly given the nature of that past 7 overs, which have seen Warwickshire add further 21 runs. So from Hampshire's point of view, not a lot of damage done there. But this partnership has now moved on to 64. Barnard has proved to be a good foil for Hayne, whose innings has been one of steady accumulation, but when he has put the ball away, he's done it with some style.
21 off those 7 overs after tea, between now and the new ball. 3 and over. The innings has been going around about 3 and over. All pretty steady stuff.
And let's think about, I know you've discussed bonus points, and I don't think there's anything fatally flawed with the overall bonus point system. Melissa had a good conversation about it. I think the way that it's been done historically, and there's the odd tweak here and there, I just think please go back to last year's batting points next year. Bring it back down to 200 to 400. Because, you know, winning games first and foremost is the right thing to do, and you know, you don't need to be risking chasing extra runs. That's not Russell Warren's proudest moment, by the way. He's tried to throw the old ball off the pitch and it's not quite reached. The Hampshire 12th man has had to go and fetch the ball for him. He's apologised. He's a gentleman, but
it's a long way.
He just hasn't got the arm. He was a wicket keeper though, wasn't he? That's the thing. Yeah, he's got no arm.
Got no arm there.
No arm. Alex Wolf would have got it, however far you wanted. So let's see what happens with this second new ball. Kyle Abbott will take the first over, and for a moment I thought Hayman was going to chop it down onto his own stumps, because of course there's a bit more bounce about it. Got high on him, and he's tucked it down onto his own foot.
I've also thought that, you know, at the end of the day, there is a balance to be struck, because county cricket needs to be entertaining. It doesn't need to be played on pitches where 500 plays 400 plays 300 for 3 declared, shake hands, just because you can then get all the batting bonus points going.
Yeah.
It doesn't need that. Everybody's bored stiff with that cricket. It needs a nice balance between bat and ball and see a good game.
Abbott in once more. That one gets up around the hip of Hayne, who turns it around the corner for a long single. He's to 74, and that brings the scores all square. Hampshire's 229, Warwickshire 229 for 4.
In a good position here, Warwickshire, aren't they? Really, they can get through this new ball here.
Big if.
They can really put, but they can really put pressure on. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with this ball in the first 2 or 3 overs, to see if there is much there. We saw before lunch, didn't we? I mean, a longer session before lunch, I think Warwickshire would have really struggled, but that lunch break just seemed to calm things down, didn't it?
Abbott approaches, line outside off stump, that goes straight, but also conscious of the fact the first 2 or 3 overs you're often seeing the lacquer come off the ball before you know exactly what it's going to do.
True.
At the end of this over, I will make way for Melissa Story, who's she's just getting herself in the right frame of mind now. She's just looking at a quick sort of mindfulness clip on Insta.
Hashtag Hayne for England, which is growing all the time.
Hashtag Hayne Train, please. Hayne Train. Yeah. Here comes Abbott to bowl to Barnard, who comes forward out into the offside, be picked up in the covers. And there's no run. Just the 2 slips in place for the second new ball. There's a man at deep third. Gubbins is in at the covers. Mid-off, mid-on. Is that a deep square leg? Looks like it. There's an orthodox mid-wicket and a long leg as well. If the ball starts to do a bit, then third slip may well be restored. This has gone for the sunglasses at this point, because the sun gets into an awkward position as well. She comes prepared. Ball outside off stump, guided neatly down towards the man at third. Another single for Barnard takes him onto a score that matches his shirt number. He's on 30. And the Bears move into the lead on 230 for 4.
Yeah, not too much to get excited about in this over from Abbott, but it's early days with the new ball.
Quiet, watchful crowd. Quite an intense period that we're going to go through here. This is driven by Haynes square. He was reaching for it a little bit. There should be a comfortable 2 there for him though. So Hayne is to 76. First over the new ball has been survived by Warwickshire. They're 232 for 4. They lead by 3.
Got an email here from Rich Cartwright. I'm allowed to reveal his name. There's no nothing in that email that says please don't reveal who I am. Rich is in Hales Owen in the West Midlands. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email we're using for this game if you want to reach myself, Richard or Melissa. They've all got their own Twitter feed as well, which they'll give you at some point. Rich says, hi guys, shamefully I've just turned 39. That's not actually the full sentence. But it's only been in the last year that I finally got into cricket, he says, Melissa.
No shame in that.
There is no shame. Admittedly, going to watch Birmingham Phoenix at the 100 got me hooked. I know a lot of people turn their nose up at it. Not here, they don't.
No.
We are firm supporters of the 100 here,
Southern
aren't we?
Brave.
Yeah. Melissa does a lot of commentaries at the 100. Richard loves the 100. And I'm not far behind. Just to say, we've got some new listeners here. Welcome to you. With the game in the last session on day 2, there are still 33 overs to bowl, so there is quite a lot to do on day 2, and Warwickshire are getting themselves into a pretty decent situation with Mohammed Abbas to bowl the second over with the second new ball outside the off stump to Barnard, who leaves that one alone. Warwickshire then 232 for 4, lead Hampshire by 3, so they have 6 wickets in hand in which to build a pretty decent lead. And that man Sam Hayne, who has already scored 200s this season, is 76 not out, and Melissa playing rather well.
He is, and I think if he does manage to reach those 3 figures, touch wood for all the Warwickshire listeners alongside us, I think this would have been one of the innings he would be most proud of, because it has been so patient.
Here's Abbas bowls. Oh, he's been outside the off stump. Just a little bit of movement there for Abbas. We saw a lot of movement in the 35 minutes of play we had before lunch. We didn't get underway until 12:15. The players left the field just before lunch for a shower of rain, and Abbott's picked up 2 and Abbas picked up 1. The ball was starting to nip around. Yates 26, Alex Davis 51 and Will Rhodes for 7, all out in that period. And then after lunch it all calmed down again. Only Dan Mosley was the only wicket between lunch and tea. LBW playing across the straightest delivery from Ian Holland. That was a mistake. He was out for 23. Hayne and Mosley were just pushing Warwickshire along steadily but confidently. And, but that was the only success for Hampshire there, as Barnard is off the back foot there, steers it out to point, fielded by Ian Holland, and there is no run. So we're at the situation now where Warwickshire have a lead and looking to build on it in the evening sunshine.
And what I'd like to see here from the Hampshire openers is when they took the new ball, the first new ball, they bowled a lot of outside the off stump. Mohammed Abbas was economical. He was going at below 1 run and over it at one point, but they weren't, making Yates or Davis play at the crease at all, and it allowed them to just settle in and completely wasted the best parts of the new ball.
Barnard works that up to mid-on, looks for a single but can't find it.
And with these two, they're settled at the crease, they're established. You've just got to attack the stumps, bowl a straighter line. Yes, the slips can still be in the game because we've seen sideways movement. The new ball will swing a bit as well, but they just can't waste as many deliveries. I think at the time it felt like this is fine, we're on top of things because they're scoring so slowly, but it wasn't attacking at all. And so many of the dismissals in the first innings when Hampshire were batting were LBW or bowled. We've also seen similar with both Alex Davis and Will Rhodes gone for LBW as well, so attack the stumps.
That's right. And Mosley, of course, was LBW. That's driven out into the covers. Good diving stop there from Nick Gubbins. Doesn't seem to be a lot of movement here at the moment for Mohammed Abbas, but as I say, it's only the second over with the new ball. Sometimes it just takes 2 or 3 overs for things to, if they're going to move the ball, it will do.
I did see a lot of movement on that bank behind the pavilion.
Yes.
Towards the end of the first new ball, when things were maybe a little bit slow, a small child decided to take it on themselves to repeatedly launch themselves down that hill by rolling down it.
So that's steep. Ageas Bowls. Barnard works that up the pitch and there's no run. End of the over, 2:32 for 4, lead by 3, Warwickshire.
It is steep and it's a really big hill, and this was really quite a small child. So they were going down at quite a speed. I managed to get a video of it because it was entertaining me so much compared to the cricket at some points in the game, but I haven't seen the kid since the last roll, so I'm hoping there's not an ambulance parked at the bottom of that slope that we can't see. But usually during the T20 blast, that's where the inflatable kind of Ninja Warrior courses, I think, which I've never gone on, but I'd like to. But I just think I'm maybe a bit too old.
Do you?
I'd be a bit worried about kind of bouncing on the trampoline and catapulting some kids into the neighbouring woods.
Well, you bounce on one end and then they bounce off.
Oh yeah, no,
20 yards away.
I would bounce hard as well. Abbott continues over the wicket, bowls a full stump line delivery, pushed into the covers, and Nick Gubbins runs around to his right, to his left even.
Yes. Shall I quickly finish off that email, because
yes.
Just as I was reading out of the email, this is Rich Cartwright, who's just turned 39 and only just got into cricket, mainly through the 100. And we did say that he said that he knew a lot of people turn their nose up at it, but we said here at the Ageas, we are firm favourites of the 100, especially up here on the camera gantry. We can't sing the 100 praises enough.
I personally love
You
5
do?
ball overs and not being able to say the word
They're not
over.
over, that's right. Yes.
Sets. Abbott bowls again, full in defence as Barnard. Solid, full face of the mat, pushing the ball into the covers, no run.
And this is exactly the argument, and this is what Rich says. He says he went to the 100, and then a few weeks later started going to watch Warwickshire at Edgbaston, discovering the wonderful world of county cricket. That's what it's all about. As a newbie who's still learning the terminology and players, I was wondering if you could direct me to any resources for beginners, in brackets, books, podcasts, etc., says Rich in Hales Owen. Well, Melissa Story is the king of the podcast, so I'm sure you can direct him.
I can direct him to my new podcast.
Oh, well,
Abbott runs away from us, bowls, pushed into the covers again. Slightly behind point this time, actually, from Barnard. Picks up a single. Fielder from deep third runs in, collects. Picks up the single, and the score moves to 234 for 4. No, I won't. There's plenty of good resources online in terms of looking up the terminology, particularly blog posts. I think if you're a person who enjoys social media as well and hop on Twitter and cricket Twitter, it's a very engaging community of people who like to welcome newcomers into the game. But I actually had a bit of a rain delay in one of my games at the weekend, and we picked up the Test Match Special quiz book as Abbott bowls, driven down the ground, mid-off fielder, a lot of work to do, and misses. Ball goes down to the boundary for 4. And that's disappointing there, as it moves the score into 238 for 4. Just looking at who that fielder was down there. James Fuller, he'd be disappointed in that. He had a bit of a fumble in the field yesterday, and it was hit hard by Sam Hain. It moves him on to 81, so we're into the 80s territory. A good shot, struck hard, and that new ball will always come that little bit faster and harder off the bat. Is that threat that even though it may give you a bit of swing, a few more chances with the ball. Right now, there's not much out there for Hampshire. As Abbott bowls, worked deep point, a bit squirmishly by Hain, and they sprint the first one hard, can only get the single. The score moves on to 238. But 239? Not sure if that should be.
I think it is, because that
Brown.
hangs off strike here. So you'll plug in the Test Match Special cricket book?
Well, I am. I think it was written a few years ago. So we were scanning the bookcase in the clubhouse we were at Dorchester Cricket Club. And there was a lot of Wisden copies dating back to, I think, the 1950s. And I was a bit scared to touch them in case they fell apart in my hand. As Abbott runs past the sawdust at the top of his mark, bowls, pushing for a quick single into the covers, but a field has been put into that point region, which I think is a good move from James Vince. It was all too easy for the Warwickshire batters just to pick off those singles, and means that the over finishes with a dot, 238 for 4, 3 overs into this new ball. So we picked it up, and we're looking at some of the quizzes, me and my friend Bhumika. We were absolutely hopeless. So we tried the first one, where the first question was, who stepped on the ball in 2005? I was like, I know this one, Glenn McGrath. Started perfectly, my hopes were at the ceiling. And then the next question, absolutely no idea. I completely remembered I don't really know cricket before 2005. So we scanned through some of the quizzes. This is a hefty book, you know. This is something, if it was left alone on the floor, you'd be stumbling over it. So we got to the terminology quiz. Now this is what this listener needs.
Here we go. Here's Ageas from the pavilion end, then bowls to Sam Hain. Hain on the back foot, hits that out into the covers. Good diving stop to his right, Nick Gubbins.
And yeah, it was a whole kind of quiz, I think 25 questions on just giving us or describing a situation, and we had to come up with the word, and we did quite well. I think we got 24 out of 25.
Very good.
Kept challenging ourselves. Tried to do the women's cricket quiz, which was only 25 questions in the whole book, but oh well. Didn't do too well on that one either. I got Charlotte Edwards and Betty Snowball were the only two answers I got.
Betty Snowball. Here's Ageas outside the off stump, left alone. Threatened to come back. Not a lot though. That's a new name to me.
Wow. Betty Snowball. She is quite the hero. Right-handed batter and wicket-keeper. Scored 189 runs in 222 minutes playing against New Zealand in 1935, which was the 4th women's test match to be played. So she set a world record for the highest individual innings in women's test cricket. That wasn't surpassed for over 50 years. Legend Betty Snowball.
Ageas, Hain on the back foot, steers that to point. Fielded by Ian Holland. It's almost like you read it off a screen. That.
It is almost like I read it, but I did get that question right in the quiz, the 189. She's got a good, you know, one of those names you'll remember. So if anyone's heard a name like you for the first time today, you never know when it could come up in a pub quiz. 1935 test match. And actually leads us on to a good discussion, because of course there was a rather large international retirement today of Catherine Sciver-Brunt, retiring from all forms of international cricket.
Now, listen, you know a lot more about that than me. What is the significance of her retiring in terms of what would be missed in the game? Outside the off stump and left alone?
Well, so I've got some figures, which will put it into perspective. So, 335 wickets, the most wickets for England women. 170 of those in ODI cricket, the most again for England women. 114 in T20 cricket, the most for England women. Third highest test wickets for England women, with 51, which you may be going 51, hang on a second, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad have hundreds more. There's not many test matches played in women's cricket, so that is hugely impressive.
Ageas again in the sunshine. Hain gets a length ball, pushes that up to mid-off.
267 international games and a 19-year international career. She was called up to the England squad when she was young, and she's basically been that player who's been there for the complete transition of the women's game, from players having to pay to play for England. You know, we were seeing test matches staged at Wormsley, where we saw the Vipers play the other day, you know, international games at club venues, which, you know, now we look at this summer coming up where we have this joint Ashes series. It's been marketed together. None of the fixtures in the men's and women's Ashes clash whatsoever.
Ageas slightly wider of the crease this time. Hain pushes that into the covers. He's looking for the single all the time, but he's hit it straight to Gubbins. End of the over. That is actually a maiden over from Mohamed Ageas, and half his overs of his 20 so far have been maidens. He has 1 for 23. Hain has 82. Barnard 31. Warwickshire 239 for 4. Lead by 10.
And she shattered, you know, any glass ceiling which was out there. She was bowling around that 70 miles per hour plus for most of her career. She's pushed her body to so many limits across, and at times during her career she experienced stress fractures, which at times looked like that was going to be her career over. But she did an interview which is on the BBC website. I would massively advise you to have a look at it, whether you're a massive fan of women's cricket or whether you're not until now. And Abbott bowls thick edge down to deep third for a single. But you know, she admitted, she said it was hard to let go because cricket has made her the person she is. To dedicate 19 years of your life to a game on tour, you know, missing big family events, and it's beautiful, because she said that, you know, she's been to World Cup, she's won Ashes series. The best thing from her career has been meeting her partner Nat Sciver-Brunt, and it was quite a nice quote about that and how they've supported each other's careers and how she'll continue to support Nat's career from the sidelines. As Abbott over the wicket bowls and flicked square of the wicket out to fielder at deep square, picks up a single as Hain moves on to 83, scored 241 for 4, and she just set the benchmark, you know, for any young player my age, younger than that, older than me, have all seen her bowl with a fiery determinism and just passion, which, there's been criticism before of the way it's been manifested, but you can't deny the love she has had for her country and how much she has wanted to put out performances for them and win games for them. Has pushed off the back foot, chance of a run out shy at the non-striker's end, and it strikes Barnard on the hand. He's thrown his bat on the floor. He's ran about 10 yards further from the wicket. He's shaking his hand. He's taken his glove off.
That's
it was
painful.
A quick throw into the non-strikers. I mean, it was a real chance of a run out, and he's just been given a bit of time here to walk off the blow. Bat lying down on the ground. The umpire rather nicely picking it up and returning it to him, but Sam Lane showing a bit of concern for his partner. The physio is just going to be running on now. But yeah, just to kind of round up, it's been a strange week because we've had the retirement of Shabnam Ismail, who is the South African quick. She's retired from international cricket. Again, another massively exciting bowler to watch, and suddenly within a week we've lost two of the most exciting figures in women's cricket. And as I was saying earlier, both of them have witnessed this transition. They're seeing a world now where in domestic women's cricket we are fielding 11s of fully professional players. You can make a career out of this. Her partner Nat Sivabrunt sold for thousands and thousands in the Women's Premier League, and you almost have that sense of missing out, whether she's held on just that bit longer because she's seen these opportunities which are going to be available. And it's so exciting, you want to cling on to that, but she's recognised and she said, actually, it's time for me to go. She's put her body through so much, and, her legacy undoubtedly will be one of the biggest in the game for getting young women into the sport and just inspiring them to bowl as fast as they can and be as passionate as they can. And remarkable international career, flicked wristily towards the umpire at square leg, not timed, and enables Hayne to get through for a single. 243 for 4, but she will be playing in one more edition of the 100 because she's already signed a contract for that for the Trent Rockets, and then the final edition of Fair Break, which I think is in the United States, which is happening later this year. And then that is Catherine Sivabrunt all done on the cricket front.
A glowing synopsis there, really, of her worth to English cricket.
Abbott to Ed Barnard, whose hand must be feeling a little bit sore. He lets that one go outside the off stump.
There's not a lot there for Abbott, is there, with this second new ball, which is a little worrying. We were talking about the 100 earlier. Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist, or historian, who will be on commentary here tomorrow. It'll be Richard Wilford and Stanley Marissa, former Zimbabwe A player. They'll be your commentary team tomorrow. Dave Allen has tweeted at Solent Sport, I'm a bit worried about all you massive 100 fans in the gantry. Do you know who's commentating tomorrow? Well, Dave Allen says he doesn't like the 100, but we know deep down he really does.
I'll get him a Southern Brave top and I'll change his mind. As Abbott bowls, defending. It's Barnard back close into the pad, creating an impenetrable wall of defence, and it's the end of the over. We can see the physio running on again, so Barnard clearly just needing a bit more treatment on where he received that blow. 243 for 4.
This is his second amount of treatment, isn't it?
You do worry just with Keith Barker at the moment, with his hand injured from the barrage of short stuff he received from those pesky Surrey bowlers.
Oh, you love Surrey.
Yeah, me and Dave, what the 100 is to Dave Allen is what Surrey is to me.
Ralph Brooker has also emailed. He's in France. Regular emailer, solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to join in. He says, hi Kevin, Melissa, slice of pessimism. Oh dear.
Oh no.
Top order worries. A hangover from last season. Continue. Is Joe Weatherly opening out of favour? He hasn't been scoring any runs in the second team, not that I've seen anyway. Organ might need putting out of his misery, says Ralph. That said, Division 1 looks stronger this season. I do agree with that. I think last year, certainly Surrey, Hampshire and Lancashire were the standout 3 teams. I think probably this year, it's a little closer. I think some of the teams have bunched up a little bit with some of their signings.
Wow, the Hampshire second 11, in fact, have been playing at the moment, and I believe they've got the result. Have we read through this yet?
Not the result, no.
I've got the result up in front of me.
Here's Abbas. I'll give you time to have a look then. Abbas comes in again from that pavilion end, and Hayne works that away from fairly straight. goes out to deep square leg. He moves on to 84, 244 for 4. The lead is 15.
Wait, give me a little bit longer because it just showed me
Sure,
a
no
scorecard from 2022.
Now, Lewis McLean has emailed, and along similar lines, really. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi, Melissa and Kev. With Toby Albert scoring runs for the twos, yes, he got a double 100 in the first innings for Hampshire. Does Felix Organ's place in the side become even more under threat? We can't keep relying on our bowlers to get us out of trouble. Loving the commentary. Hope to get down tomorrow if the rain holds back, says Ted Kelly. He's at Southampton Uni. There's Ageas Bowls. Barnard's on the back foot, pushes that out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. Well, I think, yeah, there's basically, well, Albert's certainly put himself in the frame with that double 100. But anyway,
yeah,
yes.
well, as you mentioned, Albert 231, and in Hampshire's second innings, Joe Weatherly 123, and then Albert also went on to get 63. So in the end, Hampshire's second 11 won by 284 runs.
Wow. Now that's interesting, Joe Weatherly getting 100 in his second innings. That could be very, very interesting indeed. Here's Ageas Bowls, and Barnard plays that late behind square on the offside, but Holland comes in.
There's also one game from the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy being played today. The other 3 fixtures are being played tomorrow. It's between the Sunrisers and the South East Stars. It's been a rain-affected game. Clearly a difficult pitch to play out at Radlett because the South East Stars were 151 for 9. Well, the Sunrisers are 60 for 8.
Ooh.
And this is the team, the Sunrisers, who prior to this season had never won a 50-over game, but then did beat the Southern Vipers in their opening game.
You were here.
I was here. It was
harsh
seeing Emily Windsor fall to her knees up here in the commentary box.
Yeah, she was injured for that one. Drive by Barnard finds Gubbins once more out in the covers.
Yeah, the top scorer in that inning so far, 27 for Cordelia Griffith, and no other batter has made it into double figures. Although Kate Kopak is on 9, so you never know. Even the extras hasn't. Usually, yeah.
Southern Vipers Western Storm down at Hove, as well as being on the live picture feed. That will also be on the BBC Sport website for however long they get to play. With the rain forecast at Vipers, every single game on the BBC Sport website, Southern Vipers. As Barnard drives up to mid-off, that's a good stop. It was bobbling a little bit.
Maybe after getting that blow to the hand or the arm, maybe it'll fire Barnard up here. He'll just start hitting the ball a little bit harder to get his revenge. Oh no, sorry Mohamed Abbas, I've just smacked your hand in the field. What a shame. Oh, really, you're the top wicket taker in Division 1. Oh, such a shame. Imagine wiping out 2 of... Oh, I don't even want to think about it. It terrifies me.
No. It's been hard for him to come by in this game. Into his 21st, has only picked up 1. Abbas in again. Bowls it short and it's pulled away in front of square. And running after that is Fletcher Middleton out towards deep mid-wicket from deep square leg. And Barnard will pick up 2. And he'll move on to 35. And Warwickshire at the end of the over, or at the end of that over, are 246 for 4. They lead by 17. Now the second new ball is 6 overs old. And Warwickshire have added 18, I think that is, to their total in that time. And actually the second new ball has done very little. And both these batters have looked in little trouble.
Yes, and without Keith Barker in the team, you know, you have the same options of Holland and Fuller. I mean, maybe changing things up with Holland. I don't think Fuller's going to be swinging the ball much if these two aren't getting much from it. Holland, just because he bowls that bit slower, we may just see a bit of sideways movement, but for now it looks pretty null. There's Abbott bowling, left alone. Outside the off stump by Hayne, who's 84 off 169 balls and strike rate below 50. It has been a long old innings. He showed a lot of patience to be out there in the middle for such a long period of time. And
he's been very disciplined out there, isn't he, really? I mean, it'd be a brave person to bet against another 100 for him, the way he's played.
I would have bet one of my caterpillar cakes, but I've eaten them all.
There's about 6 there.
Oh, 4? Come on. A bit harsh. Abbott bowls, shielding arms again is Hayne. And I will confirm, for listeners who are aware of what caterpillar cakes are, particularly after the massive legal battle between 2 UK supermarkets over the caterpillar cakes,
Yes.
I was eating the mini caterpillar cakes. I haven't scoffed 4 birthday cakes up here in the commentary box. Maybe if it had been raining all day, I probably would have, because when there's a rain delay, all I do is eat. But
So were they the make of cake of the supermarket that was suing the other, or the one that was being sued?
they're one of the other ones which is copying it as well.
All right.
Just thought I'd add to the legal battle, bring in some third parties. Abbott bowls, pushing into the offside as Hayne sets off for a single, loses his balance and gets sent back by Barnard at the other end. He's quite a fun character to watch out there, Sam Hayne. I mean, every UK supermarket has a caterpillar cake.
Oh, do they?
But why not an earthworm cake? Why not a centipede cake? Come on, have some originality.
Well,
so many bugs to choose from. Stick insect.
Well, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think some would look a little more edible in chocolate form or icing form than others.
I think a nice beetle would look nice,
Well, you'd
especially
have
with all the colours on its back.
Yeah, you'd have to make it look nice.
Abbott bowls, flicked off the hip by Hayne. Square leg runs round to his left, picks it up for a single. Score moves on to 248 for 4, lead of 19. What bug would you... Have you ever eaten bugs? Of course, because it's...
What, live?
Well, no, because I haven't seen you on I'm a Celebrity yet, but maybe in the future. Stop the commentary cricket, get in the jungle, do a tuffers.
Bug as a chocolate cake?
No, like, obviously a lot of countries eat bugs as a
Oh, yeah, I see what you
delicacy.
mean.
Have you ever eaten
I think
insects?
the closest I've... No, actually, no, not even close. Are you? You have?
I have.
Oh, God.
Abbott bowls, pushed into the gap in extra cover, but mid-off comes round. James Fuller fields and gets his hands cleanly on this one. Another single taken,
Go on.
moving the score to 248. Well, when I was a kid, 2 or 3, I used to crawl behind the sofa where there was a window, and apparently I used to pick woodlice off the floor and eat them. I just used to eat them like they were raisins.
Wow.
And I don't know why I'm spilling these secrets. Probably because I can dissociate from it because I was a child and I clearly thought they were tasty, but I made sure we didn't have any bug problems in the house as Full worked to mid-wicket by Hayne, can't beat the fielder. End of the over, 248 for 4, the score.
So, I think that's obviously proof that they don't do you any harm.
No, because I must have eaten tons. If anything, I reckon there was probably an overpopulation of woodlice in the 2000s, and if anything, I was helping just to make sure that they didn't disrupt the ecosystem. As a child, I was aware of the sensitive balance of nature, predators and prey, and I just thought, there's a bit too many of these, I'm going to eat them and help out the other insects to make sure they don't dominate. I was a very wise child. And now everyone knows I hate bugs.
There you are.
I don't anymore, I will confirm that.
You stopped.
Although if someone cooked them up nicely, I'd give it a go.
Wow. Here's Abbas starting his 22nd over, and he just pulls out of his action. Did all the hard work running through and then just decided not to let the ball go, and is now having a chat with somebody in the field. Something, I don't know, I think Tom Prest or Fletcher Middleton was just still walking back at deep square leg. Peter Chapman has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He's in Penzance in Cornwall, if you didn't know where that was. I think most people probably do. He says, I agree with your emailers that Felix Organ shouldn't open for Hampshire. He perhaps needs to drop down the order, as his bowling is very useful as a second spinner to Dawson. Weatherly may have got a century. Here's Abbas. Forward is Barnard. Prods that up towards mid-off. He may have got 100 for the seconds, but he's looked uncomfortable when opening for the first team, says Peter.
I agree that I think Felix Organ's place is in a little bit of danger with his performances early in the season. You either need to think about the mindset of, the selectors. Are they going to say, it's been a tough 4 rounds, actually you've got unlucky with some of your dismissals, we're going to keep backing you, a bit like England with Zach Crawley? Or alternatively you go, there are 3 other options potentially with Albert, Weatherly and Holland, who's in the team but lower down the order.
Barnard on the back foot, steers that up to mid-on, still no single there, wants one.
But I think if Felix is not opening, he doesn't get in the 11 because yes, he's a valuable spinner. Maybe later on in the season we would see that kind of selection where he would be being used a bit more, but at the moment Liam Dawson is hardly being used. He's coming in and he's bowling good spells, but you know, it's not exactly spin-friendly conditions. So if you're dropping Felix from the team, then that is the opportunity for me to get in another seamer, particularly if the team continue to play someone like a Tom Prest. Let's say you're moving Holland up the order, keep Prest in, Barker back in the team.
Bass bowls, Barnard drives to Gubbins in the covers.
With that combination, if you do need a second spinner, you do have Tom Prest. And I know he's relatively untested in the red ball format, but he's bowled in the second 11 using the red ball. He's captained the England under-19 team, and he's done remarkably in the T20s. So, you know, it will be a good learning curve for him. And I would like to be seeing him, if there was any, you know, opportunity of spin in this game, just having a few overs. Of course, he'd probably be the third choice spinner, but he is a crafty bowler, and he's learning and developing, and there's no better place to learn really than in T20 cricket when the batter's just coming after you.
Abbas again short, and he's pulled, it's in the air, it's going to fall just short of James Fuller down at fine leg. Got underneath that, did Barnard. Got surprised as well, it was a good bouncer from Abbas. Just didn't really have the legs once the ball hit the top edge. Barnard moves on to 37 with that single, 249 for 4. One short of a bonus point, the first bonus point with the bat.
After all the talk of bonus points,
yes.
I love whoever in the Hampshire field just yelled catch as loud as they can for that one, because I am that fielder when I'm playing. As soon as the ball goes in the air, I'm screaming catch that, even though there is not a single fielder near it.
Agreed.
And I think it's someone's job to do it, because if you didn't, no one would try and catch it.
That's right. Down the leg side, he's attempted short ball, but Hayne just steps outside of the line. No, I agree. I agree, and I think there are fielders that do automatically shout catch it. It doesn't matter whether they know it's going to a fielder or not. You just shout catch it because it's in the air. It's just a way of not intimidating the batter, but it's a kind of another part of the game where you are trying to impose yourself on the people in the middle.
Just remind them that they've made a mistake and
catch it.
It's like when you're standing at square leg and there's a shout for LBW. You just, you may as well appeal as well and add to the noise, put the pressure on the batter and the umpire.
Here's Abbas, bowls, that's a length ball, Hayne pushes that into the covers and there's no run. Melissa, you can come into my position. I think Richard's going to come into your position, and it'll be Richard Wilford and Melissa Story taking you through the next few overs, and that leaves 26 overs left in the day, so still quite a bit of cricket to get in. The light's reasonable, no problems there at the moment. The lead is 20 for Warwickshire, 249 for 4 they are. Hayne on 85, Barnard 37. These two have been together since the fall of Mosley's wicket at 164 for 4. So another good partnership building for Warwickshire here. I'll just leave you with this tweet. Yeltsbear at Solent Sport says, only on cricket commentary can you get Cuthbert the Caterpillar reference as well as a bizarre bug story. Stay away from Pixar's Bug Life. He says, this is why cricket commentary is the best. Great work, guys. Thank you very much. Here's Richard.
Oh, gosh, all those Caterpillar controversies of a couple of years ago and the lawsuits. Oh, man. It was exciting, wasn't it? Change bowling, which is interesting. I think Melissa was saying that possibility of a bowler with less pace might get a little bit more help, and Ian Holland is on from this northern end of the ground and he's driven by Barnard up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 20 the lead for Warwickshire, 249 for 4. We've had 8 overs with this second new ball. Abbott having only bowled 4 overs in that spell. You can see him coming back on where Mohamed Abbas has had the best of his spell. James Vince looking to make the most of this new ball. Coming forward is Barnard, steers it towards point, can't get it beyond Middleton, and there's no run. Lovely evening there.
It is. Usually when I put the sunnies on, the sun goes straight behind a cloud, but I've persisted and could even be getting a slight tan if I just duck down a bit.
Same thing, if I do commentary in my swimming shorts, generally that brings on a plague of locusts. But, Holland in on off-stump line, and that's an inside edge from Barnard that squirts out behind square on the leg side. He'll get a single, but not the shot he was trying to play. He goes to 38. 250 is up for Warwickshire. They've got their first batting bonus point, the first one of the game for either team. It's not easy. You have to get to the second new ball to be able to get your first batting point up. That tells you that the 250 is a bit much. It really is.
I mean, for how many overs have gone? Was it 88?
Yep.
If you're playing at Surrey or Old Trafford right now, you'd probably be on 600.
Whereas this has not been that sort of week so far, and that one's gone past the outside edge. There's an appeal. And is Sam Hain being given? I think the finger has gone up very quietly from the umpire. I think was expecting Hain to walk. He's leaving looking utterly disconsolate and very reluctant as well. He's been given out, caught behind for 85. He's nibbled at a ball outside off stump.
I'm not sure from Sam Hain's reaction there about whether he thinks he's hit it. It was a quick appeal there from Ben Brown behind the stumps, and James Vince. We'll have to have another look at it. And as you say, the umpire put his finger up in the sense that, what was it? It was a celebratory appeal there from Hampshire. They just started celebrating. They didn't wait for the umpire, and you kind of had to give Sam Hain the nod to go off. Here we go. If anyone's following on the live stream on the Hampshire Cricket website and app, and Hain's head kind of dropped down, but he didn't watch the ball into the keeper's gloves, which tends to be a bit of a sign, but regardless, he's been judged out and he has to go for 85.
Well, it's in the book, as they say. Look, equally his reaction could have been because he's frustrated that he hasn't got over the line looking for a third championship 100 of the season, but it does look like he doesn't feel like he got a nick on it, and members of the coaching staff, as he gets towards the steps up the side of the pavilion to go up to the Bears balcony, have clearly asked him whether he thinks he got anything on it. But it was a while before the umpire put the finger up, and he didn't go the full sort of signal in a way. He's just sort of given the quiet signal that it was out. But either way, the fifth wicket and a crucial one, and Ian Holland with his second wicket, and he hadn't taken any wickets yet this season. But now he's had two important breakthroughs, splitting the last two major partnerships of the innings, and that one ending a stand that was worth 86 for the fifth wicket.
It was a great innings, and I think even though he didn't get to those three figures, you know, it's not an easy pitch to bat on. It's a good batting lineup, and as I say, the start of the season he's had, I would like to be seeing him in that Ashes squad.
Here's Holland then to bowl to the new batsman Michael Burgess, who covers up off stump and fends the ball out into the leg side. Alex Hode has been back in touch on Twitter saying, don't mention a plague of locusts, you'll make Melissa hungry after your bug conversation.
You know, I always try new foods. I always pull a face most of the time as well, but I would eat a locust. Maybe if it was deep fried. Bit of salt and pepper.
Holland in, defended by Burgess. The end of a successful over for Holland. He's taken 2 for 38 in 17 overs. He's had quite the workload today. Barnard has 38, Burgess yet to score. Warwickshire 250 for 5, lead by 21, and we've still got a further 25 overs scheduled today.
How long do you think this is going to go to? Are we going to get a 7 o'clock finish if the weather allows and the conditions? The floodlights are off at the moment because it's, as we mentioned, quite sunny, really. Blue skies just peeping through.
If all 25 overs are bowled, it's going to be close to 7, unless we see a little bit of Liam Dawson from 6:30.
Which I don't suspect we will, unless the umpire tells James Vince that he needs to bring on a spinner. But with the new ball taken just so recently, that new batter in the middle, Barnard and Burgess. It's Barnard on strike, he's on 38. It's a shorter ball, controlled pull down to the boundary, fielded by James Fuller. They'll pick up a single, 251 for 5, and just the responsibility out there in the middle just shifting to Ed Barnard, who really has played a fantastic role in the middle. It's 38 so far. I mean, hasn't given away a chance, I don't think, yet.
Yeah, there was one miscued pull that was a bit of a concern whilst it was in the air. But it went to safety in the end. It dropped to the deck.
From when he first entered the crease, he's been playing some dominating strokes. Bass bowls pushed to mid-on by Barnard, and no run taken. It's going to be all about how he really goes about it since the departure of Sam Hain, and hopefully he continues to just keep playing his shots, doesn't go into his shell, and makes the most of these nice conditions with the new ball doing relatively little.
Well, I mean, Burgess is on strike now as a frontline batter. Chris Wokes is still to come next as well. So there's plenty to come.
Zabas in again over the wicket, bowled left alone by Barnard. I've just got a text from Wes, who is basically in charge of everything, I think, at Hampshire Cricket. I would safely say that Wes does everything. In fact, I said today that I think he cooks all of our meals at lunch,
okay.
And he has messaged me.
So someone you want to curry favour with, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Yeah.
He's the big man. I said I'll ask the caterers to supply some bugs for the next game.
Oh, well.
As long as they put them on the hot plate.
As long as it's not this game, that's all right.
You'll get the ploughmans again, it's fine.
Yeah.
Bass bowls, Fuller pushed off the front foot by Barnard and pushed to extra cover. We've had the classic Kevin James. The sun's been out for 5 minutes, so he's had to check all our kits not overheating, as it often does in the height of summer and previous games in the T20 Blast, where we've had to commentate from in front of this table to use our bodies as shields to protect the equipment.
Adam has been in touch on the email. Hi, Adam. Says, I'm listening to the Bears from Wales, and because you've been talking about the caterpillar whose name starts with C, I've now decided to eat a sticky toffee pudding and clotted cream.
Well, that's a good decision. As a bass bowls hit straight back to him by Burgess, he's yet to get off the mark. I mean, sticky toffee
with clotted cream?
I'd maybe go for vanilla ice cream, but I still respect his decision, his pairing. But the sticky toffee is in the top 3 of desserts of all time. In my objective opinion.
Your personal opinion.
Is it not in your top 3?
I'm going to have to give that some thought. I'm going to be away from you for a few minutes in a moment to enlighten the people of the West Midlands of what's going on in the cricket, and I'll give it some thought during that. Personally, I'd go custard with the sticky toffee, but yeah.
That's also an acceptable pairing. Outside the off-stump, guided past point. Down to deep third. Tom pressed fields, and it's just a single. Score moves on to 252 for 5 at the end of the over.
Adam also says, gutted we just lost our star wicket, the wicket of Sam Hain, very close. And you have to say that in fairness, the definition of the cameras makes it quite hard to tell whether there's a nick or not. There was nothing definitive on the replay. You know, Hampshire were absolutely convinced that there was a touch, and Sam Hain seemed to believe that it wasn't. So I think it's one of those, really, that the person who's most likely to know probably is either Sam Hain or Ben Brown. They were the two in the best position to do so. I'll start describing this over, but I will have to just duck out for a minute or two, as Ian Holland, who's had the golden arm today, comes in to bowl to Burgess, who got off the mark in the last ball of the previous over. He defends out into the offside. James Fuller is warming up at the moment, so it may just be that 5th over in the spell of Mohammed Abbas is his last for now. He's got through plenty of work since the evening session yesterday. 23 overs, 1 for 29. He has been as conservative and as tight as you expect him to be, probing the off stump. It's Holland who's got the slightly greater reward for it. He's in once more to Burgess. That got up a bit more than he expected. High up on the bat, he fends it down. Into the offside as the shadows lengthen nicely.
Saw a few children when I did a lap of the ground in the tea break playing games of cricket around the side. There seems to be a few who have just come in after work or have been working from home on a Friday and snuck in to watch a few overs.
Holland again pushing forward outside off stump is Burgess, and it splits the hands of the fielder. Middleton diving to his right, and he'll come through for a single, his second run. 253 for 5, Warwickshire. I'll return in about 5 minutes.
That's okay.
You have to fend for yourself here.
I can do that, as long as you think about your top 3 desserts, Richard. And just as Richard departs to do his update, have a look at some of the other scores around the country in the county championship at the moment. Ian Holland continues outside the off stump. That's drilled back to him hard. Actually just shuffling over the crease Barnard there, just to aim down the ground, and Ian Holland was lucky and brave to get a hand on that one. Stops a definite boundary down the ground. 253 for 5. So in the game between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, Lancashire lead by 63 runs there, although it is stumps, so there must be some nasty weather up in the Midlands. So that one's a bit straighter from Holland, pushed into the onside for no run. In the game between Northants and Somerset, they're back on. I know they've been having some trouble with the weather down there as well, and a few pictures on social media of the cloud looking very grey, almost like it was a black and white photo, but that could just be because they haven't invented camera phones in Somerset yet. Northants, Somerset trail by 167 runs, they're 88 for 3. And the other game in Div 1 between Essex and Surrey, as Ian Holland comes over the wicket. Well, it wasn't just guided off a bit of an edge to point for no run by Barnard. Surrey trail by 118 runs. They're 196 for 7. Not often you see Surrey with that fewer runs on the scoreboard with wickets gone, but Jordan Clark and Sean Abbott at the crease for them. So it is one of the big games this week. A few eyes on that Surrey Essex game. End of the over, 253 for 5.
Part of the big 4, really, in the division.
I mean, I love Essex purely because I think they're funny in the pictures they produce when Simon Harmer comes over as they're overseas. Well, it's definitely not on purpose. No fingers are being pointed here, but there is a weird affiliation with Simon Harmer landing in the country, and the pitch is starting to turn. And it produced that amazing game against Lancashire last year where both the sides were bowled out for incredibly low totals. And it was, I think, one of the teams were 60 all out or something.
So, and the ECB said the pitch was fine, didn't
Probably.
they? Yeah, they did, yeah. Of course it was.
It got brought in from Chennai.
I think I'm right in saying one of the Lancashire coaching staff said it was unfit for first-class cricket, but hey, that was obviously dismissed, that comment. Here's Fuller. That's pushed out into the covers. I'll help you out with this until Richard comes back. That's out to extra cover, and there is no run. So we have just under 23 overs left in the day. The skies suggest we should get most, if not all, of that in at the moment. There is some cloud, but there is quite a lot of blue sky around as well. No worries on that front at the moment. We're into the 92nd over of this innings. 253 for 5. Warwickshire lead by 24 and still have 5 wickets in hand. It's the keeper, Michael Burgess, on strike as Fuller comes in right arm over from that pavilion end and bowls. Burgess pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. Another handy player to be coming in at number 7, Michael Burgess. And there's still a lot of cricket left tonight, which could still push this game one way or another.
Well, I know for certain one person up here on the camera gantry wants one more wicket to fall, because my friend who's joined us for the day just wants to see Chris Woakes bat, and I for one cannot blame her. Here comes Fuller again, defended by Burgess into the covers. No run taken. And as a full member of the Chris Woakes fan club, I also agree. Definitely not from a biased Hampshire perspective. I just want to see Chris Woakes bat.
You'll have to come on Sunday. If the weather forecast holds for tomorrow, and it seems to be the entire country is going to get a little bit of light flooding. But yeah.
Certainly a disruptive round of fixtures this week because of the weather. Fuller in, effort ball, tickled down the leg side. A lot of work for the fine leg fielder, and incredible fielding from Fletcher Middleton. You can tell from the round of applause, the ball was coming at quite a speed, and he just got his right hand down at the last minute, flicked the ball behind him almost mid-roll in the air, and saves 2 runs.
That's the difficult thing, isn't it? Because the momentum of the ball, when you try and do that, quite often you do the flick, and it ends up rather apologetically spinning over the boundary rope. He's done really well there to keep it down to 2.
Using the youngster to pull off remarkable bits of work on the rope. As Fuller turns from the top of his very long run up into Michael Burgess. Ball's on his pads, and he works that with ease out to deep mid wicket, single taken, 156 for 5. I can never tell if the scoreboard operator is having a day where they're quite on it, or whether they've got a cup of tea and they're just a few seconds behind.
Yeah, I don't think it works in full days, does it? It's just quick. It has been quick today. But yeah, by and large. The leg side field for Burgess was set a little bit for a bad ball, actually, but they do know that he likes a pull shot.
Deep square and deep mid-wicket, and it is a shorter ball. Barnard drops a shoulder to watch that one go past and completes the over. 256 for 5. Barnard on 39, Burgess on 5. Still plenty of batting to come for Warwickshire, who, well, if they keep batting in these conditions and there's not much movement for the Hampshire bowlers, they'll be hoping to go as far as they can. They could even get into a position where they don't need to bat again. They back their bowling department. They did a fantastic job in the first innings.
Adam of the Puddings has come back, and I'm going to read out exactly what he's written. He's not going to be happy with me. Top desert of all time is sticky toffee. Eton mess for the summer. See, my top desert is the Atacama. So that's where we're different. I think you needed another S there, Adam. Here's Ian Holland coming in to start a new over. Bowls to Burgess, who drives out into the offside. Eton mess is a good choice. Picked up at mid-off, and there's no run.
You do not need to go to that comedy show tonight. You can just stand in the mirror in your hotel room and just practice these one-liners.
There is nothing more self-destructive than trying to laugh at your own material. Let me tell you, that would not be a good thing.
So he's gone for Eton mess.
But Eton mess for the summer. And you know, the idea of a summer dessert is strong. You could say a pavlova for your summer one. Oh, that's a nice off-stump line there from Holland, defended back into the bowler's follow-through.
Now that dessert, just elicited just a noise from you. So surely that's got to be in your top 3.
A great cheesecake is a lovely thing. It is, especially with a bit of blackcurrant.
Oh yeah, fruity cheesecake.
But quite a thick layer of the cheesy centre.
The New York style or the?
Don't mind. I preferred not baked, but yeah, it's a fair question. Just outside off stump from Holland, guided wide of point for a single for Burgess. He's 6, 257 for 5. It's right up there. I like a proper apple crumble. Not one of these that they've sprinkled stuff on afterwards. One that it's been cooked properly with a thick crust. That for me.
I can get behind you on that. I think my other contestant is the bread and butter pudding. Gary Rhodes's bread and butter pudding.
I didn't think that'd be any good for you.
Well, it's not anymore because I can't eat gluten or dairy, but I used to eat tons of it as a kid. I could eat it now, I'd just be a bit unwell.
Holland again guided down towards third man, this time by Barnard, who gets into the 40s finally. He's become a little bit becalmed of late, but he's 40, 258 for 5. I'm just deciding whether Sticky Toffee's in the top 3. It's almost certainly top 5. Almost certainly top 5.
I almost wish I was here tomorrow, because if there is this much rain forecasted, we could sit down and list every dessert there is in a comprehensive
proper guide.
Sit down,
to
a guide to the best desserts are judged by 2 cricket commentators.
Because let's face it, I've got the physique that bears it out. As Holland is in once more to Burgess, who's cutting, but he's hit it one bounce into the hands of the point fielder. And it's picked up by Fletcher Middleton, and there's no run. He's been quite busy. The ball's following Fletcher Middleton, but he doesn't care. He's young, he's still sprightly. He's thinking, what, only 21 overs left? I'll be out there for another 40.
He's actually going to stay out overnight. set up a little tent in the corner and make sure he does a few star jumps every 10 minutes, just to stay warm.
The star jumps, that's a detail. Another very straight delivery from Holland, but he's not getting any assistance really through the air with this ball at the moment. And it's defended out into the offside, the end of another over. So 21 to go. That will, I think, take us all the way through till 7 o'clock if the light doesn't come in. And the light at the moment is as good as it's been all week. It's lovely, and the weather that's coming from our left is more blue sky. So you see, the thing is that when you make potential plans for the evening, it's only in case. It's not the end of the world if it means I end up doing a supermarket run after play, which I think is what's going to happen.
Sticky toffee pudding on the cards?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm terribly well equipped for cooking that in the hotel bedroom.
Bowls Fuller, short, pulled straight to the fielder. Deep mid-wicket, lost track of the ball there because it was struck firmly by Barnard.
So the field for Barnard then was quite a square long leg, a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket, plus an orthodox square leg. So they're absolutely wanting to feed the pull shot and see what comes of it. It was enough of a leg side field to send the square leg umpire out to point. Although that might be as much as anything, because otherwise he'd be looking into the sun. But slightly different field for Burgess, more orthodox.
As Fuller scuttles into the crease in defence as Burgess hits the ball to mid-off. No run taken. I mean, it's nice to see Hampshire pursuing that. Something a bit different. You know, the game's gone a bit flat from a Hampshire perspective, and yes, they've got the big wicket of Sam Hain, but Burgess has come in and looked pretty stable so far. They stay at the crease. Now, you say that would be hard to cook a sticky toffee pudding in a hotel room, but have you encountered the man on social media who cooks full meals in his hotel room?
Oh, gosh.
As bowls Fuller, full, clip to mid-on, and a very delayed fall from Abbott there at mid-on. Just a quick 30-second update coming for you now. The score here is 259 for 5, with Warwickshire leading Hampshire's first innings score of 229 by 30 runs. 3 wickets in the morning session, just the 1 in the afternoon, and just recently Sam Hain has departed from the middle for a well-made 85, edging behind off the bowling of Ian Holland. Ed Barnard remains at the crease. He's 41 not out and has been joined by the Warwickshire keeper Michael Burgess. Warwickshire in a strong position with the score 259 for 5. Did I miss a 4?
You missed a 4. Burgess hitting it square through the offside. Managed to avoid the boundary fielder, so he gets his first boundary up to 10. 263 for 5.
So, I've been sent a link to the article by my dad, which is very useful.
Is he listening?
He is. Oh, he's always listening.
Hi, Melissa's dad.
Apart from when he's at court, he's a magistrate, so we can't have the cricket on then. Fuller over the wicket, short, and a swat from Burgess out towards the fielder, adjacent to the bowler's stumps. There's also been a bit of a sloppy overthrow here, which has allowed Warwickshire to get through for another single. The throw coming in from the boundary, way over the head of Ben Brown, but to go back to that original shot from Burgess, it was a short ball and he really had to jump up to meet the ball in the air, swat it down to the ground.
That wasn't Felix Organ again, was it? Who's out there? Because his throws have been all over the shop today.
It wouldn't be good if it was Felix Organ, based off the criticisms of him at the top of the order. He's got to be giving something a bit in the field.
His sat-nav's a bit off.
It's driving him into the lake. Fuller, short again, and another unusual pull stroke from Burgess, a tennis shot, controlling the ball, making sure he doesn't hit it up into the air and fall into the Hampshire trap. End of the over, 266 for 5. I will quickly add before Kevin James come in, this man who cooks his meals in the hotel rooms, he's called the Anarchist Cook, and he makes, his name is George Egg, that's a surname and a half. He makes meals in hotel rooms, sheds, and now on the move. He cooks pasta in the kettle. He uses the iron to grill meat, which would be a bit alarming if you were the next person to use the room and you iron your shirt and it smells of steak. But it's invented. You should have a look into it, see what meals you can cook. Kevin James coming in now.
His name's George Egg, and he shares all the photos on a social media albumen. So here's Ian Holland Never want to ignore the cheap pun that's went on offer as he comes into bowl to Burgess, who steers it up towards mid-on. Abbott will do the fielding, and there's no run. So 37 the lead for Warwickshire. They will want to put a lot more onto that. Hampshire are having to find creative methods to force wickets at the moment. Looks like they're going to bring out a helmet here for one of the fielders. James Vince is trudging back towards the boundary rope in front of the pavilion to receive the helmet, and that means that what's going to happen is that Ben Brown's going to stand up to the stumps here. Just the one slip in play for the bowling of Ian Holland, but he doesn't want Michael Burgess taking any liberties and coming out of his crease. Burgess is 13 off 26, a bit like when Barnard came to the crease. He's looked to be bright and busy since he came in. And he pushes forward this next delivery from Holland up towards mid-off, where Fuller does the fielding. And again, there's no addition to the score. This pair have added just the 16 runs so far since Sam Haynes' dismissal. Kevin James is back in position. Ball onto the pads of Burgess, clipped towards mid-wicket. I think that is where Felix Organ is it? By the look of it. Or is that Dawson? It's either a 3 or an 8. You need to turn around obligingly at this point so I know the answer. It's an 8, it was Dawson, who, as things are going, may well get another opportunity to bowl this evening. Holland once more to Burgess, tries to steer it wide of square leg but can't.
Trying to keep it tight here, Hampshire, but I don't know, 37 lead, 5 wickets in hand. It's a good position to be in, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. Still Chris Wokes to come as well, who, you know, you would consider a frontline batsman even though he's at 8. Very similar length of batting order to Hampshire's. Burgess awaits. Brown up to the stumps. Burgess turns it again, trying to split square leg and mid-wicket, but he can't. And around comes Prest from square leg to do the fielding.
It's a beautiful evening now, isn't it? It's best
glorious.
part of the day.
Absolutely glorious. If this was T20 Blast season, this is the weather you want at 5:45. The ice cream salesman would be very, very keen. Very full, this one, driven through the offside. There's a chase. Don't think that's properly timed by Burgess, so he may have to settle for a 2. As 2 players combine, it's Middleton who hurls the throw in the end. But Burgess moves on to 15. Warwickshire 268 for 5 at the end of that over. There are still a further 19 overs remaining in the day.
Ian Holland now 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 43, his first wickets of the season. LBW Dan Mosley in the afternoon session for 23, and Sam Haynes caught behind for 85 with the second new ball. He's done a good job.
He's bowled a lot of overs, and you know, that's in the absence of Keith Barker, he becomes the fourth seamer.
He's done a very good job going at just over 2 and over. That's exactly what you want. That's what James Vince wants from your all-rounder. Give you a few overs, don't go for too many, and pick up the odd wicket here and there. It's certainly put in a decent shift here. Fuller, who always goes for a few more runs, yet to pick up a wicket. Does get the ball through. And interesting pull shots and hook shots from Burgess as he's coming round the wicket this time. Always trying to pull that one, and he's not looking at that, and he's on his bum sitting at the wicket. Now, he was thinking of ducking that, he was thinking of playing that, and he's just helped it on the leg side. That is not very elegant.
Yeah, that's not one that Ed Barnard's worked on in the nets.
No.
But yeah, so there's a little bit of leg theory here. Obviously, you're not allowed to do it fully bodyline style these days, but 2 fielders behind square deep on the leg side, an orthodox square leg just in front of square, and the umpire will make sure he is, because he must be, according to the laws of the game. And there's another just in front of square leg who's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. So you can reasonably expect there's going to be a few short balls here.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And they're going to pull another extra man over to the leg side by the look of it. So It'll be a 6-3 field, and the only 3 fielders on the offside are a slip, a man at deep third, and a backward point. So nobody in front of square on the offside.
Might have been not too many pitched up, but he's trying to cut that one, running away on the leg side. He's off the cut strip as he's trying to do so. He knows the short ball is coming, and rather than trying to hook it and pull it on the leg side where there are fielders, he's now trying to run it away on the offside. Just went too far. It's an interesting bit of cricket, that. So Fuller can't really pitch the ball up here because there is nobody in front of square on the offside. Now he can do the double bluff, of course, but really we just know, and everybody knows, that the majority of the deliveries here are going to be short. Here comes Fuller. That's length. Well, it's just short of length. It's down the leg side. Just moves outside of the line, does Barnard. Not a bad ball, that one, actually. Barnard played that one well. He's on 41, another useful innings from the former Worcestershire all-rounder, to go with his 40 from last week.
Where the delicate balance there is, that's a better ball if the batsman isn't already expecting the bumper.
Yes.
So, you know, it's been written large on the electronic scoreboard. He's bowling short at you, son.
It is, in large letters, yes. Fuller bowls, short of a length. That's nicely guided down to third man by Barnard, where there are 2 fielders.
There are 2 third men there.
Do you know what? Just as I looked there, I thought, I can't believe there's 2 fielders there that could have picked that up. Vince did. Prest was close by. It's a very interesting field. It's a very interesting line of attack. It's going to be slightly different for Burgess.
That was almost a long stop that Vince was fielding at.
Amazing, isn't it?
I mean, it's something you see when your under 11's wicketkeeper ain't keen. But that is...
He's still there.
Does that mean he's only second man, not third man?
That's amazing, isn't it? So there's a wideish third man and a finish third man. Obviously there for the uppercut, because again it's going to be short, although there's a mid-off in now. As Fuller comes round the wicket, and doesn't really have any pace on that one, as Burgess plays that easily off the back foot. No pace off the pitch for that one.
Matt from the Warwickshire media department, good man, he may be down here on Sunday. Best is a New York vanilla cheesecake with a small cheese board, brie, cheddar, Stilton, Shropshire blue on the side. No grapes or chutney. Wow, that's a cheese overload.
Obviously likes his cheese.
I've shared a cheese and cold meat platter with him at York once. He does enjoy his cheese.
Fuller from that pavilion end, in again, short, and Burgess just pulls the hands down as the ball goes past the offside. The ball dies on Ben Brown. I think that's a painful blow on his wrist there. Didn't pick it up cleanly. End of the over, quite a few short deliveries there from Fuller. None for 62 from 13. And Warwickshire are 269 for 5. They have a lead of 40, and there are still 18 overs left in the day.
Yeah. It's with pain that we say that. Liam Dawson's going to come on, which will at least foreshorten the length of time that it takes to get through those 18 overs. But yeah, all of Warwickshire have batted pretty well today when you consider the 3 wickets that went down for 13 immediately before the early lunch. Just under 35 minutes of play in that morning session. And at that point, 95 for 3, Hampshire have got a real foothold to protect that score of 229. But Sam Hain found a couple of good partners to try and build them towards a decent score, first in Dan Mosley and then in Ed Barnard. Mosley had a bit of a rush of blood with the smear he attempted over mid-wicket and got trapped LBW by Ian Holland. Here's Dawson now to begin a new over, and down the wicket comes Barnard, and he hits it straight. Has he got enough of that to send it all the way? He has, and Barnard progresses to 48, and that's a sign of real intent from him, with Dawson brought back into the attack with the seamers weary at this point in the day. That's a significant blow.
He's a really useful addition for you guys, isn't he? The way he bowled in the first innings, a little bit unlucky. Here he is, playing really nicely for his 48.
Now Dawson might not entirely be disappointed to see that intent, because it might give him an opportunity or two, but he wouldn't want to see it happen often.
No, but he's immediately going defensive here, coming over the wicket.
Yeah, mid-ons are good. Halfway and a bit more towards halfway in Holland. Back. Mid-off is reasonably deep, but not too deep. Fuller. There's certainly room on the offside. It's a 5-4 onside split. It's a sweep to the next delivery into the shaded area in front of the Shane Warne stand, and a single takes Barnard to 49, and Warwickshire 276 for 5, the lead at 47.
I understand him coming over the wicket, trying to be defensive and just trying to keep the game quiet as much as possible, but I still go back to that ball that he bowled in the afternoon, which off the straight round the wicket bounced and turned, and we really haven't seen much opportunity of him coming round the wicket, although we will now, to see if it happens again.
Burgess on strike, waits and defends it out into the offside, and if Barnard's an aggressor, Burgess also would like to use his feet to Dawson around the wicket. When he scores his runs, he does so at an attractive rate. Dawson in just those 3 steps before the hop, and he's clipped towards mid-wicket, scooped up on a used track by Fletcher Middleton, who's fielded well today.
Yeah, lively.
Does a lot of things well, Fletcher Middleton.
Yes.
Well, first look at him in the flesh this week.
Good, that's
He's
nice.
a good performer.
Because obviously we get a little bias sometimes to our own players.
This one flighted, a bit of drift there actually, squeeze out into the offside, and they decided against a single. It was probably there. Organ was moving across to his left, but unless his radar has significantly improved, he wasn't necessarily going to be a direct hit threat. He's had a bit of a day. He's in once more, and he's looking to cut it through the offside out towards the cover boundary rider for a comfortable single. So the Bears have taken 8 off that over. Dawson's return to the attack, 277 for 5. They lead by 48.
17 overs to do. The run rate overall in the innings is just a smidge under 3 and over. So there is still 50-60 runs on offer this evening if we get the full allocation in, which would give the Warwickshire a lead of up around 100 halfway through this game, which is mightily handy. And of course it then all boils down to just how much play we lose tomorrow. But even if they get on the pitch, Warwickshire will be very keen to get as much play out of this tomorrow as possible, get a lead of around 150 maybe, and that really will put Hampshire under pressure on Sunday, where the weather is a lot fairer. That's another pull shot by Burgess. Quite interesting, his pull shots come hook. They're very much down into the wicket, just in front of him. He gets right on top of the ball and hits it into the ground.
I think he's so conscious of the field that's been set.
Yeah, it's a very ungainly shot, but effective.
Yeah.
Although it's not bringing him any runs, it's just...
Well, it's not getting him out, which is
no, that's right,
part of it. I mean, if these two batted to the close, I think they might push the lead above 100, but again, it's a big if.
He's full around the wicket again. It's short, it's pulled away, it's in the air, and he's caught at deep. Oh, he's put down. Put down. And there was the chance. The field was set for that. And I can't quite work out who that is. It's Nick Gubbins, I think, and I think he's injured his finger in the process. Tried to get his fingertips underneath that one. It is Nick Gubbins. I think the ball probably just died on him a little bit as he went to take the catch. Got his fingers just about under the ball, and obviously now has a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I think it's enough of a problem that he might have to leave the field straight away. Initially he was calling for some tape and with a view to maybe carrying on until the end of the over in order to get that done, but whether there's a bit of blood or whether there's a bit more concern, he's trudging off. What you don't want it to be is a break or anything like that. End of a fingertip, something like that.
Might have
be
been
very awkward.
That might have been a bit more difficult than it looked, because that's the area he was looking at as the ball was making its way to him, is where the sun comes from.
And of course, sod's law is that the clouds now cover it, but it was straight in his eyes at the time. The only thing I would say is that he was stationary for a long time. You could be right that he was struggling to judge it, but one step forward a bit earlier and he probably had an easier catch.
Yeah. So the field was set for it and it didn't work, and it's now Barnard to face Fuller, and that's just short of a length, and he quietly nudges that away on the leg side, and that's his half century. Very well played. That's come off 92 deliveries. Takes Warwickshire on to 279 for 5.
Yeah, and this is part of why they were so keen to bring him up from New Road, is that he performs with bat and ball. Putting him in at number 6, it really helps with the balance of your side. You know, at the moment they've got the bonus of also having Chris Wokes available. But a 6 and 3/4s for Ed Barnard. in this half-century. Very valuable runs.
Fuller again, bowls slightly short of her length, and Burgess can play that quite easily off the back foot. They had their chance there, Hampshire. Not sure whether Burgess will fall for that again. We'll have to wait and see. Quite interesting how he'd been playing the pull shot into the ground. That one he actually helped away on the leg side and was unable to keep it down.
We'll have to take a quick break to do
of course,
an update.
Fuller still has the slip in. That's Vince. Vince had been at one of 2 third men, but he's back up at slip now as Fuller comes in again. It's short, and that's gone past about neck height on the offside. Again, the ball's dying as it reaches Ben Brown. Quite interesting how when Fuller's been banging it in from that pavilion end, there's been no pace off the pitch for him at all. Puts a lot of effort into it. 2 runs off the over so far. Should have been a wicket. 279 for 5 Warwickshire. The sun comes out, and I think it's going to be out for quite a while here. There's a few white fluffy clouds around, but not many overhead. As comes down the wicket here, and that's a lovely shot through extra cover. That'll be 4 runs. Well, that's an interesting use of the feet there, because predominantly Fuller's been bowling short, and then on that occasion Burgess actually comes down the wicket 2 paces and guides it into the gap and picks up a boundary. He moves on to 21. The lead now for Warwickshire is 54 at 283 for 5. Just the 1 wicket that's fallen since tea. Sam Hain caught behind off Holland for 85. It was an 86-run partnership with Ed Barnard. 250 for 5 the score was then. But Hampshire have found wickets hard to come by. The 3 wickets in the 35 minutes play this morning suggested otherwise, but during and after the lunch break, obviously something's happened, because wickets have been very hard indeed. Just the 1 wicket in each session since those 3 quick wickets this morning. So Dawson will continue with his defensive over the wicket line as that's swept away, and it's off the pad by Barnard, so there was no pace on that, as Abbas is on the 45 on the leg side there. Very bright out there now. About the last half hour, 45 minutes, has been the best weather of the day. Just after 6 o'clock, the scoreboard is showing. As Dawson comes in again, down the wicket, and that's hit on the onside. Hasn't really got hold of it. It's wide of mid-on. That may just, oh, not quite. I thought it was just going to be picked up inside the rope. And that'll be 4 runs, 283 for 5. Right, Melissa Story is going to come on for Richard for a little while, and then Mel's going to do a bit for Richard, and then go for a little while. So it's 287 for 5 now, with Dawson over the wicket again. There's the sweep shot, and that's gone quite fine. It's gone quite quickly as well. It may just be picked off at the boundary, and it has been, but 2 more runs to Barnard takes him on to 56. Loves the sweep shot, plays the sweep shot well. Ample opportunity with the line that Dawson's bowling, and Barnard moves on to 56. 289 for 5, and the scoring rate is just picking up here a little bit. The lead is 60. Melissa Story back.
I'm actually Richard. I've just shrunk a bit and grown some hair.
Right. Try and bear that in mind as that's turned away on the leg side, and there is no run. So you're doing a stint up to about what, 6:30, and then bye-bye. Yeah. Does that sound good to me? To you?
Yeah, got a night on the town tonight.
Oh, well, I'll do up till about 20 past or something.
Well, no, let's go past. Got to make me work for it.
Yeah, well, that's up to you. Now, there's a nice shot through extra cover. Lovely shot and a lovely use of the feet from Barnard. Now, there's definitely an uptick here in the run scoring.
This is why I don't want to leave, because Barnard, as you say, is just beginning to accelerate, and with Hampshire set on bowling Liam Dawson from one of the ends, they've got their field spread, but I just don't, I think they haven't quite committed to whether they're attacking or defending here. They've got deep square, fine leg, long on, deep cover, but then only one really attacking fielder in the middle.
Sweep shot again, it's gone fine to Abbas. That's the end of the over. Dawson now 69 conceded off 19.
And when you've got that many boundary riders, it's not like one-day cricket where actually, you know, it is all about the runs really, and any of the fielders you've got to have in the ring, you will have them sat back on the inner ring. Here, you know, it's probably not going to go for 4 because you've got the field spread. So those few fielders you do have in the ring, put them in attacking positions. Don't just, you know, have someone at a fine leg for the sake of having fine leg. Put in a leg slip. Have a close catcher in an extra cover rather than someone just sat back and, you know, I say in the ring, there's no ring of course here, but, you know, I feel like it's just too defensive, and Hampshire are never going to take these wickets. In fact, they're just going to let Warwickshire continue to tick off the runs, because if they want to go full defensive mode, they need to have everyone spread, essentially, you know, and just see if Barnard is prepared to keep tapping things along and giving it a whack, or whether then if they settle into just tapping runs, then you can start to squeeze again. But they've got to keep making the Warwickshire batters think about changing the way they're playing. And with James Fuller bowling here from the pavilion end, one slip in, short, and goes behind to Ben Brown. James Vince here is just appealing for anything. He's hoping that maybe a seagull flies in front of the umpire's face at the exact time. There's a little sound around the bat, hoping he'll just raise his finger. But the field here for Fuller certainly suggests shorter bowling, deep square, fine leg and deep third. Someone at the boundary at a deep point, and almost saw the umpire there at position to point, kind of squatting, getting ready to move out of the way as Fuller comes advancing down the pitch. Where's that delivery? Does Burgess as he takes a few steps down the pitch.
It's interesting, isn't it? Coming down the pitch to Fuller. It's not the slowest, and yet you know most of the balls are going to be short.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would be adopting that approach, but I think my only thinking could be that because mid-on is up in the ring, whether Burgess thinks he can just come back down the pitch and almost swat it away, that strapple, the straight pull. It's not a term I use often, but Emily Windsor helped invent it and is catching on. Short ball pulls controlled along the ground, bisects the fielders. 4 runs to Burgess, who's joining in on the fun now. The score moves on to 297 for 5. Burgess on to 25. Barnard on to 60.
Looks like Nick Gummins is back on the pitch, so he's got. Looks like he's got a bit of tape on one of the fingers.
Split webbing, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Gnarly.
Well, I'm just wondering if in this situation they would even bring Kyle Abbott back, because with the second new ball there wasn't a lot happening for him.
I guess for now, if they can get as many overs out of Fuller as possible with him just running in full pelt. He's in again to right-handed Burgess, who does swat the ball out towards the deep cover boundary. Good bit of work from Ian Holland out there. Again, he advanced down the pitch and played that shot off 1 foot. It does seem to just be now, from a Warwickshire perspective, that because so little is happening, they can afford to play these quite fun, expansive shots, and they're keeping the scoreboard moving. They can't really... I mean, for James Vince right now, he's stood in first slip. And what thoughts are running through his mind right now, I dread to think. But for now, Fuller, he's got the instruction. Go with that shorter ball tactic. He's in again for the 5th ball of this over. Coming down the pitch again is Burgess, and this time ducks underneath it.
It's incredible coming down the wicket to that.
It's like running towards a ball wearing a red onesie, and then just suddenly almost ducking underneath it, sliding between the ball's legs. Or it's really remarkably stupid. I respect it so much, because he's bowling quick. We saw him before the game yesterday when we went down for the toss, and we had to walk behind the Hampshire bowlers to get to the middle, and I was going, I am not walking when one of them is bowling, because even though I trust that Graham Walsh are doing the glove work behind the stumps, I just... they're bowling too quick. I couldn't see the ball to react to it. You said your reactions wouldn't be up to it anymore.
Certainly not.
Making sure everyone knows you said that, not me. For the bowls, clipped around the corner by Burgess, and the fielder who had just been stationed in a square leg position stops that one. It's a dot ball. 299 for 5 the score, and the body language of the Hampshire fielders, a few hands in pockets, and they're trudging along between positions. There doesn't seem to be much out there. You feel that if a wicket is going to fall now, it will be because of the fault of one of the Warwickshire batters. It would have to be a batting mistake, because there's so little out there for the bowlers. Not of any lack of effort from Hampshire, you know, they've been bowling full pelt here. But then if you're relying on the batters making a mistake, these two so far haven't really showed any signs of doing so. I guess the only hope for Hampshire is that Burgess is playing with such an unusual approach that if he keeps charging down the wicket to James Fuller, he might top edge one.
Yeah, just that one chance he gave, didn't he, with that pull shot, dropped at 16, deep square leg. Now he goes for an expansive hoik at Liam Dawson. The ball basically trickles out to deep square leg. Ed Barnard will pick up a single, and that's the 300 up for Warwickshire. That's another bonus point. They now have 5 to Hampshire's 1, and that's a 50 partnership as well between these two for the 6th wicket. That goes on top of the 86-run partnership for the 5th between Barnard and Hayne, and a 69-run partnership between Hayne and Mosley, or Mosley I should say, as that's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. So Warwickshire, after that setback before lunch, have really taken this game by the scruff of the neck. Sun is still out. Make the most of it, because tomorrow it won't be. Here's drive from Burgess out towards extra cover, where Vince is now fielding in that position.
Burgess has been stealing the strike a bit these last few overs. He certainly fancies himself to...
Doesn't he? He's a good player. It's Dawson again. Burgess quietly plays that back to the bowler. But you're right, it's a very sort of in-outfield, deep square leg, deep backward square, deep cover. Mid-off is fairly deep, mid-on's all the way back. Inviting the batters, really. If you want to score at a decent rate, then you find the gaps, as that's played back to Dawson. I think Warwickshire are very much playing this at their own pace here at the moment. They're in control. They're very much aware of the weather tomorrow, but they're just making sure they get a decent lead here. We should probably play all day Sunday, and then just what play they'll try and eke out tomorrow, as that's swept away down to deep backward square leg. And you're right, Melissa, he's keeping the strike again.
And a reminder that last year in the county championship, for most of the season, of course, it was that battle between Surrey and Hampshire, and really the whole season Hampshire just trying to catch up, and in the end it was 11 batting points was the difference. It is a different surface here to at the Oval, and it is harder to bat, but you look at the first innings scorecard from Hampshire, and Fletcher Middleton, he's done fantastically. He got 49, and of course James Vince left on 75 not out, but it's not a good scorecard. Prest 1, Brown 4, Dawson 0. The only support really coming from James Fuller and a bit from Kyle Abbott down the order. How much difference would it have made if just one more of those players could have just got a 30, a 40, and seen how long they could have stayed out there with James Vince? You know, full credit to the Warwickshire bowlers, they did bowl fantastically, and it was tricky out there, but you just think how Warwickshire have made it look so easy to bat on this wicket compared to Hampshire. Short ball advancing, pulling down to fine leg, and wow, what an effort. One hand stuck out over his head, got a hand on it. Just checking, it is Fletcher Middleton down there.
I think it might be Tom Prest.
Is it? I thought it was 19 on the back.
Oh right, you're probably right, sorry, apologies.
Doubting my eyesight. Cheek.
No,
but
you're right.
He did put on a great effort down there, and because of the sun pointing into the box, I did lose sight of the ball. It was going down there, and also having to contend with the sun. Fletcher Middleton, he got a hand on it, he got his left hand on it, but in the end I think it goes down for 6 runs. Oof. Again, the Hampshire fielders can't see the ball here, neither can the umpire. It signals 4 in the end, and fielders at deep backward square, Nick Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton at fine leg. Fletcher Middleton hardly moved. So this over so far from Fuller, 6-4. Burgess is taking on the shorter ball, and surely this is a sign that Hampshire's tactic needs to change. James Fuller is changing up his angle. He's now going to be coming to back over the wicket. But those last 2 balls completely, you know, the wrong angle, the wrong line. And the Hampshire fielders down at deep backward square and fine leg, they can't see really anything. The cloud has just come slightly in front of the sun. As Fuller charges in again, back of a length, guided to point, who's on the boundary. A single was taken by Burgess, who moves on to 39, and you understand why he's been stealing the strike these last few overs. He's seeing it like a beach ball, and it's still this really strange field on the leg side of deep fine leg, deep backward square. The field at square is about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and then there's another fielder who's probably splitting the wicket down the middle, who's a bit closer to the boundary, and now a mid-wicket has been put in place as well as a mid-on, so a really imbalanced field as Fuller back around the wicket, down the leg side, taken by Brown up by his shoulders. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the leg side.
Fuller's got an official warning here for running down the wicket.
Well, I remarked earlier to Richard that when coming around the wicket, Fuller was stopping quite abruptly in his follow through and obviously avoiding trying to run down the middle, but earlier he was trying to bowl a Fuller length, and he really had to put the brakes on, and he would bowl a quick delivery and just come to a halt, and it can't be that good as a bowler to do that for your body and come to such an abrupt halt. As attempted ramp, a good take from Ben Brown, who drops his head to the ground and goes, goodness, what a day. Very strange from Barnard. It looked like originally he was going to try and lap the ball over his left shoulder, but then James Fuller followed him. He ended up running out onto the offside, then tried to almost change his mind and reverse paddle it, and in the end missed out. And Ben Brown just takes an extra step back, maybe anticipating that the speed this next delivery from Fuller is going to be. Final ball of the over. Fuller bowls. It is a slightly Fuller delivery. Trickled down to fine leg. Single taken. Score 313 for 5. Barnard 62, Burgess 39. I don't think the short ball.
It's not working.
It's not working, and I think if Fuller wants to continue bowling from the pavilion end, I think if they want to keep pursuing the shorter ball tactic, Fuller has to change ends, because the fielders legitimately cannot see the ball in the position here. It is so bright, and even if you've got the sunglasses, the cap, it's coming at you quick, and there's no point pursuing that tactic if the fielders are not even moving when the ball's been hit.
I agree, and they're scoring too quickly off him, and we were talking not so long ago about maybe a Warwickshire lead being just over 100 or so tonight. There's still 12 overs left, and they've got a lead of 84. So they're actually in a better position than even we thought a little while ago. Here's Dawson over the wicket then, and there's a sweep shot which is missed by Barnard, but it wraps him on the pad. So you're right, yeah, that's low sun, which is not helping.
And they've only used 5 bowlers still.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't even mind seeing a bit of Felix Organ just as a change.
Do you know, I was thinking that a couple of overs ago. I was thinking, well, when are you going to bowl Felix Organ? Reverse sweep, which wraps Barnard on the pad, goes out on the leg side. They're not taking a single.
Because, yes, spin from both ends may be predictable. Liam Dawson's bowling well at the moment, but maybe just a double change, get Kyle Abbott back on, try out a bit of Felix Organ, because he gives it a bit more air when he's bowling. It may just tempt one of these two who are playing attackingly to just have a go.
Well, they don't look in any trouble here at all. There's the sweep shot's gone very fine. They'll take a single as it goes to Mo Abbas. But it's one of those situations now where the batting side have got themselves into such a position, not necessarily in terms of so far ahead of the game, but just in momentum and just the way the game's going, that you just feel that the fielding side, you know, nothing's working, and if you just continue like this, the batters will just keep playing like this, and we'll be like this right until the close of play. Sweep shot there again, which this time wraps Barnard on the pad.
And I mean, Warwickshire fans will be watching this and, you know, hailing their team for putting in such a complete performance so far in this game in all departments. Warwickshire have been pretty faultless.
Yeah, they have. Dawson over the wicket again. There's a more conventional shot this time. Barnard pushes that. That must be Burgess, actually. I think the scoreboard's got that wrong. That's Burgess that's hit that up to mid-on. I think I'm right, yeah. Scoreboard has got the batters round the wrong way here.
You tell them.
Yeah. Here comes Dawson again. That's very full, and that's a nice sweep by Barnard, which they have got it right now. That's down to deep backward square, and he will keep the strike.
Again, I don't think this is working from Liam Dawson, and I don't want to come across as sounding like I'm the bowling guru or anything, but this, Hampshire have been using the same tactic now for over 10 overs, arguably. The shorter ball from Fuller at one end and Dawson's been firing it into the pads rather defensively at the other. It's not causing any problems for Warwickshire, so if they're continuing to tick along runs even when you're being defensive and they're finding the boundary, you may as well be attacking and get Dawson bowling back over the wicket, get a slip in, because they're playing their shots. So if they're playing their shots, there's more chance there'd just be a bit of an edge to the slip, maybe get a close catcher in, just change something. And here we go, maybe I am the bowling guru, who knows.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, something had to change, because it was just it was the same thing over after over, wasn't it?
If Felix Organ comes on at this end though, I will be requiring a commission.
No, it's one of those situations where Hampshire could do this again probably tomorrow and pick up 2 or 3 wickets. But in this situation, at this moment in time, it just wasn't working.
And it was unlucky, because that first session, when Hampshire were picking up a few wickets and they were taken off prematurely for rain, they had built up a bit of momentum, and since then, I got the brilliant quote from Robbie James, who's doing the stadium announcements today, who we found out today doesn't get the same food options we do. So we get an options about 6 or 7 things from each day. It's a lovely selection, lovely spread, as Abbott bowls outside the off stump, and it's worked down to deep third by Barnard for a single. But we found out Robbie James only gets a baked potato at the same time each day. He gets brought a baked potato, same toppings every day. And when we bumped into him when he was doing a lap round the ground, he said, it's a bit of a baked potato kind of game, isn't it? It is.
Groundhog Day.
It's fine. It's nice. It's enjoyable. It's probably more of a, dauphinoise for a Warwickshire perspective. But if you're a Hampshire fan right now, this is about as satisfactory as a baked potato. Abbott bowls full. Pushed to the left of extra cover, as you say, good bit of fielding. And that's the kind of thing Hampshire needs. If it's not going your way, you're not picking up those wickets, rally behind each other in the field. And it's nice to see there a few of the Hampshire players just come and give them a pat on the back, say well done for being able to get back up, because it's been a long day out in the field.
It certainly has. Now Richard Wilford, who is off mic but is still working, has just passed a message to me to say that Warwickshire are looking for 350 inside 110 overs here.
Ooh, the watch is on. Abbott over the wicket, full face of the bat, presented. The ball goes to extra cover for no run.
So we're in the 104th, and they're 317 for 5. Got to go for it, haven't they?
Would make sense.
Yeah. Hampshire need 1 more wicket for a point.
I think it's good, considering that context, that Abbott has been brought back on, because he will be less expensive than James Fuller.
And also, it's just a different line of attack. We've got line and length, really, rather than continually short deliveries. It just means that the batters need to alter the way that they were thinking.
As Abbott turns at the top of his mark, runs in from the pavilion end, bowls, and a glorious stroke from Michael Burgess, away for 4 on the offside. Played that on the up. Hardly had to put any extra force into that one, just pure timing. Moves the score into 321 for 5. Warwickshire doing well here and keeping an eye on those other games across the county championship. Surrey trail Essex by 78 runs in that game at Chelmsford, and the other game in Div 1, which is live at the moment down at Taunton, Somerset trail Northamptonshire by 104 runs. Changed before my very eyes. Still stumps, well, it would still be stumps, but oh goodness. Lancashire and Nottinghamshire haven't been going for a little while, as Abbott continues. Better length, that one. In defence this time is Burgess. And I actually realised I forgot to read out the Div 2 scores last time, so this is me saying I'm deeply sorry to Div 2. In the game between Worcestershire and Sussex, Worcestershire trail Sussex by 92 runs. Leicestershire and Derbyshire lead by 189 runs. And in that game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire in a pretty weak position, as Glamorgan lead them by 196 runs. And they're only 57 for 2 in their second innings, so Yorkshire struggling a bit But Headingley, driven past Abbott and his outstretched left hand, mid-off comes round to field and it's a dot ball. 321 for 5 at the end of the over. Barnard 65 and Burgess 44.
Well, there's 5 runs off it, but you just felt that the batters had to work that little bit harder for those 5 runs.
The 4 was a good shot. It was good batting rather than slightly looser bowling, and you don't mind that as a bowler. He put almost every single delivery on the same spot, and Burgess beat him on one of those deliveries. He's doing well. I mean, since coming to the crease, striking it by far the highest out of any of the Warwickshire bowlers so far, around that strike rate of 69. Positive out there.
So we've had 104 overs, 24 with this second new ball, and there are 6 overs left for bonus points for both sides. Warwickshire looking for 350, Hampshire looking for at least 1 more wicket. They only have 1 bonus point out of this game so far. Warwickshire have already picked up 5. And it's going to be Dawson to continue with that over the wicket attack. He has 21 overs, none for 74. Very slowly over the last few overs. His run rate per over is creeping up. It's 3.5 now. It was around the 3 mark a little while ago. Here's Dawson, bowls down the wicket. His Barnard just pushes out with his pad. No shot intended there.
If you're bowling over the around the wicket as well, targeting in at the pad, we've got no bat pad. So even if the batter did make a mistake here, you have no attacking fielders in the ring to capitalise on it.
It's purely defensive from now on. There's the reverse sweep, and that's gone out backward a point. There is a man that's deep. Single to Barnard takes him on to 66, 322 for 5, and this partnership now is worth 72.
And you scan around the field there, 3 Hampshire fielders twiddling their thumbs, 2 with hands on their hips. It doesn't send the message that we are going to get a wicket. It is just entirely allowing Warwickshire to play the way they'd like to play.
They certainly are. Have it all their own way at the moment. There's a sweep shot which again reps the pad. There may be it's going to be a leg by signal. 323 for 5. So the biggest excitement now is who's going to get the bonus points between now and 6 overs, just under 6 overs time.
You know what? I think Warwickshire deserve to get these bonus points. They've batted well, and you say the countdown's on. They won't want to do anything silly because the batting conditions are suiting them at the moment. So if it comes down to, losing a couple of quick wickets and a batting point, they're going to want to preserve those wickets in hand. And as I said earlier, if they can get themselves to a position where they're finishing the innings on 400 plus, with their bowling lineup, they could be going, even if there is no play tomorrow because of the weather.
Pressure's still on day 4.
Bowl Hampshire out in a day, especially if the conditions suit.
That's right. We mustn't forget that lead now is 94. So there's lots of different targets going on out there at the moment. There's a nice shot off the back foot from Barnard. He's timed that beautifully backward a point, and that's raced away for 4. Just leant back on that one and just guided it into the gap, and even though there's a deep square cover fielder, couldn't get round in time, and that lead now is up to 98. The total is 327 for 5, and Warwickshire tonight at this rate could be 130, 140 even in front, pick up that extra bonus point and be in a very, very good position, rain or no rain tomorrow, as that's pushed into the gap for a single. Barnard moves on to 71.
And we spoke earlier quickly about that game between the Sunrisers and the South East Stars in the Rachel Hare Flint competition. Comprehensive win for the South East Stars by 91 runs as they bowled the Sunrisers out for 64. It's a very Sunrisers thing to do.
Wasn't a Paige Schofield 100 again for the Stars, was it?
I'll have a look.
She's already got 2, the ex-Viper. Reverse sweep there, and that's gone out to backward a point, and that could be 4 more. In fact, no, it's just going to be picked up this time, so it'll be 2. 330 for 5 at the end of the 105th over. So 5 overs here to get 20. They should do that here, Warwickshire now, and the lead is now over 100.
Paige Schofield did get 27, so the second highest score for the South East Stars. It was a low-scoring thriller, really. I mean, they were 151 for 9 from their overs, but Sunrisers 4 wickets for Danny Gregory, the leg spinner for the South East Stars, who hasn't had much of a role to play. She didn't bowl at all in the game against Western Storm on Monday, the bank holiday. But I mean, Paige Schofield, what a loss for the Vipers. something like she has scored more runs in her 4 innings for the South East Stars than she ever scored for the Vipers.
Wow.
Talk about a change of club doing for the best as Abbott continues in, driven out to the deep cover boundary, where there's now a bit of protection. I don't mind having that sweeper out there. I think, finding that balance of attacking and defensive, I think, just to cut off that. I mean, at this stage in the game, when you're this far behind, Hampshire can't leave a big gap at cover. But, I think having that level of defence is fine. They've still got a slip in with James Vince. He's had a pretty relaxing day physically, probably not mentally, but he's been positioned in that first slip position most of the day. Shorter ball from Abbott, pulled in front of square, a bit of uncomfortable bounce on the boundary for James Fuller. He does a good job, deals with the bit of spin and inconsistent bounce from the outfield. A single taken, 332 for 5.
And I think also, even though we didn't have a very long session this morning, this is quite late in the day when you've been fielding for 2 long sessions. The bowlers as well. It's quite hard work at this point. So have 2 batters being so dominant, it's very difficult for the seam bowlers.
And it's going to be so difficult if the bad weather does come true tomorrow. If the players are on and off across the whole day. As Abbott bowls and guided down to deep third by Barnard. He moves on to 73. Score 333 for 5. Because, when it's bad weather around, you almost just go, at least if we're just sat in the changing room, it's not that bad. But if you're back on for 10 minutes, back off again, it's disruptive.
It is difficult for the bowlers as well in that situation when you're so far behind in the game. Trying to motivate yourself each time you walk out. The conditions are wet, as they will be tomorrow. It's Warwickshire have got themselves into a very, very good position, and however much they lose tomorrow, I don't think they'll worry too much as long as they get some play.
Abbott bowls driven but not timed to mid-off. Can't beat the fielder. And Burgess, who's 1 shot away from his half-century. And Ed Barnard, well, if they've got to go for it this evening to pick up that extra bonus point, or if they'd like to go for it, then he could be finishing the day in quite an exciting position. He hasn't had much of the strike since Burgess came in, but I'm sure he won't mind seeing his partner at the other end doing a good job and just allowing them to build a partnership as successful as Barnard and Haynes. Full on the pads, driven to mid-on, and this field allows a single. Just fielder there.
That's Dawson, right?
Dawson went down for the long barrier. And in all fairness, the long barrier did work. It didn't go past him, but he did use his leg as a bit of a wall. And as you say, tired fielders out there now. It's just a bit baked potato-y.
We were saying about Burgess. I mean, his strike rate is higher than Barnard's, so there's no worries there about who's facing and who's not.
In bowls Abbott, and a little tickle down the leg side. Good work from Ben Brown as Barnard just rocks his head back. He couldn't quite execute the pull shot, and it completes the over. 334 for 5.
That's it for Melissa for the day and for the game.
For the game.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
2 days of Melissa Story, and it'll be Richard Wilford to come in. Thank you very much. Always good to have, well, we had Emily Windsor yesterday as well. Always good, always good value, as the many messages suggest. And it will be myself, Kevin James and Richard Wilford to take you through these last 8 overs, and we will get through these last 8 overs because the sunshine is still out and the ball is being looked at once more. I think on the couple of occasions it's been tossed to the umpires, it's been tossed back again, and this time we are going to get a change of ball.
Anything that keeps us here longer.
Yes.
Because we've got a good 35 minutes left of cricket here, and the over rate hasn't been special in this session, but in the defence of Hampshire, it has been an extremely long session, in that they set out needing to bowl 41 overs in it. They've got through 33 in 2 1/4 hours, So it's not an unusually slow over rate for any side in Division 1, and particularly on a wicket that, or in conditions that in theory favour the seamers. It hasn't been that way this afternoon. This second new ball has barely shown a hint of a wobble.
Well, I agree. I think there's a few things for that. I mean, one is the bowlers are a little bit more tired, but as we always see at this wicket, it gets a bit slower as you go through the days, and the batting does get a little easier. That's a very big trait here, that if it does anything, it does it early, and then slowly but surely the pace gets taken out of the wicket and the ball does that less, and if it does something, it does it that bit slower. So I think that we're pretty much seeing an Ageas Bowl wicket playing to type.
But this pair as well, they've added 84 and 104 balls, and since they got themselves in, they've really looked to accelerate, and they've sent the opportunity first to get to 300, and then once they got to 300, they knew 50 off 10 overs, let's go for it. And I think, given the conditions, given the circumstances that they started the day, to get to 350 would be a really good achievement, and a lead, of 120 plus by close.
Yeah.
And if we don't get any cricket tomorrow, and the forecast suggests it's quite possible that'll be the case, it gives them a chance to have quick whack for 40 minutes and then see what they can do on Sunday.
Good. Hampshire under the cosh.
But this session could have gone either way. And Holland got Sam Hain for 85, and I'm sure the debate will rage around the Warwickshire changing room as to whether that was the right call or not. But these two have then gone on with it with a stand of 84.
Yeah, it's been terrific. They've both been terrific here, haven't they? I know Burgess was dropped, difficult chance by Gubbins, deep square leg off Fuller, but that's about the only thing really. Dawson's over the wicket there. There's a reverse sweep there from Burgess. It's gone out to very quickly to Gubbins at deep backward point, and it's 336 for 5, so just 14 runs needed in just under 4 overs for that bonus point.
And he was spilled a second time, but dropped over the rope by Fletcher Middleton, with the fatal flaw at the time being that they were using that body line short ball attack, and the sun was in the eyes of the fielders.
Sweep shot from Barnard goes quickly out on the 45 on the leg side, just a single. 336 for 5. Yeah, that was a difficult one, Fletcher Middleton, wasn't it? It was one of those sort of mid-air, one hand. I think there'd been an absolute world catch if that had been taken, but it's just a forward defensive which goes square out on the leg side. Just almost runs where they like here at the moment for these two. 337 for 5. Doing a good job for their side, as most of the batters have done today, certainly the ones that have been in since lunch. And that
is Burgess's 50.
Oh yeah, just noticed 50 or 70 deliveries. That's a really that is just a timely knock for Warwickshire. The right innings at the right time. 108 run lead as well. And we've still got 7.5 overs to do today. Still a large tranche really, as that's turned away on the leg side. Barnard moves on to 75, 338 for 5. I don't think there's any doubt now they're going to get to 350.
Well, they've broken the back of that, haven't they? Just it comes up as 5 4s in Burgess's 50, but I'm pretty sure he's got a 6 as well, because of the one that was parried over the rope for 6.
Yes, I think you're right.
So
it's pushed to mid-wicket, no run.
Curious one that it's not come up on the BBC card as that. Anyway,
how many 6s is Burgess down for?
1, which was the straight 6.
It was, yeah. So they're sounds like they're missing one somewhere. There's a sweep which wraps Burgess on the pad. Quickly around from behind the stumps is Ben Brown. End of the over. So we have still 3 overs to do, where bonus points are to be had, and Hampshire at the very least want one more wicket if they can to pick up 2 in the game. Warwickshire are just 12 runs away from their 6th bonus point.
Well, it looks like Mohamed Abbas going to come on and bowl a couple.
Yeah.
Just to try and get this one more wicket, anything to get another point out of the game at this point, because draw will be the favourite if we have rain tomorrow. However, Hampshire will have some work to do to secure that. There was lots of chat of desserts earlier, and unfortunately, because I've been off for a little while doing reports and things, I haven't had a chance to get this in, an email from Jeff, a Bears fan who lives a stone's throw away from Edgbaston. He's put Stone with a capital S as if it was Ollie Stone. Recommending 2 pubs in Weatheroak for desserts in the West Midlands. The Horse and Jockey and the Coach and Horses. That's quite appropriate. He goes to any pub as long as it's got a horse in the name. You can't beat the Earthquake. What is that?
Whoa.
What's an earthquake? That sounds worrying. But I also like the sticky toffee pudding, bread and butter pudding, but sorry, it has to be with custard. Don't be sorry. I'm a custard fan. Very good. So, Mohammed Abbas, 3 overs left for bonus points, 7 overs left in the day. Warwickshire 338 for 5. They need 12 runs for a point. Hampshire need 1 wicket for a point. And Barnard defends the first ball from Mohammed Abbas back down the wicket. The crowd, it's fair to say, is thinned out in the last half an hour or so. This is a long day. Got to get him back for one's tea and maybe Friday night plans. Could be a big quiz night down the local. Well, you shouldn't really need a quiz night on a Friday. But
I don't know. Are they Friday nights quiz nights?
Shouldn't be. Shouldn't need it, should you? And he comes, Mohammed Abbas, forced off the back foot by Barnard out towards the deep cover fielder. Underarm throw, which might show the weariness of Ian Holland, who's bowled plenty today. 339 for 5. He's bowled well. And actually, I mean, you look at the fact that he and Abbas have barely conceded runs. They've come a lot off the others. Dawson's last 6 overs have gone for 35 as the Bears have gone after him. That's with him bowling defensive line largely over the wicket to the 2 right-handers into the rough. Abbas to Burgess, again forced off the back foot, but a nice little diving stop to his left in the covers for Gubbins, which is a relief as much as anything for Hampshire to see that to see that he's out there.
It is, yeah.
Because you always worry about something come off your finger end. I was wondering whether he got a little bit of a cut onto the nail or something like that.
It's good to see him out. 132 Warwickshire have hit after tea so far.
Gone about it in the right way, haven't they, in sort of 34 overs. 4 and over through the session. Burgess advancing down the wicket and drives again straight to Gubbins. He doesn't thank him for that, but picks up very neatly. I thought what was impressive with Burgess, and it's a shot that he likes to play, was when Fuller was bowling short, rather than just relying on the hook and the pull. A few times he advanced down the wicket and smeared it through the offside. And those sort of cross-batted shots are very much a hallmark of the way that he can play when he's in a bit of nick. It's a positive sign when he's doing that.
That's good.
As he awaits Mohammed Abbas again, he can't take quite so many liberties there, and he clips the ball off the inside half of the bat towards Vince, who after a day at slip finds himself at short mid-wicket.
Earthquake cake, which I presume is the same as the earthquake dessert, is a gooey, rich, delicious cake full of chocolate, pecan and coconuts. And there's an explosion of flavour in every bite, apparently. That's why, I guess, the term earthquake.
I'm fond of a pecan nut. Abbas in. The final ball of his over. Advancing down the wicket is Burgess, and he drills it through the offside. Boundary rider comes across and will keep them down to 2, but another confident shot from Burgess. He goes to 52. Warwickshire 341 for 5, and they will want 9 runs off the next 2 overs as a minimum to get that 3rd batting bonus point, which I think is as many as they could possibly have wanted to aim for today. Bear in mind we've lost 12 overs today.
Yeah, I was just thinking how far Warwickshire could have been ahead.
But actually, the what-ifs today must include if that last 12 minutes before lunch had occurred, if we hadn't had that little rain shower when Hampshire had taken 3 for 13 and Abbott and Abbas were getting the ball to talk, that would have been a very difficult 12 minutes. Both batsmen in at the time had only faced 1 ball.
True. Yeah, or that morning session had been a little longer.
Yeah.
True. But the last 2 sessions have 100% belonged to Warwickshire. Dawson's going to continue with his over-the-wicket line. He's bowling to Ed Barnard, who sweeps fine. There's that man Mo Abbas there once more, but it's a single. 342 for 5. And with 11 balls left in which to get bonus points, Warwickshire just need 8. Almost a formality.
But do they treat it a bit like you would in one-day cricket and say you want to try and get it done this over rather than put yourself under pressure?
I just think they just need to play the way they've been doing it. They've been scoring quickly enough. There's the reverse sweep, or it's more of a pull shot really, because the ball bounced quite short. That'll be a single to Burgess. Moves on to 53, 343 for 5. I think you just play the way you're doing. I mean, the momentum's with Warwickshire, isn't it? Totally. And they've got those runs without too much trouble, it has to be said. Here's Dawson again, bowling to Barnard. Sweep, a little quicker this time, and it goes quickly down to deepish fine leg. And that will take the total on to 344 for 5, and Barnard on to 78. And that lead is now 115. Slightly ahead of expectations, I'm sure. And still with 5.5 overs left in the day's play as Dawson bowls. There's the reverse. It's wrapped him on the pad. They're going to come through for a quick single. Moho Bass has a bit to do. He's neither saving one nor anything really at that. He might have to come a bit closer if he's to do anything. 345, I think that is for 5. Lead 116.
Little bit of a throwback with Mohammed Abbas, in fairness, isn't it? In that you are looking to hide him in the field. Yeah. We all remember players in the 80s and 90s that was true of.
There's a few, yeah. They must admit they do target him. Sides. Sweep shot there. Again, it's gone down to deep. The man deep on the 45. 346 for 5. What are you going to do this easy, aren't they?
Yeah, the challenge is it's Mo Abbas, and if he takes a wicket early in the over and you get a new man in, that's why, you know, there's one ball left in the over. They're on 3-4-6. I wouldn't be shocked if Burgess went for it this ball.
Single off every delivery, and he's on the back foot, cracks it away, but doesn't time it. It goes to Vince at extra cover, and that is a dot ball to end the over. So 1 over left. I don't know. I think Warwickshire needing just 4 will also make sure that Hampshire don't pick up another bonus point. I don't know. I just have that feeling. I know it's only a point, but you never know come the end of the day. Well, not the end of this day, but the end of the season. But I just think that I think 4 runs are easily manageable, even though it's a Bass, with the field fairly spread, and I think Warwickshire will try and do that without giving Hampshire a chance of an extra bonus point.
Yelts Bear on Twitter, and being a Yelts Bear, he's having a doubly good time if he supports Halesoe in town. We've had a tremendous season. But he says, I could easily have a bowl of just custard as a dessert, but it has to be the powdered packet stuff, none of this homemade nice custard. The cheaper the better.
Wow. Is that a wind-up?
Do you know what? No, there is something about a powdered custard.
Is there?
There is something about it, yeah.
Not a lot, though.
No, but it's memories of childhood. Short ball pulled. Is this going to be the 350 for Warwickshire? Fuller is trying to cut it off. He's parried it onto the rope, and that's the job done. Barnard looks up at the heavens with, I think, a sigh of relief that they've got over the line in this final over the 110. And there were some cheers and some applause coming from the glass. You can see the glass oscillating on the Bears' balcony because they're staying in the warm. But they're delighted with that. 350 for 5, 3 batting bonus points achieved. And Ed Barnard now into the 80s.
Comfortable. Well, I mean, now I just don't see these guys playing a false shot in this over. There's no need. Hampshire need to pick up a wicket here.
Yeah, there's no need to offer Hampshire anything. James Vince, as a result, is going to go back into the slip area, which is a smart move. He might as well have another one, actually. Mohammed Abbas in once more, and that's just left alone by Barnard, as Kevin James predicted, like a man who knows the game. It's and then the final 4 overs, they can, if they want, have a bit of a dart here, because as much as you try not to play the weather during a 4-day game, the forecast has been so bleak for so long for tomorrow. It's a bonus if we get much cricket or any cricket tomorrow. The Bears would love to be 140 runs on, 121 at the moment.
It's a good position, isn't it? Terrific position.
It's sort of the best they could have realistically hoped for this morning when we lost some overs as well. This next ball is left alone outside off stump. And Mohammed Abbas, who has been as tight as anything anyway, he's in his 25th over, he's only conceded 36 runs. And he might just be ruining that first ball because he did pull it down a bit too short a length. Gave him a free hit. And given the identity of the fielder out there, James Fuller's had some heavy workload in the last hour or so. It was a bit of a stiff dive, wasn't it? And then the spin of the ball taking it back onto the rope, which is always unlucky for the fielder. Bass into Barnard once more, who dabs it out behind square on the offside, but it won't get away from Felix Organ. There's no run. I would imagine this is the only game left being played in the country. Burgess has now got a 6 on the BBC scorecard, I know, so that's worked out. In fact, they're still playing at Taunton.
Oh, makes a change.
Yeah, 176 for 4. Somerset 79 behind Northants. They've had a lot of disruption with the weather. Tom Kohler Cadmore 84 not out.
You guys had a few problems down there with it, didn't you? First game,
Oh
first week
dear,
of the season.
yeah, it was. They got more cricket then than they expected that week, actually. Shorter ball is pulled round the corner, but with control. It's a soft pull, and they will come back for 2 on the arm of Fletcher Middleton, and that draws Barnard level with Sam Hayen as the highest scorer in this Bears innings. By the way, the 350 also brought up the 100 partnership between these two, and they came together in the 89th over. And this is the 110th. That tells you they've got a wriggle on. Nearly 5 and over, which in the context of this game is brisk.
Terrific, yeah, that's terrific. Acceleration just when it was needed. And still 5 wickets in hand. It's been a tough 2 sessions for Hampshire. It's been a terrific 2 sessions for Warwickshire. So the last ball of the 110th over, Ageas Bowls, and that's a full delivery which is turned down to fine leg. Got a little bit excited, Mo Ageas, I think he went for the full Yorker there, didn't quite work. Barnard picks up a single, then moves on to 87, and Warwickshire at the end of the 110th are 300, and I think that'll be 54 for 5 if the scoreboard ticks over.
No, I think it's right. I think it's right, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, so that's right. 86 to Barnard, and the lead is 124, and there's still 4 overs to go.
They are actually playing at Chelmsford still as well.
Yeah, some good weather down south.
And Essex are in the box seat against Surrey. First innings lead of 74. Ooh. Batting second time round, 12 without loss. Anybody who gets a win against Surrey this year should pound their chest.
Should win the championship.
Jamie Porter, 451. You're probably going to have to do the double over him to win the championship, but we'll see. We have still 4 overs to go.
Yeah. Dawson's about to bowl his 25th. None for 91. He won't be a happy bunny if he finishes tonight with 100 runs against his name. That's a length ball to Barnard. Quietly plays that out on the offside. Phil Webb at Sonnet Sports says, I'm going to say a good evening, Major. That's a bit of a saying down these ways because that was a reference to an old Fawlty Towers sketch where a Major says, I see Hampshire won. Anyway, that's well known down this way. And Fawlty says, did it? There's a full delivery which wraps him on the pad. This session is putting a dampener on what has otherwise been a great day personally, says Phil. That's good news. Banoffee pie is the king of desserts, he says.
Yeah, look, you could have a sweet tooth for banoffee pie. I don't mind one myself. It's been some good shouts today.
Yes, it has. It's making us very hungry. As Barnard steers that into the gap on the leg side. They should pick up 2. Ian Holland's got a lot to do there, running up from deep mid-on. 2 to Barnard. And terrific innings from him coming in at number 6. He moves on to 88 now. 355 for 5. The lead is 126. I think they're going to be comfortably into the 130s, 140s. Maybe even 150 if they have a big over. By the end of the day, the lead as Barnard just quietly pushes forward at that. I think probably more realistically going to be around 140. So we've got 2 balls left of this over, and still 3 to do after this. Looks like Felix Organ is warming up there. I'm going to see him for the last couple of overs at the pavilion end, and that's just turned straight to him, that forward square leg.
Fred Barnard has a slight inkling that he might like to try and get these 12 runs for his century.
Do you think so?
Before the close of play. It'd be a tempter, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, the way he's playing, wouldn't rule it out, would you? There's plenty of gaps, and he's kicking that one away. Now, he has been sweeping those, so maybe there is a change of thought. Maybe he's going to save himself until tomorrow.
I mean, if the weather forecast holds as good for Sunday and we get a prompt start, then Warwickshire would likely want to add some quick runs for a while, and he'd have that opportunity. Yeah. But Felix Organ is going to have a bowl. 3 overs to go. Have you avoided giving an opinion as to what your favourite dessert is, by the way? I mean, look, your body's a temple. I appreciate that.
Have I avoided it? Well, probably because, to be honest, every dessert that's been mentioned, I'd wolfed down.
Okay.
So I haven't given a preference because they're all good. I don't know of a dessert that I don't like.
You've never met a pudding that you wouldn't eat?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think I ever have. You?
Most things. Even a classic lemon meringue tart.
Oh, yeah.
No, well, look at me. Look at the state of me. Of course I like desserts. Too much. Needs dealing with. Looks like...
You've got to enjoy desserts in life.
Yeah. I think Organ is going to bowl right arm round the wicket. Outside the leg stump of the batsman. Very short run up. And he's defended out into the offside by Burgess.
I know there was lots of, a few messages about Felix Organ earlier, but I just think it's an amazing late in the day to be bringing him on.
Yeah. 5 to 7, Felix. You can have a go now.
Yeah.
Drops that one a little bit shorter, and it's swept round the corner for a single by Burgess. He's 55. 356 for 5. That match here in 2019, the draw, was that his debut, Organ?
He got...
he ended up being the frontline spinner in that match.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I think I could have sworn it was his first game, but I don't know, it might not have been. It was very early in his career. So he bowls now to Barnard, who fends it round the corner off the back foot for another single. He's 89, 357 for 5.
It was one of his early games, if not, you're right. I remember him opening with Ian Holland. Holland got 100.
Yeah.
Donald got 100 as well.
Very quickly.
Yes, he did.
He was hitting it everywhere on the Saturday afternoon, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
He comes again, turned around the corner through mid-wicket for a single by Burgess. He's 56, 358 for 5. Warwickshire, I seem to recall, thought they had him absolutely stone-cold LBW on 4, Donald, and there was a bit of bad blood subsequently, and Donald used it in his favour because his hitting was as clean as anything.
Smacked it.
It was a brilliant innings. Driven back to the bowler by Barnard. It's a slightly weary fall to the ground from Felix Organ, understandably. You know, it may be only an 84 over day, but it is a long day because you turn up at the ground before 9, prepared to start at 11. 10 hours later, you're still out there doing your best. Pushing forward in defence, Barnard into the offside. No run, and the end of the over. So 12 deliveries left on the day. Warwickshire 358 for 5. They lead Hampshire by 129 runs.
Yeah, and 2 long sessions as well, which hasn't helped. Sessions 2 and 3. Yeah, Donald got a 50 in the second innings as well, for good measure. Hayne, as we mentioned earlier, got 100 in both innings.
Yeah. And runs for Rob Yates. Second innings, Jeetan Patel, with which I'm pretty sure it was his last first-class 50 in that game.
2 overs to do, 12 balls. Warwickshire 358 for 5, lead by 129. And it's Burgess on 56 to face Dawson. Turns that away on the leg side. That'll be a single. All very easy for Warwickshire here as we get towards the end of day 2. In a commanding position, the visitors, as they lead by 129.
Yeah, they've gone into no-risk mode now, haven't they, I think, as well.
Yeah,
or certainly low risk.
Yeah, just push it around, keep the 5 wickets intact, and then we can decide what we want to do depending on how much time is left in the game, taking out the rain. As that's a sweep shot, it's gone fine. Now, is Mo Abbas going to come across to that? Yes, he does. Picks it up. 358 for 5.
Yeah, I think it's 360 because they haven't updated since the start of this over, so I think they've both got 1 to add on.
Okay. Scorers have had enough. Oh, not the scores, it's not the score. Oh yeah, look at that. 359, 360. Reeled up on the board as that's pushed back to Dawson quietly, so the lead is 131. As we approach 7 o'clock in the evening, and for what has been probably about the last hour and a half, the best weather of the day. Bright sunshine. If you were just starting a T20 game there, you'd be more than happy. As Dawson bowls, that's driven up to mid-on. Single to Burgess, takes them to 58. 361 for 5. These two have put on 111.
Adam says, glad to see the dessert debate raging on. He has more. I'll add it in a moment.
It's just quietly played on the leg side for another single. 362 for 5. Warwickshire playing it exactly right. They've had a good day. Don't go too mad now. Don't spoil it. Keep your 5 wickets intact. Keep 2 good batters intact with Chris Wokes to come. 133 run lead. Hampshire will be hoping that the rain wipes out as much of tomorrow as they can. Warwickshire. Burgess moves that away on the leg side. Moves on to 60. And it's 300. Sorry, moves on to 59. 363 for 5. The lead 134. And I have to say, I'm quite relieved from a Hampshire point of view. Just 6 balls left.
Yep. The rest of Adam's email. No doubt UK stocks of ice cream and custard to go with this evening's second cause are rising. Yeah, because we're like Jamie Oliver or Delia Smith. We influence the markets like that. My wife has gone for a Ben & Jerry's pot of ice cream. Other ice creams are available. I'll save the best biscuit debate till the next game, says Adam, and won't mention chocolate hobnobs just yet. Okay. Organ to begin the final over, and watchfully steered back towards him in his follow-through by Burgess. This duo have added 113 since coming together, and that has really tightened the grip that the Bears have taken on this game today. Got them the 3 batting bonus points that I think would have been the dream today. Clips the next ball towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Sounds like an aircraft is heading into Eastleigh. Or out. One or the other. I can't see it, because even if I look in the right direction, the sun is straight in my eyes.
But you'd be towards the sun, that's why you can't see it.
Yeah. And most flights leaving Eastleigh at this time of year is towards the sun, aren't they? The Costas, the Greek islands, the Algarve. Driven back to Burgess, picked up by Organ in his follow-through, and he, I think maybe deliberately just lets it roll towards the stumps in case Barnard's out of his ground. I don't think he was. Again, low-risk shots only from Burgess. Organ round the wicket. Burgess driving through the vacant mid-on position this time. Will get the single. 364 for 5. Up to 60. And with only 2 balls to go, Barnard on 91, I think will decide that discretion is the better part of valour. If not, it could be an entertaining 60 seconds here. But I don't think you want to give it away lightly from here. Organ in, and Barnard absolutely defends that. And into the offside, and there's no run. 1 ball left. Felix Organ says, right, I'll go over the wicket for that. Takes 3 short paces, then jogs in, and he's defended by Barnard. There's a little bit of an ooh, because he quite liked the shape of that ball. But after 114 overs, the close of day 2 comes in Warwickshire's innings, with them 364 for 5, an overnight lead of 135 runs. Ed Barnard has batted beautifully, his biggest score since arriving from Worcestershire in the winter. He's 91 not out, on the verge of his first ton for the county. Michael Burgess has offered tremendous support with 60. Sam Hain earlier in the day, 85. Alex Davis, 51. Some good contributions throughout. Second new ball when it came, which was the big hope for Hampshire, has really offered them very little indeed, and that has meant life has been very awkward for him in that 41 over final session. Forecast for tomorrow isn't brilliant, Kevin, but either way, if we have a nice day on Sunday, it's set up to have a decent day's cricket.
Yeah, I would certainly rather be in Warwickshire's position than Hampshire's, that's for sure, and you know, they've earned it, haven't they? They would have been worried in that little session before lunch, but they needn't have been, because they've comfortably won both those sessions since, and are looking good. And it's just about getting some sort of play tomorrow, isn't it? Get some sort of play just to keep the game moving forward, and then clear the way for what should be a full day on Sunday, and try and ram home that advantage.
Yeah, that's it. And again, the worst case scenario is we don't get anything tomorrow, but they've batted really well today. I don't think Hampshire have done an awful lot wrong. James Vince was quite creative at times to try and find alternative ways of getting wickets, particularly once the second new ball didn't nibble anywhere. But unfortunately, it came short. Fuller's tactic did lead to a couple of very, very difficult chances in the outfield, staring into the sun, that Gubbins and Middleton couldn't catch hold of. But in the end, very much the Bears' day.
Thank you, Richard. Richard Wilford, he'll be back tomorrow. I won't be here. I'll be with the Vipers against Western Storm. Tune into that one. But Stanley Marissa, former Zimbabwe A player, and Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian, will be with you at some point when they play. Thanks for listening. Thank you, Melissa Story, also.